Chapter 79. Not only did the members of the Hao Ranjan sect who had participated directly outside of Haoran city receive feedback from the heavens and earth, their strength also increased. Countless people who had participated indirectly in the Haoran city and recited the Haoran Song of Righteousness also received feedback from the heavens and earth. Regardless of whether they practiced the basic body forging techniques or the primordial tendon changing technique, their strength also increased. The second biggest change was that the seal of heaven and earth was broken once again. The profound spirit world expanded by nearly 10 times, and the density of the chi of heaven and earth doubled. As time passed, the density of the chi of heaven and earth would slowly increase. As the center, the Hao Ranjan sect's territory expanded by more than 10 times. The area under their jurisdiction expanded to a radius of 15,000 miles. Tiangang Peak once again rose by a few hundred feet, becoming even more vast and majestic. The Haoran mountain range behind it expanded to a radius of 6,000 miles. The forest was lush and verdant, and it was even more serene and mysterious. The seal of heaven and earth was broken once again. The direct beneficiaries, the Hao Ranjan sect, were very happy, but the other powers were very unhappy. Every time the seal of heaven and earth was broken, the various powers knew about the benefits. Everyone wanted to take advantage of these benefits. Didn't they see how the Hao Ranjan sect's strength increased greatly the last time they broke the seal of heaven and earth? Therefore, after digesting the benefits of the seal of heaven and earth, the various powers began to make their own preparations. They wanted to be the first to break the seal of heaven and earth again, and also to increase their strength by leaps and bounds. In addition, they also had to guard against the Hao Ranjan sect. They could not let the Hao Ranjan sect get ahead of the other powers. Since the Hao Ranjan sect had already obtained the benefits of the seal of heaven and earth, they could not let the Hao Ranjan sect get the upper hand again. However, they didn't expect that despite all their precautions, they still couldn't prevent it. Even if all the major forces sent out a force to interfere with the righteous sect, the righteous sect still managed to take the lead again right under their noses. When the Hao Ranjan sect broke the seal of heaven and earth, and when the profound spirit world began to expand, the various great powers guessed that it was most likely because of the Hao Ranjan sect. This was because in these past few years, other than guarding against the Hao Ranjan sect, the various great powers were also on guard against each other. They all had a rough understanding of each other. At the very least, none of the great powers were able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Only the Hao Ranjan sect had the ability to do so. Sure enough, not long after, the various great powers sent people to the Hao Ranjan sect to scout for information returned with news. Indeed, the Hao Ranjan sect had broken the seal of heaven and earth once again. And this time, the Hao Ranjan sect did not make a big fuss. They only used the biennial Dragon Phoenix ranking tournament to gather all the disciples to complete this task. Because of this, the various great powers could not sit still anymore. They all sent people to the Hao Ranjan sect to question why the Hao Ranjan sect had broken the seal of heaven and earth without permission. Why was this operation different from the previous one? Why was the method different from the one they had told them? Did the Hao Ranjan sect lie to them? Faced with the various great powers' questions and difficulties, the Hao Ranjan sect did not show any signs of weakness. They righteously refuted the various great powers' questions. Anyone can break the seal of heaven and earth. There's no need to inform you, and there's no need to ask for your permission. As for the two different methods, it's because you didn't ask clearly. The first time, we made a big fuss in order to ensure the highest probability of success. The second time, we simplified the preparation work because we had experience and confidence. Since you didn't ask at that time, the Hao Ranjan sect naturally has no obligation to take the initiative to tell you. If you're not convinced, you can fight. After sending away the people from the various great powers, Yi Haoran said angrily and worriedly in the main hall of Haoran Hall, when he thought of the gloomy and cold eyes of the people from the various great powers before they left, he said, "Once these people leave, we'll be in trouble." Yi Haoyun snorted and said, "These bastards. They can't do something they can't do, but they don't want to see others succeed. They should all be destroyed. Aren't they just looking for trouble? No matter what kind of trouble or conspiracy, the Hao Ranjan sect will take it. With our current strength, there's nothing to be afraid of. If they dare to look for trouble with us, won't we add to their troubles as well? Yi Tianzong said indifferently, this is normal. No one or power wants to see others gradually become stronger and surpass themselves. If I can't do it, you can't do it either. This kind of selfish mentality is very common in the cultivation world. In order to restrict our development, in addition to targeting us on the surface, these great powers will definitely come up with all kinds of tricks. However, Uncle is right. These great powers each have their own ulterior motives. It's impossible for them to unite. With our current strength, we really don't need to be afraid of any challenges. No matter what kind of conspiracy they have, we'll take it one by one. In addition, we have to give them some trouble. It's impolite not to reciprocate. At this time, Wang Li, the hall master of the Merit Hall, said, that's right. Do you think the Hao Ranjan sect is so easy to bully? If these great powers dare to look for trouble, we'll let them know what it means to reap what they sow. After Wang Li finished speaking, the other hall masters and elders present also spoke one after another, saying that they would teach the great powers a lesson. With the rise of the righteous sect, these palace masters and elders with real power became more and more arrogant. Naturally, there was a sense of pride in their hearts. Now that they were threatened by the great powers and even wanted to look for trouble, they were already very angry. If the Hao Ranjan sect's strength was not enough, they could only endure it for the sake of the big picture. However, now that the Hao Ranjan sect's strength had increased rapidly again, catching up with the Zhou dynasty and leaving all the super sects behind, what was there to be afraid of? If they dared to look for trouble, they would be done for. Just as the great powers were plotting how to deal with the Hao Ranjan sect, and the Hao Ranjan sect was also preparing for battle, the effects of breaking the heaven and earth seal twice in a row also showed some results. In a hidden valley in the eastern part of the Central Plains, 7 people with strong auras and dignified expressions gathered here. After talking with each other for a while, the 7 of them finally came to the depths of the valley. Facing a mountain wall, the 7 of them each took out a piece of broken jade talisman, then stood on one side according to a special position and poured the energy in their bodies into the jade talisman. Then, the 7 pieces of broken jade talisman flew into the air and formed a complete jade talisman. The complete jade talisman flashed with a 7-colored light, then shot a 7-colored light toward the mountain wall in front of them. The mountain wall in front of them trembled and disappeared, replaced by a void door. The 7 people below looked at each other, then flew into the void door one after another. After more than an hour, the 7 people who had entered the void door came out again, followed by dozens of middle-aged men wearing 7-colored clothes. These middle-aged men did not look as stiff as when they had just woken up. The 7 people at the beginning said respectfully to the middle-aged man in the lead, "We welcome the ancestors to see the light of day again. Now that the world is changing, there are signs of returning to the ancient times. After some discussion, we have decided to awaken the ancestors. Please give us your orders." The middle-aged man in the lead said thoughtfully, Your decision is good. Since the heaven and earth are no longer in decline and have begun to recover, it is time for our 7 invincible sect to see the light of day again. There is no need to rush now. Let us familiarize ourselves with the current environment before making any plans. Let's go to the 7 invincible mountain first, then you can begin to reorganize your sects. The 7 people all agreed. Not only here, but in the Central Plains, the western regions, the northern border, and the southern wastelands, similar scenes were happening. One by one, the huge forces that had been hiding in the various secret realms and grotto heavens when the heaven and earth were in decline began to appear again. After these various forces that had reappeared understood the current heaven and earth environment, they would no longer keep a low profile. In order to obtain more space for development, they would definitely have conflicts with the current forces. As the initiator of breaking the seal of the heaven and earth and reversing the decline of the heaven and earth, the Hao Ranjan sect would definitely become the target of these forces. The peaceful days of the Hao Ranjan sect would be gone forever. Chapter 81. Inside the Hao Ranjan sect, Yi Tianzong and his family gathered together again. Yi Tianzong said to Yi Haoran, "Father, breaking the seal of heaven and earth this time will not only be targeted by the major forces. According to my guess, it is very likely that some hidden forces will appear. The recovery of heaven and earth is a supreme opportunity. After these hidden forces are familiar with the current environment, they will definitely come to us and ask for the method to break the seal of heaven and earth. Conflict is inevitable. We must prepare early for this. Yi Haoran looked surprised and said, "In that case, we will have more enemies and more troubles." Yi Tianzong said, "Yes, those hidden forces, except for our Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, and Sky Demon Temple, their true strength should not be inferior to any of the supersects. It is certain that they will come to us to measure our strength. If these forces come to provoke us, we will not be merciful. In this great era of recovery, we must establish the status and dignity of our Hao Ranjin sect that cannot be challenged." Yi Haoran's face showed a decisive expression and said, "Then let's do it this way. The situation now is different from the past. Our Hao Ranjin sect is in the teeth of the storm. The style of doing things in the past will also change. With our current strength, and with you, Tianzong, we are not afraid of any provocation." Yi Tianzong said, "In my opinion, let's do it this way. Just in case, the Wu Zun realm of our Yi family in the sect's secret realm will be awakened in batches and take turns to guard the sect. Now that the upper limit of heaven and earth has been raised to the Wu King realm, it can barely accommodate the temporary appearance of the Wu Zun realm. According to my estimation, after breaking the seal this time, there will be at least 20 years of room for development. Not only do we warriors need time to increase our strength, the profound spirit world also needs to absorb energy from the outside world to slowly accumulate the energy needed for the next expansion of heaven and earth. Now that the seal of heaven and earth has just been broken, our Hao Ranjin sect is favored by the will of heaven and earth. This is the best time to increase our strength. The most important thing for us now is to raise our strength to the peak of our current realm. Once those Wu Zun who came out of the secret realm are familiar with the outside world, we can leave them in charge for the time being. We don't need them to interfere with the daily management of the sect. We just need them to be able to fend off the enemies when they come, giving us time to respond and mobilize the sect's strength. Recently, I will go into seclusion and try to reach the peak of King Wu's martial arts realm in the shortest time possible. Father, grandfather, both of you have cultivated special constitutions. Take these pills. They can help you open the remaining acupoints faster. In the future, we'll still have to rely on us as the main force to deal with everything." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he handed 7 bottles of pills to Yi Haoran and the others. The pills in the bottles were spirit culturing pills that Yi Tianzong had specially found in the Immortal Mansion's collection. They could assist in cultivation and were very precious. There were 20 pills in each bottle. Yi Haoran and the others had cultivated special constitutions. In addition, they had participated in breaking the seal of heaven and earth and received feedback from heaven and earth. Not only had they opened 108 acupoints and reached the peak of King Wu's martial arts realm, but their own constitutions had also been strengthened greatly. They had almost reached the peak of medium spiritual level. However, Yi Haoran and the others also knew that it would take a lot of time and resources to open the remaining acupoints. Now that Yi Tianzong had provided them with the spirit culturing pills, Yi Haoran and the others could cultivate to the peak of King Wu's realm and open more acupoints. Seeing Yi Haoran and the others happily accept the pills, Yi Tianzong said a few more words and then returned to his room with Ling Xinyu. They entered the Immortal Mansion and began to cultivate. In the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu each cultivated in a different place. As the two of them cultivated, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the Immortal Mansion was 4 times denser than the outside world. They quickly absorbed it through their acupoints, forming 2 yuan qi vortexes, one big and one small. Yi Tianzong had opened 1/3 of his 129,600 acupoints with the help of heaven and earth's energy. As for the remaining acupoints, Yi Tianzong had to accumulate his own energy to open them. If this was the outside world, it would take a very long time to complete this arduous process. However, in the Immortal Mansion, the flow of time and the density of yuan qi were 4 times denser than the outside world. In addition, there were all kinds of powerful pills. Yi Tianzong's time to open all his acupoints would be greatly reduced. On the other hand, Ling Xinyu had also benefited greatly in the process of breaking the seal of heaven and earth. Her clear-eye spirit body had almost reached the peak of the high-level spiritual level. She had opened 2,300 acupoints in her body in one go. As long as her constitution was promoted to the peak of the spiritual level, she would be able to withstand the opening of 3,600 acupoints. After Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had cultivated in seclusion, Yi Haoran and the others had also awakened some of the Wu Zun from the Yi family in the secret land a few days later. After leading these Wu Zun to familiarize themselves with the Hao Ranzhen sect, Yi Haoran, Yi Qingxian, and the other Wu Zun who had been awakened previously explained the situation that the Hao Ranzhen sect was facing. These Wu Zun who had been awakened readily agreed and allowed them to cultivate in seclusion without worry. They would guard the outside world. Wu Zun had thought this through very clearly. Since they could not cultivate now, they might as well take care of the sect and let the others improve their strength in peace and strengthen the sect. When the sect's strength increased and the seal was broken again, they would be able to make up for the damaged foundation and foundation. Then they would be able to improve again. It was better to stay outside than to sleep in the secret land. Therefore, the entire Hao Ranzhen sect quieted down and focused on improving their strength in peace. However, things in the world never went as one wished. Just as Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranzhen sect were cultivating in seclusion, the hidden forces that had emerged due to the changes in heaven and earth finally couldn't help but start to stir up trouble after familiarizing themselves with the current situation. They began to clash and fight with the original forces in the central plains. The forces that emerged at this time were basically at the level of supersects according to the previous standards. These superforces that emerged took advantage of the fact that the seal of heaven and earth had been broken and the various superforces and the Zhu dynasty were too busy to fend for themselves. They quickly swallowed up the territories of the former third-rate, second-rate, and even first-rate sects and grew rapidly. After occupying a large enough territory, these superforces lurked and digested their gains. 3 years later, these superforces that had temporarily stopped stirred up trouble again. After digesting the territories that they had previously occupied, these forces were unwilling to be left out and began to clash with the original supersects in the Central Plains. When these superforces in the present world clashed with the original supersects, the Hao Ranzhen sect, as the initiator of the new era, became the main target of these hidden forces that emerged. The Hao Ranzhen sect had the method to break the seal of heaven and earth, and other superforces had obtained the method from the Hao Ranzhen sect through trade. This news was widely known, but these superforces that emerged all had their eyes on the Hao Ranzhen sect. They sent various numbers of experts such as King Wu and Marquis Wu to the Hao Ranzhen sect. They didn't hide their aggressive attitude at all, and it was obvious that they had ulterior motives. The Tiangang building, the intelligence agency of the Hao Ranzhen sect, also received the news and sent it back to the sect. After coming out of seclusion, the higher-ups of the Hao Ranzhen sect saw the news and knew that trouble had finally come. Chapter 82. According to the information obtained by Tiangang Pavilion, at least 7 superpowers had come to Hao Ranzhen sect. Their purpose was unknown, but they did not seem to have good intentions. In the Haoran Hall, all the higher-ups of Hao Ranzhen sect were present, except for Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, who were still in seclusion. Looking at the news they received, everyone in the hall was displeased. As the lord of the disciplinary hall, Yi Haoyun was the first to speak. Everyone, these hidden powers have been restless for the past few years. This time, they have set their sights on us. This time, they want to use our Hao Ranzhen sect to establish their power. Lin Chen, the lord of the testing hall, said, "Humph, they want to use us to establish their power? They are not afraid of breaking their teeth. These powers dare to provoke us. We must not let them go back alive." Xiao Changlin, the lord of the 100 Herbs Hall, said, "That's right. We worked hard to break the seal of heaven and earth. These powers not only do not know how to be grateful, but also want to use us as a stepping stone. We must not tolerate them." Seeing the various hall lords and the elders with real power below speak one after another, their attitude towards the unfriendly superpowers was firm and they had no intention of backing down. Yi Haoran, Yi Qingxian, and the others looked at each other and nodded slightly in satisfaction. When facing an external enemy, it was taboo to have differing opinions. When facing an external enemy, it was very likely that unpredictable situations would occur. Regardless of the strength of the enemy, whether they were strong or weak, they were still enemies. As long as they were enemies, there was no room for compromise. Since Hao Ranzhen sect had become the leader of this era, there was no room for retreat. When facing the suppression and obstruction of any power, they could only break through and crush them. After confirming their attitude towards the external enemy, the higher-ups of Hao Ranzhen sect did not continue their seclusion. Instead, they made some targeted arrangements and waited for the arrival of the various powers. Because they were all masters of the Marquis Wu realm and King Wu realm, these powers came quickly. In less than a month, a total of 8 powers, more than 200 King Wu realm masters, and more than 600 Marquis Wu realm masters came to Hao Ranzhen sect's territory. These people did not delay on the way and went straight to Hao Ranzhen sect's Qiangang Peak. When a warrior cultivated to the Wu King realm, he could fly for a long time. Realm masters of the Marquis Wu realm could also fly for a short period of time. Although the city of Haoran City was more than 500 feet high after the two heavens and earth, the city walls of the Marquis and King realm masters of the Marquis and King realm masters. They flew over Haoran City easily. Without any intention of saying hello, these masters went straight to Qiangang Peak. However, they underestimated the vigilance of Hao Ranzhen sect. When they began to fly over Haoran City, they were discovered by Hao Ranzhen sect. After the heavens and earth recovered, the pneuma increased greatly. Not only human beings, but even animals also developed spiritual intelligence and became monsters. Hao Ranzhen sect had already domesticated many goshawks as helpers. They were responsible for patrolling the sky. King Wu realm masters and Marquis Wu realm masters of various powers were discovered by the goshawks flying high in the sky when they just flew over Haoran City. Hao Ranzhen sect had spent a lot of money on these goshawks. They had never stopped using all kinds of elixirs to strengthen their physique and strength. And these goshawks had developed spiritual intelligence early on. They were very smart. Even if they fought alone on land, they could match a warrior of Wu Ling realm. When they saw many people flying directly over Haoran City, they knew that they were enemies. So they informed the people of Hao Ranzhen sect through their screeches. As soon as the people of Hao Ranzhen sect heard the special screeches of the goshawks, they knew that there were enemies coming from the sky, and there were many of them. Therefore, all the sober people of Hao Ranzhen sect, including King Wu and Marquis Wu, rose into the sky and flew directly in the direction indicated by the goshawks. They must not let the enemies get close to Qiangang Peak. Otherwise, if they fought, the disciples on Qiangang Peak would be affected. The screeches of the goshawks were not only heard by the people of Hao Ranzhen sect, but also by the people of the 8 powers. Naturally, they knew that they had been discovered. However, they were more powerful than Hao Ranzhen sect, so they were not afraid. They did not think it was a big deal to be discovered. Although the 8 powers were not very familiar with each other, their common target was Hao Ranzhen sect. If they cooperated, both sides would benefit. They were temporarily on the same side when facing Hao Ranzhen sect. Since they had been discovered, the people of the 8 powers did not stop moving forward. They continued to fly forward. Soon, more than 100 King Wu realm masters and more than 300 Marquis Wu realm masters of Hao Ranzhen sect saw the enemies coming. When they saw that these people were still flying toward Qiangang Peak after being discovered, they were furious. Then, they flew directly in front of the enemies and blocked their way. Yi Haoran stood in front of the group of people from the Haoran Orthodox sect. Facing the people from the 8 major forces, he asked bluntly, "Who are you people? Why did you barge into the airspace of my Haoran Orthodox sect without saying a word?" The people of the 8 powers looked at the more than 100 King Wu realm masters and more than 300 Marquis Wu realm masters of Hao Ranzhen sect in shock. Although the strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect was much lower than theirs, the strength of Hao Ranzhen sect was obviously beyond their expectations. In order to achieve their goals, each of the 8 powers had sent nearly half of their forces here. Individually, the strength of Hao Ranzhen sect had already surpassed the strength of any of the 8 powers. After exchanging glances with each other, The 8 powers were even more determined to suppress Hao Ranzhen sect. One of the powers flew to the front and said, "We are from the 7 Invincible sect. We have a heritage from the ancient times. We heard that Hao Ranzhen sect has the secret of reviving heaven and earth. We are here to ask you to hand over the secret. From now on, without our permission, you are not allowed to break the seal of heaven and earth." Yes, we, the Shenyan sect, have the same idea. Hand over the secret of reviving heaven and earth and become an affiliated sect of the Shenyan sect. Otherwise, you will have to bear our anger. Another power flew up and said in an arrogant tone, "We, the Chani sect, are here to, we, the Guluo mountain, are here to, we, the Blood God Palace, will." A total of 8 new superpowers demanded Hao Ranzhen sect to hand over the method of breaking the seal of heaven and earth. They also threatened to destroy Hao Ranzhen sect if they did not obey their orders. The unreasonable demands and threats made the people of Hao Ranzhen sect furious. Yi Haoran, who was furious, did not have the patience to continue talking. He directly said, "Beat them up. We must kill these bastards." After that, he took the lead and attacked the people of the 8 powers. Since the rise of Hao Ranzhen sect, they had never been threatened like this. Even the superpowers and the Zhou dynasty in the past were not satisfied with Hao Ranzhen sect. They even regarded Hao Ranzhen sect as their enemy. They actually wanted Hao Ranzhen sect to submit to them. How could they be so awesome? Now, the tough and arrogant attitude of the 8 powers had completely annoyed all the people of Hao Ranzhen sect. The people of the 8 powers were stunned when they saw Hao Ranzhen sect suddenly take the initiative to attack. But they soon reacted and attacked the people of Hao Ranzhen sect. There were more than 300 King Wu and 800 Marquis Wu fighting in the sky. The range of the battle between Marquis Wu and King Wu far exceeded Wuzong. The sky within a radius of hundreds of miles became their battlefield. The number of martial kings and martial marquises from the 8 great powers was equivalent to twice the number of people from the righteous faction. Furthermore, their legacies had been passed down for a very long time. Every single one of them was able to display their peak strength. There was no sign of their strength decreasing due to their deep sleep. However, King Wu and Marquis Wu from Hao Ranzhen sect had practiced the Haoran True Tiangang formula created by Yi Tianzong. They were not afraid of anyone at the same level as them. Even when facing twice the number of enemies, they were not at a disadvantage. The people of Hao Ranzhen sect and the 8 powers were fighting fiercely in the sky within a radius of hundreds of miles. King Wu and the experts of Hao Ranzhen sect were fighting fiercely in the sky. They flew freely in the vast and unobstructed sky. Surging Jinyuan and moves collided with each other. Sword radiance, saber radiance, fist shadows, palm prints, and so on were all over the sky. The power was overflowing and the sound of the air exploding resounded through the sky. Below, Marquis Wu fought fiercely from the sky to the ground and from the ground to the sky. Chapter 83. The more they fought with the Hao Ranzhen sect, the more frightened the 8 forces became. How could the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect be so strong? They were not at a disadvantage even when they were fighting 2 people at the same time. What kind of sword technique was that? How could it be so powerful? This was especially true for Yi Haoran, Yi Tianzong, and the other members of Yi Tianzong's family. The 7 of them cultivated the divine martial heavenly skill, and all of them had cultivated special constitutions. In addition, thanks to the spirit culturing pills given by Yi Tianzong, all of them had reached the peak of the King Wu realm. They had opened up 1,681 acupoints in their bodies. In terms of actual combat power, they had long surpassed the ordinary peak of the King Wu realm. Yi Haoran and the other 6 displayed all their skills on the battlefield of the King Wu realm. No one was a match for them, and the 8 forces suffered a great loss from the beginning. Because they were not clear about the strength of Yi Haoran and the other 6, the 8 forces only fought with the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect in a 2-on-1 mode. In the end, they encountered the 7 people of the Hao Ranzhen sect, including Yi Haoran and Yi Yuanshan, who were going all out and wanted to end the battle quickly. Therefore, in just a few rounds, Yi Haoran and the other 6 crushed the 14 King Wu realm cultivators who were fighting with them. This gave the 8 forces a big fright. How could they be so strong? Shocked, they quickly freed up some people to surround Yi Haoran and the other 6. They could not let them get away, or else they would be in big trouble. Under the special care of the 8 forces, each of Yi Haoran and the other 6 was surrounded by about 10 King Wu realm cultivators. They wanted to surround and kill them. However, in the face of the 10 martial kings, Yi Haoran and the others did not attempt to defend themselves. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Each of them wielded a powerful divine weapon and displayed the overwhelming heavenly dipper sword technique. Sharp, overbearing and overwhelming sword beams accompanied Yi Haoran and the others as they continuously attacked the cultivators from the 8 great forces from all directions. In the face of the continuous sword light attacks from Yi Haoran and the others, the 8 forces could only try their best to resist. They kept cursing Yi Haoran and the others in their hearts. Why were they so strong that even with so many people, they could not suppress them? The sharp and domineering sword light made it clear to the 8 forces King Wu realm cultivators that if they were not careful, they would be seriously injured or even killed. However, even if they tried their best to resist, they still suffered serious injuries. Yi Haoran and the other 6 had the upper hand. The more they fought, the braver they became. They beat the 8 forces' opponents until they were forced to retreat, and their injuries were worsening. This was not the end. After a fierce fight with the 8 forces King Wu realm cultivators, Yi Haoran and the others had a rough idea of their own strength. They also vented their desire to fight. Then they used a unique skill, the Qian Kuan force field. The universe force field was a consummate skill recorded in the divine martial heavenly skill to assist in killing enemies. It could create a special force field within a certain range. Once inside the universe force field, as long as the opponent's strength was lower than the user's, then the enemy's body and Jin Yuan would be suppressed and unable to move. It would be like an ordinary person being tied up by a rope, with almost no power to fight back. The Qian Kuan force field was very difficult to practice. Yi Haoran and the others had only slowly figured out some of its mysteries after they had cultivated a special body constitution. Finally, they had cultivated their own Qian Kuan force field. Although it was a far cry from the one Yi Tianzong force field used, it was still very effective in restricting the enemy's movements. As Yi Haoran and the others displayed the Qian Kuan force field, all of the 8 forces King Wu realm cultivators who were fighting against them suddenly felt as if they were entangled by something. Their speed slowed down by nearly 30%. This was a great discovery, and it scared them out of their wits. This was a battle. It was already very difficult for them to fight against their opponents, and now they themselves were in trouble. Wasn't this a death sentence? The reality confirmed their worries. Seeing that the 8 forces' movements had slowed down, Yi Haoran and the others knew that the Qian Kuan force field was working. So they seized the opportunity and directly used the group attack sword skill, the sword sweeping demons, which consumed a lot of vital essence. Yi Haoran and the others' momentum soared. The vital essence in their bodies was crazily mobilized in a special way. Then their bodies spun rapidly in the air. A full moon attack formed by endless sword chi spread out in all directions with Yi Haoran and the others as the center. The 8 forces members, who could not move freely, were drowned by the countless sword chi. In the end, the attack dissipated, and the 70 King Wu realm cultivators who were fighting against Yi Haoran and the others were also killed. The sudden burst of power from Yi Haoran and the others naturally attracted a lot of attention. But after seeing the final result, the 8 forces members were stunned and terrified. On the other hand, the Hao Ranjin sect's members were happy and excited. The more they fought, the more courageous they became. They even began to gain the upper hand. After eliminating the enemies, Yi Haoran and the others did not delay. The 7 of them chose 7 directions on the battlefield: front, back, left, right, top, middle, and bottom. They began to hunt down the King Wu realm cultivators of the 8 forces. Relying on the Aurora Flash Shadow movement technique, Yi Haoran and the rest of the 7 quickly traversed the battlefield, wandering around like ghosts. When the 8 forces members were fighting against the Hao Ranjin sect's King Wu realm cultivators, Lingxi Finger, Sword Radiance, Palm Prince, and Fist Prince appeared behind them and attacked the 8 forces members. Caught off guard, the 8 forces members were not only seriously injured, but also killed by the successive attacks. King Wu realm cultivators of the 8 forces wanted to break away from the battle and retreat when they saw the situation was not good. However, King Wu realm cultivators of the Hao Ranjin sect did not agree. They crazily operated the Zhunqi in their bodies and used all their strength to entangle the 8 forces members. They could not let them escape and bought time for Yi Haoran and the others. Even if King Wu realm cultivators of the 8 forces wanted to break away from the battle and retreat, Yi Haoran and the others caught up and killed them in the end. With the cooperation of King Wu realm cultivators, Yi Haoran and the others quickly killed dozens of King Wu realm cultivators of the 8 forces. The Hao Ranjin sect had the advantage in terms of the number of King Wu realm cultivators on both sides. There were not enough King Wu realm cultivators for each of them. Seeing this, Yi Haoran and the others stopped their plans to continue fighting. They ignored the pleas of the 8 forces members and let King Wu realm cultivators deal with their opponents alone. Yi Yuanshan, Yi Haoran, and Yi Haoyun stayed in the air to prevent the enemies from escaping. Li Qingya, Li Qingsha, Su Mengxian, and Zi Yunxian led the extra King Wu realm cultivators to continue to participate in the Battle of Marquis Wu realm cultivators below. The Battle of Marquis Wu realm cultivators below was fierce. Because the Marquis Wu realm cultivators could only fly for a short time, the battle was from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. Everywhere they passed, sand and dust flew, and trees and stones cracked. The battle was very fierce. However, many of the Marquis Wu realm cultivators of the Hao Ranjin sect were new Marquis Wu realm cultivators at the early or middle stage. Few of the 8 forces were at the middle stage of Marquis Wu realm cultivators. Most of them were at the late stage and peak stage of Marquis Wu realm cultivators. Although the Marquis Wu of the Hao Ranjin sect was more powerful at the same level, the suppression of realms was still very obvious. Moreover, it was 2 against 1. Therefore, on the battlefield, the Marquis Wu realm cultivators of the Hao Ranjin sect were at a disadvantage as a whole. Many Marquis Wu realm cultivators had been seriously injured, but they were still fighting hard. The situation was very dangerous. The arrival of Li Qingya and a dozen other King Wu realm cultivators could be said to have solved the urgent situation and turned the dangerous situation around. As soon as Li Qingya and a dozen other King Wu realm cultivators joined the battle, they first replaced the seriously injured Marquis Wu realm cultivators and asked them to withdraw from the battle and go back to Tiangang Peak to heal. Then they started to sweep the Marquis Wu realm cultivators of the 8 forces. The gap between King Wu realm cultivators and Marquis Wu realm cultivators was very big. Moreover, for various reasons, King Wu realm cultivators of the Hao Ranjin sect were much more powerful than ordinary King Wu realm cultivators of the same level. Against Marquis Wu realm cultivators of lower realms, he could directly sweep them away. It was no problem for him to fight against 10 Marquis Wu realm cultivators. As long as they saw him, they could not escape. With the addition of a dozen King Wu realm cultivators, the 8 forces of the Marquis Wu realm cultivators were doomed to be completely wiped out, even though they had a large number of people. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours from the beginning to the end. The Hao Ranjin sect completely wiped out the enemies. The 8 forces were completely wiped out, and no one escaped. In the end, Yi Haoran realm cultivators only left 8 people alive, 1 for each force. They destroyed their martial cultivation and broke their limbs. Finally, they were locked up in the dungeon of the Hao Ranjin sect. Because Yi Haoran realm cultivators did not know the soul-sucking secret skill, they could only wait until Yi Tianzong came out of his closed-door training to get some useful information from these people. After the battle, the Hao Ranjin sect returned to its peaceful state. They continued to cultivate while waiting for the next storm to come. This time, the seal of heaven and earth was broken. There were definitely more than 8 hidden forces coming out. This was just the first wave of tests. Although the enemies were completely wiped out and some forces with ulterior motives were deterred, those forces would never stop coveting and suppressing the Hao Ranjin sect. This was just the beginning. Chapter 84. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, the entire profound spirit world was in a state of turmoil. In the Central Plains, the Western regions, the Southern Wasteland, and the Northern regions, hidden superpowers from the Ancient Era and the Ancient Era appeared one after another. After these powers appeared, in order to obtain more land and space for development, they clashed, fought, and annexed the original countries, dynasties, superpowers, and first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate sects that originally existed in the four regions. Every day, there would be different levels of powers expanding their territories. Every day, there would be first-rate powers and below that would be annihilated and annexed by the new superpowers. Every day, there would be new superpowers and old superpowers fighting and clashing. Every day, there would be countless killings. In these 10 years, the entire profound spirit world was in turmoil. In the Central Plains, in these 10 years, there were over 80 superpowers that were known to have appeared. These 80 superpowers had a huge impact on the original structure of the Central Plains. Because the seal of heaven and earth had been broken twice, the profound spirit world had expanded twice. The Central Plains had expanded to over 300,000 li in all directions. The original Medicine King Valley, Lingyun Hall, and the other superpowers had expanded their territories to over 10,000 li. Because the territories were too vast, the Zhou dynasty could not even take care of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the various superpowers naturally expanded their territories. For example, Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and the other superpowers had already expanded their territories to over 20,000 li. Even the Hao Ranzhen sect had taken advantage of this opportunity to expand their territories to over 20,000 li. As for the 80 superpowers that had appeared, they would naturally seek their own territories. As a result, the superpowers that did not have enough space to expand began to clash with the Zhou dynasty, the old Lingyun Hall, Sky Demon Temple, and the other superpowers. There were many battles between the old and the new forces, and in the end, there were winners and losers. The Sky Demon Temple and Lingyun Hall had existed since ancient times. As expected of the overlords of the original superpowers, they weren't afraid in the slightest when faced with a challenge from a new superpower. They displayed their powerful strength and foundation, not allowing the challenger to gain the slightest advantage. In fact, they even taught them a lesson. Meanwhile, the Kunlun sect, which had originally kept a low profile, shone brightly in the face of a new superpower's challenge. Its performance was in no way inferior to the Sky Demon Temple and Lingyun Halls, attracting the attention of the various powers. The Medicine King Valley, Guigong sect, and Diana Buddhist Temple had sacrificed many of their disciples, but they had also displayed their great strength, firmly protecting the territory within a radius of 15,000 li. The remaining 100 Poisons sect, Dry Bone Mountain, Vile Men Valley, and Four Elephants sect had shown some weakness, as the new superpowers had forcefully taken over many of their territories, leaving them with only a radius of 10,000 li. The one that had suffered the greatest loss was the Zhou dynasty, as the new superpowers had forcefully taken over many of their territories. Due to the expansion of the world, the Zhou dynasty's territory had expanded to a radius of 25,000 li. More than half of the new superpowers were within the Zhou dynasty's territory. As for the new superpowers, they did not care if the Zhou dynasty was originally the overlord of the Central Plains. After accumulating their strength, they immediately began to expand without restraint. As most of the Zhou dynasty's forces were stationed at the border, their internal strength was insufficient. In such a vast territory, the Zhou dynasty could not take care of it in a short period of time. As for the new superpowers that were causing trouble and expanding their territories without restraint, the Zhou dynasty was powerless. In such a dire situation, the Zhou dynasty had no choice but to seek help from the ancient Western Kingdom, the Hu Kingdom of the northern frontier, and the Lin Kingdom of the southern wastelands. As for the ancient Western Kingdom, the Hu Kingdom of the northern frontier, and the Lin Kingdom of the southern wastelands, these three kingdoms were also extremely vexed by the new superpowers in their territories. They had long since planned to withdraw their forces from the border. When the Zhou dynasty came looking for them, both sides hit it off and came to an agreement. Both sides withdrew their forces from the border, leaving behind only 3 million troops for defense. The Great Zhou dynasty, which had withdrawn most of its forces, was ruthless towards the new superforces that were stirring up trouble within its territory, as well as the first, second, and third-rate sects that were taking advantage of the situation to take advantage of it. They sent out a huge army to suppress them, and used all sorts of powerful weapons. The government and the sects fought fiercely, and in 10 years, countless people were injured or killed. The dynasty and the sects were natural enemies. When the Zhou dynasty was fighting with the new superpowers in their territories, the other superpowers were also taking advantage of the situation. Although the Zhou dynasty's strength was tyrannical, it couldn't withstand the attacks of so many superpowers. In the end, due to the huge losses and pressure, the Zhou dynasty's territory was reduced to a radius of 200,000 li. The emperor of the Zhou dynasty was so angry that he flew into a rage. As for the demon sword sect, the Shura sect, and the Zhenbu Gate, they were more unlucky. They were already badly beaten by the Haoranzhen sect, and in the end, no less than 7 superpowers appeared around these 3 sects. If it weren't for the support of the sects, the main target of those superpowers was the Haoranzhen sect. They would have been completely defeated long ago. Now, they could only maintain a radius of 5,000 li 10 years ago. The righteous faction was first provoked by the 8 great superpowers. However, after the righteous faction was annihilated, the righteous faction had been in a state of war for the past 10 years. As the only superpower to break the seal of heaven and earth, the Haoranzhen sect naturally attracted the interest of many superpowers. Apart from a few superpowers who were kind to the Haoranzhen sect, the majority of the superpowers were hostile to the Haoranzhen sect. As for the method to break the seal of heaven and earth, the Haoranzhen sect naturally knew that they couldn't keep it. However, it was also impossible for them to hand it over so easily. Therefore, 8 years ago, the Haoranzhen sect joined forces with the 18 superpowers that had exchanged resources for the method, including the Zhou dynasty. They formed a temporary alliance and negotiated with the new superpowers, allowing them to exchange resources such as spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. According to the Haoranzhen sect, they had already earned a large amount of resources by trading with them. It didn't matter whether they handed over the method to break the seal of heaven and earth or not. If they saw that other superpowers had obtained the method for free and didn't feel unbalanced, then they wouldn't care. On the other hand, if they stood on the same side as the Haoranzhen sect, they could split the resources equally. In the end, the Zhou dynasty and the other superpowers considered the gains and losses. Although they were unhappy, they could only stand on the same side as the Haoranzhen sect. After forming a temporary alliance, the Haoranzhen sect negotiated with the various superpowers. In the end, the Zhou dynasty, Lingyun Hall, and the other superpowers received a very generous amount of resources. They didn't know whether to be happy or sad. They couldn't stay calm either. It was a very complicated feeling. Although the Haoranzhen sect had already traded away the method to break the seal of heaven and earth, the other superpowers had never stopped suppressing and targeting the Haoranzhen sect. Since the Haoranzhen sect could break the seal of heaven and earth twice in a row, there was no guarantee that the Haoranzhen sect wouldn't be in front of all the other superpowers again. This was especially true for the superpowers that were close to the Haoranzhen sect. They definitely wouldn't allow the Haoranzhen sect to break the seal of heaven and earth again and increase their strength greatly. Therefore, in the past 10 years, the 7 superpowers that had appeared around the Demon Sword sect, Shura sect, and Zhenbu Gate had been constantly attacking the Haoranzhen sect's territory. They wanted to deplete the strength of the Haoranzhen sect. Among the 7 superpowers, there were no overlord superpowers like Lingyun Hall or the Sky Demon Temple. However, according to the investigation conducted by the Haoranzhen sect, their strength was comparable to superpowers like the Gui Wang sect and the Medicine King Valley. These 7 superpowers formed an alliance to deal with the Haoranzhen sect. They gathered more than 5 million people and attacked the Haoranzhen sect's territory from all directions. Chapter 85. Compared to the alliance of the 7 superpowers, although the righteous faction had fewer people overall, they had more experts above the martial spirit realm than the 7 superpowers combined. After breaking the second seal, the Haoranzhen sect had over 50,000 Wu Zongjing members. On the other hand, the 7 superpowers combined had less than 20,000 Wu Zongjing members. Compared to Haoranzhen sect, the Haoranzhen sect had far fewer members. The Haoranzhen sect did not face much pressure when dealing with the 7 superpowers alliance. However, to show weakness and prevent the other superpowers from focusing on them so soon, The Hao-Ranjin sect only dispatched 1,200,000 disciples, 20,000 Wu Zongjing members, and half of its upper echelons to deal with the Seven Superpowers Alliance's attack. During the battle between the Hao-Ranjin sect and the Seven Superpowers Alliance, the Hao-Ranjin sect adopted a defensive strategy, slowly whittling away at the alliance's strength. This situation continued for 3 years. During these 3 years, the Hao-Ranjin sect had annihilated over 2 million members of the Seven Superpowers Alliance. It had also killed over 200 Marquis Wu Realm and Wu King Realm experts. Moreover, due to the Hao-Ranjin sect's deliberate actions, the members of the Seven Superpowers Alliance believed that the Hao-Ranjin sect had also suffered a large number of casualties. In reality, without anyone noticing, the Hao-Ranjin sect had gained an absolute advantage in the war. It could easily cripple the Seven Superpowers Alliance in one fell swoop. However, Yi Haoran and the other upper echelons had underestimated the attention and fear the other superpowers had of the Hao-Ranjin sect. Just as the Hao-Ranjin sect was about to cripple the Seven Superpowers Alliance in one fell swoop, an unforeseen event occurred. The other superpowers began to join the fray, forcing the Hao-Ranjin sect to dispatch all of its forces. The 1,800,000 Haoran disciples and 700,000 members of the Haoran courtyard were dispatched to deal with the enemy. At the same time, all of the Hao-Ranjin sect's elders, deacons, and grand elders stopped their closed-door cultivation. Instead, they were constantly on guard against the enemy's attacks. The unforeseen event came from the distant superpowers that were hostile to the Hao-Ranjin sect. Although they were too far away to send a large force to deal with the Hao-Ranjin sect, these hostile superpowers had already reached a tacit agreement with the Seven Superpowers Alliance. Just as the Seven Superpowers Alliance was about to be crippled by the Hao-Ranjin sect, the other superpowers joined the fray. This was especially true for the Seven Invincible sect, First Heaven sect, Blood God Palace, and other superpowers that were the first to provoke the Hao-Ranjin sect 3 years ago. These 8 superpowers' strength were considered among the upper echelons of superpowers. 3 years ago, they each sent nearly half of their upper echelons to attack the Hao-Ranjin sect. In the end, all of them were annihilated. Unaware of the situation, the 8 superpowers did not continue to act rashly. Instead, they lay low and quickly recovered their strength. After 3 years, they had recovered some of their strength, and the territory they occupied was basically stable. Unwilling to lose their strength for no reason, the 8 superpowers sent out several dozen Marquis Wu and King Wu to join the Seven Superpowers Alliance. They wanted to use the Seven Superpowers Alliance to deal with the Hao-Ranjin sect. The other superpowers sent out varying numbers of Wu Zong, Marquis Wu, and King Wu to join the Seven Superpowers Alliance. They wanted to use the Seven Superpowers Alliance to weaken the Hao-Ranjin sect. In turn, the Seven Superpowers Alliance also wanted to use the other superpowers' strength to suppress and take revenge on the Hao-Ranjin sect. Especially with the addition of upper echelons like Marquis Wu and King Wu, the Seven Superpowers Alliance's upper echelons gained the upper hand. Even though Yi Haoran and the others were stronger than the average King Wu, if 10 of them couldn't defeat them, they would send out 20. If 20 still weren't enough, they would send out 30. There were many superpowers that were hostile to the Hao-Ranjin sect. Even if each superpower only sent out less than 100 people, Wu Zong, Marquis Wu, and King Wu, they were still a very powerful force. If they weren't strong enough, they could make up for it with numbers. If several dozen King Wu surrounded one person, no matter how strong Yi Haoran and the others were, they could only defend themselves. It was the same for Marquis Wu's battlefield. Both sides were outnumbered. Sometimes, when the situation was critical, Wu Zun, who was in charge of the Hao-Ranjin sect, had no choice but to save the day. It was also because of the existence of Wu Zun, who was in charge of the Hao-Ranjin sect, that the Seven Superpowers Alliance had scruples and didn't want to push them too far. Although the Seven Superpowers also had Wu Zun, they were the foundation of the Seven Superpowers. However, compared to the Hao-Ranjin sect's Wu Zun, who cultivated Haoran's true heavenly dipper technique, Wu Zun of the Seven Superpowers was much weaker because he was in deep slumber. In addition, once Wu Zun made a move, his aura would be locked down by the will of heaven and earth, and there would be a time limit for him to stay in the outside world. Yi Tianzong had already considered such a situation before he went into seclusion. Therefore, he prepared dozens of array talismans that were engraved with disorienting illusory arrays. These array talismans with disorienting illusory arrays were made by Yi Tianzong in his previous life when he was in the myth realm. They were very effective. As long as one wore the array talisman with disorienting illusory arrays, Wu Zun's aura would be concealed when he made a move. Thus, he wouldn't be locked down by the will of heaven and earth, and he would continue to appear in the outside world without a time limit. Wu Zun of the Seven Superpowers Alliance didn't have a cheat like the array talisman with disorienting illusory arrays. Therefore, although they had more Wu Zun, they couldn't attack at any time like Wu Zun of the Haoranzhen sect. However, although Wu Zun of the Haoranzhen sect could attack at any time, he couldn't casually interfere in the battle between King Wu and Marquis Wu unless the lives of the Haoranzhen sect's important higher-ups were in danger. This was because, apart from the seven superpowers, the other superpowers didn't send Wu Zun's experts. The main reason was that there were various restrictions on the appearance of Wu Zun's experts. If they didn't return to the secret land in time, they would be killed by the heavenly thunder. However, if Wu Zun of the Haoranzhen sect casually killed King Wu and Marquis Wu, then the other superpowers would ruthlessly sacrifice one Wu Zun's expert each. Without Yi Tianzong, the Haoranzhen sect wouldn't be able to resist. Therefore, the two sides reached a tacit understanding. Wu Zun of the Haoranzhen sect couldn't casually attack King Wu and Marquis Wu, but the other superpowers couldn't force the Haoranzhen sect too much either. There could be casualties, but the casualties couldn't be too high. Under such circumstances, although the Haoranzhen sect's experts at and above the Marquis Wu's realm were at a disadvantage, they didn't suffer too many casualties. In the past 7 years, more than 100 Marquis Wu and King Wu had fallen. Fortunately, there were also new Marquis Wu and King Wu. This kind of loss was still within the acceptable range of the Haoranzhen sect. However, in the battle between Marquis Wu and below, the Haoranzhen sect lost hundreds of thousands of people. At this time, in one of the main battle sites between the Haoranzhen sect and the Seven Superpowers Alliance, Xianyun City, Yi Haoran and some of the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect gathered in the mayor's mansion. The atmosphere was quite depressing. The battle between the Haoranzhen sect and the Seven Superpowers Alliance had two directions. The main locations were Xianyun City, which was south of Tiangang Peak, and Zhenluo City, which was east of Tiangang Peak. Yi Haoran, Su Mengshan, Yi Haoyun, and Zi Yunxian led some of the higher-ups to guard Xianyun City, where the enemy's strength was relatively strong. Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Li Qingsha led another group of people to guard Zhenluo City. Both sides were followed by Wu Zun of the Haoranzhen sect. In the mayor's mansion of Xianyun City, Yi Haoran recalled the battle 2 days ago. With a heavy expression, he said to the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect, "In the recent battles, the enemies King Wu and Marquis Wu are increasing in number. Their attacks are getting fiercer and fiercer. I'm afraid they can't hold back anymore. We have to prepare for the worst." As soon as he said this, the Achievement Hall Master, Wang Li, said with an ugly expression, "Sect Master, are you saying that the enemy is going to launch an all-out attack and won't hold back anymore? Aren't they afraid of our Haoranzhen sect's Wu Zun?" Yi Haoran said in a heavy tone, "You've all sensed it. The enemy has clearly grown impatient. Let's hope my guess is wrong. Perhaps the enemy has already made up their mind. After all, it's only sacrificing a martial saint. It's not a big deal to a superpower." Yi Haoran's words clearly poked at what everyone was worried about the most. However, no one had any good ideas in the face of this situation. The Haoranzhen sect had already used all their strength. It was too late to go back to Tiangang Peak and ask for Wu Zun's help. Then kill as many as come. It's just Wu Zun. As long as I'm here, they won't be able to return. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in the room. Hearing this voice, everyone was overjoyed. Yi Haoran said happily, "Tianzong, you've finally come out." Chapter 86. As soon as Yi Haoran finished speaking, an indistinct figure in green appeared out of thin air in the hall. It was Yi Tianzong, who had rushed over after coming out of seclusion. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had been in seclusion for 10 years. Because they had cultivated to the Wu King realm, They were completely free of their dependence on food and did not need to eat to maintain the energy their bodies needed. Therefore, Yi Tianzong did not come out of seclusion, and Yi Haoran and the other higher-ups of the Hao Ranzhen sect did not disturb Yi Tianzong. 10 years in the outside world was equivalent to 40 years in the immortal mansion. In addition, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi was 4 times denser than the outside world, as well as a large number of various spirit pills. Yi Tianzong had finally opened all 129,600 acupuncture points in his body and truly cultivated to the peak of the Wu King realm. After opening all of his acupuncture points and reaching the peak of the Wu King realm, Yi Tianzong's strength had increased by an unknown amount. These ordinary Wu Zun in the profound spirit world were simply no match for him. It was only now that Yi Tianzong's prodigy-level foundation had begun to reveal the tip of the iceberg, and there was an obvious huge gap between him and ordinary martial artists. Ling Xinyu, who was with Yi Tianzong, had also been reborn in the 40 years in the immortal mansion, and her realm had soared. Originally, she was only at the high level of the spirit level, but with the countless resources provided by Yi Tianzong, she had been promoted to the peak of the profound level, the clear ice Shen body. Moreover, she had opened all 7,200 acupuncture points in her body, and her strength was also tyrannical. Fighting against Wu Zun was a piece of cake. After coming out of seclusion, Yi Tianzong inquired about the current situation from the several elders guarding Tiangang Peak. Without further delay, he split up with Ling Xinyu and rushed to the location of the battle. Yi Tianzong rushed to Shenyun City, while Ling Xinyu went to support Zhenluo City. After Yi Tianzong reached the peak of the Wu King realm, he was able to use some methods of Wu Sheng's realm in advance. With the help of the profound space law, Yi Tianzong arrived at Shenyun City in less than a day. Yi Tianzong's arrival gave the people in the Hao Ranzhen sect great confidence. Glancing at everyone in the hall, there were familiar faces as well as unfamiliar faces. In the end, he looked at Yi Haoran and said, "Father, I already know the general situation. Please tell me the details. I came in a hurry and don't know the current situation." Yi Tianzong's arrival made everyone, including Yi Haoran, breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't regard Yi Tianzong as an outsider and directly summarized the difficult situation facing the Hao Ranzhen sect to Yi Tianzong. After Yi Haoran finished speaking, Yi Tianzong felt everyone's expectant eyes. He said directly, "Don't worry, everyone. Since I've come out of seclusion, it means that I have the strength to be fearless. Wu Zun is just an ant in my eyes. When the enemy comes again, it will be the day of their destruction. I won't let any enemy go." Humph. After that, Yi Tianzong's body suddenly erupted with an invincible aura that suppressed the world and filled the space within a radius of dozens of miles. Not only did it shock everyone in the hall, even Wu Zun of the Hao Ranzhen sect, who was hiding at the side, was greatly shocked. Even the disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect within a radius of dozens of miles suddenly felt a sense of Mount Tai pressing down on them, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. However, some of the older Haoran disciples suddenly relaxed after being on guard. Then they laughed and shouted excitedly, "That's the feeling. The young sect master has come out of seclusion. The young sect master has come to Shenyun City." Then the news quickly spread throughout Shenyun City. Perhaps Yi Tianzong himself didn't notice that unknowingly, Yi Tianzong already had the supreme and irreplaceable prestige and status in the hearts of all the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect. Yi Tianzong was the supreme spiritual leader and faith of the Hao Ranzhen sect. He represented the invincible power of the Hao Ranzhen sect. As long as Yi Tianzong was there, the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect were fearless and confident in facing all strong enemies. Previously, Yi Tianzong had not come out of seclusion. In the face of the enemies of the 7 major forces, although the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect were at a disadvantage, they were not afraid, but they didn't have much confidence. Now that Yi Tianzong had come out of seclusion and came to Shenyun City, the sudden burst of momentum reminded many of the older Haoran disciples of the familiar feeling of being suppressed and dominated by Yi Tianzong. They immediately realized that Yi Tianzong had come to Shenyun City. Yi Tianzong's sudden burst of power gave all the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect in Shenyun City unprecedented confidence. The solemn atmosphere was swept away, and the people of Xianyun City once again recovered their high fighting spirit and fearless spirit. Just as the people of the Hao Ranjun sect regained their confidence because of Yi Qianzong's arrival, on the other side, in Guli City and Feiyan City, where the 7 major forces were located, the super forces sent experts such as Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu to the 2 cities one after another. After 7 years of stalemate, the super forces had long since lost their patience. In order to conquer or even destroy the Hao Ranjun sect as soon as possible, the super forces finally hardened their hearts and sent at least one expert from Wu Zun to lead a group of King Wu and Marquis Wu to the Hao Ranjun sect. 7 days quickly passed. During these 7 days, the forces sent by all the super forces had gathered in Guli City, which was facing Xianyun City, and Feiyan City, which was facing Zhenluo City. At this moment, over 100 experts from Wu Zun, over 800 experts from King Wu, over 2,000 experts from Marquis Wu, and over 3 million people below Marquis Wu had gathered in each of the 2 cities. Their strength was abnormally strong, far surpassing the strength of the Hao Ranjun sect. During the 10 years that Yi Qianzong had been in seclusion, apart from the 32 Wu Zun that had walked out of the hidden realm, the number of King Wu and Marquis Wu that had died in the Hao Ranjun sect was slightly more than the number that had advanced. Currently, there were over 100 experts from King Wu realm and over 300 experts from Marquis Wu realm. Compared to 10 years ago, the number of high-level experts from the Hao Ranjun sect had decreased slightly. The number of Haoran disciples below Marquis Wu realm had exceeded 500,000. Including the number of people from the Haoran courtyard, there were less than 2 million people left. Over 5,000 Wu Zong disciples had died in the hands of the enemy, Marquis Wu. It could be said that the losses were disastrous. Compared to the over 200 Wu Zun, over 1,600 experts from King Wu realm, over 4,000 experts from Marquis Wu realm, and over 6 million people from the 7 major factions, the strength of the Hao Ranjun sect was much weaker. From this, it could be seen that all the super factions that were wary and hostile of the Hao Ranjun sect were determined to completely destroy the Hao Ranjun sect and throw it into the abyss of eternal damnation. In addition, during the years that the Hao Ranjun sect and the 7 major factions had been fighting, the Demon Sword sect, Shura Gate, and Zhenbu Gate, which had previously been crippled by the 7 major factions, took advantage of the fact that the Hao Ranjun sect was too busy to fend for themselves and invaded the territory of the Hao Ranjun sect, which covered an area of over 2,000 li, including dozens of cities. Chapter 87. Although the people of Hao Ranjun sect hated the Demon Sword sect, Shura Gate, and Zhenbu Gate for taking advantage of the situation, they had no time to care about it. They could only watch as the Demon Sword sect, Shura Gate, and Zhenbu Gate ran amok in their territory. They were determined to get even with them after this disaster. 2 days after the gathering, Guli City and Feiyan City, where the 7 major forces were, launched a massive attack on Xianyun City and Zhenluo City, where the Hao Ranjun sect was stationed. The huge number of people caused the earth to tremble under their feet. Facing an enemy several times their number, the people of Hao Ranjun sect showed no fear or retreat. Seeing the large number of Marquis Wu, King Wu, and Wu Zun flying in the sky, Yi Qianzong and the Hao Ranjun sect's King Wu and Wu Zun also flew up to meet them. As for the 300 or so Marquis Wu, they stayed on the battlefield according to Yi Qianzong's instructions to deal with some of the Marquis Wu sent by the enemy. This was to prevent the Marquis Wu from recklessly attacking the Hao Ranjun sect's Wuzong forces. Each of the 300 or so Marquis Wu was holding 3 exploding flame pearls given by Yi Qianzong. According to Yi Qianzong, the exploding flame pearls had the effect of exploding like gunpowder, but its power was hundreds or thousands of times more powerful. After each exploding flame pearl exploded, it was enough to kill anyone below King Wu realm within a radius of 3 miles. Even a King Wu realm expert would be blown to smithereens by the exploding flame pearl. These exploding flame pearls were the playthings that Yi Qianzong used to practice when he was learning how to refine weapons in his previous life. He had refined thousands of them, but in the end, they were all thrown into the boundless immortal mansion. This time, when they were facing a large number of enemies, Yi Qianzong found them and put them to good use. He believed that the enemies would definitely suffer heavy casualties. When Ling Xinyu went to Zhenluo City, Yi Qianzong gave her a total of 1,500 jade talismans, which were stored in her interspatial ring. In addition, there were also 30 jade talismans, which were made in the immortal mansion over the years, that contained Yi Tianzong's full-strength attack. Even if they encountered a large number of Wu Zun and King Wu, Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, and the others' safety was guaranteed. Thinking of Yi Tianzong's words, the Marquis Wu of the Hao Ranzhen sect looked at the huge number of enemies attacking them, their eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Standing on the city wall of Xianyun City and watching the endless number of enemies approaching the city wall, the 300 Marquis Wu each held an exploding flame bead. Then, they circulated their Zhenyuan and threw the exploding flame beads at the enemy's rear with all their strength. They threw the exploding flame beads as far as 7 or 8 miles away. Then, they could only see bursts of exploding flames accompanied by thick black smoke and deafening sounds. After each exploding flame bead exploded, the area within a radius of 3 miles was dead silent. This time, the explosion of the 300 exploding flame beads caused more than 300,000 casualties on the side of the 7 major forces. All of a sudden, the people of the 7 major forces were stunned, and the great momentum of the attack came to an abrupt end. However, the enemy's attack had stopped. The 300 martial marquises who had thrown out the exploding flame beads were not distracted. Instead, they took advantage of this great opportunity to throw out another exploding flame bead at the enemy who was about to reach the city walls. This time, they controlled their strength and threw the 300 exploding flame beads to a place about 4 miles away from the city wall of Xianyun City. As a result, when the people of the 7 major forces were still hesitating, the exploding flame beads that were thrown out exploded again, killing nearly 300,000 people at once. This time, the enemies were completely terrified. They no longer talked about attacking and all retreated in panic to a place about 5 miles away. On the battlefield below, righteous orthodoxy had used the exploding flame pearls to wipe out around 600,000 enemies in a short period of time. Not only did this strike fear into the hearts of the people from the 7 major factions, even the people fighting in the sky had noticed the situation below. Unfortunately, facing King Wu and Wu Zun of the Hao Ranzhen sect led by Yi Tianzong, all the experts of the major forces fighting in the sky could hardly protect themselves. At the beginning of the battle, Yi Tianzong led the experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect, King Wu and Wu Zun, to directly meet the enemy. Facing more than 100 Wu Zun, more than 800 King Wu, and more than 2,000 Marquis Wu coming from the sky, Yi Tianzong took the lead. Relying on the Aurora Flash Shadow and his invincible strength, he directly rushed into the center of thousands of people before the enemies could react. Then, he fully unleashed the Qian Kuan force field, which directly shrouded Yi Tianzong within a radius of 2 miles. Because they didn't expect Yi Tianzong to suddenly launch an attack, the enemies flew in a dense formation. Therefore, most of Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu were restrained by the Qian Kuan force field. Marquis Wu, King Wu, and Wu Zun, who were suddenly shrouded by the Qian Kuan force field, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Their rich combat experience allowed them to react immediately. They all mobilized all the strength in their bodies to break free from the restraint of the Qian Kuan force field. Using the Qian Kuan force field to bind so many enemies at once was also a huge burden and consumption for Yi Tianzong's current strength. However, Yi Tianzong didn't expect the Qian Kuan force field to bind so many people completely. He just needed to buy some time. When most of the enemies, including Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu, were still trying their best to break free, Yi Tianzong took advantage of this opportunity to launch an all-out attack. His body rotated at high speed in the air. The 129,600 acupoints in his body and the power in his dantian were all mobilized. The almost endless power was all transformed into sharp sword qi, which was emitted from all parts of Yi Tianzong's body. With Yi Tianzong as the center, the endless sword qi shot out in all directions, covering the space within a radius of 5 miles. Those Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu, who had just broken free from the Qian Kuan force field, did not even have time to disperse before they were drowned by the sword qi. Angry curses and miserable screams rang out incessantly. The endless sword qi continued to shoot out from Yi Tianzong's body, until Yi Tianzong had consumed 60% of the power in his body. Because he had consumed more than half of his Zhenyuan, Yi Tianzong was a little out of breath, and his face was a little pale. After Yi Tianzong stopped attacking, the result of the battle that had been drowned by the sword qi was revealed. Of the nearly 2,000 enemies who had been drowned by the sword qi, only less than 70 people were left. All of the Marquis Wu, King Wu, and some of the Wu Zun were dead. Nothing was left. Only less than 70 Wu Zun survived. However, those who survived were all seriously injured. Many of them couldn't even maintain basic flight and were teetering in the sky. Seeing that there were less than 70 Wu Zun left, Yi Tianzong was not stunned. Instead, he continued to exert the Qian Kuan force field, binding the surviving Wu Zun again. This time, those who were seriously injured did not have the strength to break free. They were killed one after another by Yi Tianzong's sword qi. After eliminating the enemies in front of him, Yi Tianzong had time to check the situation around him. The remaining enemies had already fought with Yi Haoran and other Hao Ranzhen sects King Wu and Wu Zun. However, although there were still more than 1,000 enemies in this battle, most of them were Marquis Wu, who was the weakest. King Wu only had less than 200 strong people. To deal with the remaining enemies, Yi Haoran and nearly 140 King Wu and Wu Zun, it could be said that it was very easy for them to directly crush them. Chapter 88. Although Yi Haoran and the others did not feel any pressure, they wanted to end the battle quickly and join the battle below as soon as possible. They wanted to reduce the casualties of Hao Ranzhen sect so that they could counterattack and take revenge on the enemy. Yi Tianzong immediately joined the ranks of the battle. He quickly traversed the battlefield in the air, casually waving out sharp and unstoppable sword qi, attacking all the enemies within a radius of 3 miles. Yi Tianzong easily reaped the lives of the enemies. With Yi Tianzong's participation, all the Marquis Wu and King Wu were eliminated in less than half an hour. After the enemies in the air were eliminated, Yi Tianzong said to Yi Haoran and the others, "Let's go down. It's time to counterattack and settle accounts. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Today, we must annihilate the so-called 7 great powers." After saying that, Yi Tianzong flew down to the top of the Xianyun city wall and said to the disciples of Hao Ranzhen sect, "Begin the counterattack. A debt of blood must be paid with blood." After saying that, Yi Tianzong once again flew to the top of the 7 forces army that had retreated 10 miles away. Looking at the enemies below who had begun to retreat because of the destruction of their high-end forces, Yi Tianzong's eyes were cold. He took out the exploding flame beads and threw them in 2 different directions, one in each hand. Then, flames shot out in all directions and thick smoke exploded. In an instant, all the creatures within a radius of 3 miles of the explosion were wiped out. More than 2.4 million people from the 7 forces army were blown up by the exploding flame beads. Their bodies were smashed into pieces and their organs were torn apart. Everyone frantically fled in all directions, wishing that they had been born with a few more legs. Yi Tianzong flew in the air and looked down at the enemy below. Yi Tianzong threw the exploding flame beads wherever the enemies were densely packed. In this way, Yi Tianzong was in charge of clearing out the dense enemy formation at the front, while Yi Haoran, King Wu, Wu Zun, and Marquis Wu led nearly 1 million Haoran disciples in pursuit. Yi Tianzong threw out more than 500 exploding flame pearls, killing about 700,000 people. Even Marquis Wu, who was on the battlefield, was either killed by the exploding flame pearls or Yi Tianzong's sword energy. The people of the 7 major forces were all scared out of their wits and fled. The high-level masters of the Hao Ranzhen sect led the Haoran disciples in a mad chase. The eyes of the Hao Ranzhen sect members were filled with intense hatred as they chased after their enemies with all their might. How could they not hate him? Originally, the Hao Ranzhen sect had broken the seal of heaven and earth and increased the world's upper limit of martial arts. This was a good thing for the warriors. Moreover, the Hao Ranzhen sect was quietly developing its strength and did not have any intention of starting a war. However, those super forces that appeared in the world insisted on suppressing and targeting the Hao Ranzhen sect. They did not give the Hao Ranzhen sect any chance of survival and launched an invasion of the Hao Ranzhen sect. This war lasted for 10 years. In 10 years, the Hao Ranzhen sect lost more than 500,000 people. This was a huge blow to the Hao Ranzhen sect. Many people's relatives, friends, teachers, and brothers died in the war. How could the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect not hate the culprits, the enemies of the 7 major forces? They could not wait to tear them into pieces. The Great Escape and the Great Pursuit continued. The nearly 1 million people of the righteous faction chased from morning to night for an entire day before stopping. Because of the darkness of the night, they had no choice but to return to Xianyun City one after another to recuperate. After a whole day of crazy pursuit, the disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect were exhausted and staggered back to their respective residences. Although they were very tired and even injured, everyone's face was filled with the joy of revenge. At this time, in the city lord's mansion of Xianyun City, Yi Tianzong, Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the high-level masters of the Hao Ranzhen sect were all gathered in the hall. The hall was brightly lit and the atmosphere was harmonious and lively. Yi Haoran said to Yi Tianzong, "Tianzong, thank you for being here today. Otherwise, with such a powerful enemy, it would have been hard to predict what would have happened to all of us today." As soon as Yi Haoran finished speaking, Yi Haoyun continued, "That's right. Tianzong, you deserve the most credit for today's great victory, revenge, and the destruction of more than 2.3 million enemies. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so powerful and invincible after your success. Those Wu Zun and King Wu were killed by you without any chance to fight back. You're really strong." After Yi Haoyun finished speaking, the people sitting below began to praise Yi Tianzong's invincible strength, including those Wu Zun. They all looked at Yi Tianzong with awe in their eyes. Originally, they had overestimated Yi Tianzong's strength enough, but they didn't expect that they still underestimated him. As long as they thought of the endless and unstoppable sword energy that covered the sky and earth, and the destruction of nearly 2,000 people who were far stronger than them in a short time, everyone felt numb in their hearts. Yi Tianzong looked at everyone's awe-inspiring eyes, waved his hand, and said, "It's nothing. Since they are the enemies of the Hao Ranzhen sect, then I am duty-bound to destroy them. The war here has come to an end. Although we have won, it is not realistic to directly counterattack the enemy's base camp, which is too far away. We have been fighting for 10 years. What the sect needs now is to recuperate and gather strength. When we finish recuperating, it will be the time for our final revenge." Yi Tianzong paused, turned to Yi Haoran, and said, "Father, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to Zhenluo City soon. The enemy there is not much weaker than here. The distance between the two places is more than 20,000 miles. The enemy there won't receive the news of our defeat in a short time. Although New Moon is not weak, and I have prepared some means, the situation there will be more difficult than here. I must go there immediately, or we will suffer more casualties." Yi Haoran said with a dignified look, "Don't worry, Tianzong. Leave this to us. Go to Zhenluo City as soon as possible. You are right. The situation there will be more serious. If we don't rescue in time, our sect's disciples will suffer a lot of casualties." Yi Tianzong nodded and said, "Well, there is no time to lose. I'll go now." After that, Yi Tianzong disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only an after-image that slowly dissipated. Once again, everyone present was amazed by Yi Tianzong's unfathomable strength. After leaving Xianyun City, Yi Tianzong flew through the sky and rushed to Zhenluo City, which was more than 20,000 miles away. Because of his realm, which was far beyond his strength, and the vast power of his spirit, Yi Tianzong was able to use the power of Wu Sheng realm in advance. With the help of some of the mysteries of the space law, Yi Tianzong finally arrived at Zhenluo City before the sun rose. Smelling the strong smell of blood in the air, and seeing the battlefield full of corpses with the help of the faint light, Yi Tianzong knew that a very fierce battle must have taken place in Zhenluo City. Haoran's disciples must have suffered a lot of casualties. He just didn't know how Xinyu and his grandfather were doing. Were they injured? Thinking of this, Yi Tianzong didn't alert anyone. He flew directly to the city lord mansion of Zhenluo City from the sky. He knew that Xinyu and his grandfather must be in the city lord mansion. He stopped in the sky above the city lord mansion. At this time, the sky was still dark. There was only a faint light. Yi Tianzong restrained his aura and scanned the city lord mansion with his spirit. Finally, he found Ling Xinyu in a room. Then his figure flashed and disappeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the room where Ling Xinyu was. Chapter 89. At this time, Ling Xinyu, who had gone through a difficult battle yesterday, was recuperating. After coming out of seclusion at Tiangang Peak, Yi Tianzong asked about the current situation of the Haoranzhen sect. Then, he asked Ling Xinyu to ride the most powerful goshawk domesticated by the Haoranzhen sect to Zhenluo City. This most powerful goshawk was comparable to a Marquis Wu and could fly at a speed of 30,000 miles per day. On the third day after Ling Xinyu rode the goshawk to Zhenluo City, Feiyan City, where the 7 major factions were located, launched a huge attack. Similar to the situation that Yi Tianzong was facing in Shenyun City, the 7 major factions attacked from Feiyan City. There were also more than 100 Wu Zun, 800 King Wu, 2,000 Marquis Wu, and more than 3 million troops. Although the number of experts they faced was less than that of Yi Tianzong's group, the gap was not big. When the powerful enemies attacked, the Haoranzhen sect was at a disadvantage. Naturally, they defended the city. On the sky battlefield, Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Li Qingsha led the Haoranzhen sect's experts, Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu, to fight the enemies with difficulty. Fortunately, the enemies Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu far outnumbered the Haoranzhen sect. Relying on their numbers, the enemies of the 7 major factions thought that victory was assured and relaxed a lot. When they flew toward the Haoranzhen sect's group, they were more closely packed. Seeing this opportunity, Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Li Qingsha looked at each other and then used Aurora Flash with all their might, instantly arriving in front of the enemy. Seeing that Ling Xinyue's group of 4 had taken the initiative to approach them, the 100 or so Wu Zun flying at the front were shocked and felt that something was wrong. They instinctively wanted to spread out and hide. However, at this moment, Ling Xinyu, Yi Tianzong, Li Qingya, and Li Qingsha each crushed a jade talisman made by Yi Tianzong. The moment the jade talisman was crushed, 4 violent and ferocious forces containing Yi Tianzong's full strength gushed out, directly attacking all the enemies in front of Ling Xinyu and the others. The vast and invincible force storm swept across. In just a moment, more than 400 people from Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu of the 7 major factions were killed or injured. After crushing the jade talismans, Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Li Qingsha did not hesitate. They took out another jade talisman and looked at the enemies who had just been swept away by the violent attack. The more than 2,000 Marquis Wu at the rear of the enemy were not affected much and had not had time to disperse. Therefore, Ling Xinyu, Li Qingya, and the others seized the opportunity and came to the front of the Marquis Wu in a flash. They crushed the jade talismans in their hands again, and 4 violent forces swept across again. These Marquis Wu were not like King Wu and Wu Zun. More than half of them were killed or injured, and less than 700 people were left. After crushing the jade talismans, Ling Xinyu, Li Qingya, and the others did not make any extra movements. Instead, they directly returned to the Haoranzhen sect's camp and looked at the enemies in front of them vigilantly. After being swept away by the 8 violent forces containing Yi Tianzong's full strength, the enemies of the 7 major factions were only left with more than 80 Wu Zun, more than 400 King Wu, and less than 700 Marquis Wu. Their strength was sharply reduced. However, after their strength was sharply reduced, they still surpassed the strength of the Haoranzhen sect. After suddenly suffering such a great loss, the remaining enemies naturally would not let this matter rest. However, they were also wary of the Haoranzhen sect's people and the powerful killing weapon just now. For the time being, they did not act rashly. Instead, they confronted the people of the Haoranzhen sect. This time, the enemies were more vigilant and kept a distance from each other. On the battlefield in the sky, just as the people of the 7 major factions were confronting the Haoranzhen sect, the battlefield on the ground also changed. Marquis Wu, who stayed on the ground of the Haoranzhen sect, saw that the enemies were about to attack, so he threw the exploding flame pearls that Ling Xinyu had brought over at the enemies of the 7 major factions. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out one after another, and the earth seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The explosion of each exploding flame pearl meant that all living things within a radius of 3 miles were wiped out. More than 600 exploding flame pearls exploded, and the enemies of the 7 major factions suffered heavy casualties from the explosions. They lost more than 600,000 people in an instant. The enemies didn't expect that the righteous sect would have such a trump card. Their morale was completely shaken by the continuous explosions, and they hurriedly retreated 10 miles away in fear. The people in the sky naturally noticed the changes on the battlefield on the ground. Naturally, the experts of the Hao-Ranjan sect were happy with such an outcome. However, the faces of the enemies on the other side were all gloomy, and they gritted their teeth. The experts of the 7 major factions looked at the people of the Hao-Ranjan sect with hatred, and they were thinking of a countermeasure. It was absolutely impossible for them to retreat just like that. These people were all from the various super factions. They had mobilized so many people in order to completely destroy the Hao-Ranjan sect. Now that they had suffered heavy losses, and they had not achieved any results, how could they retreat with their tails between their legs? At this moment, Wu Zun from the 7 Invincible sect said, "They definitely did not use many of those killing moves just now. It's very likely that they have exhausted all their skills and are just trying to scare us. We must not be fooled by them. Moreover, based on my observation, only the 4 people at the front of the Hao-Ranjan sect have such a move. The others do not. As long as we split up and attack from afar, we can surround and attack those 4 people from all sides. I don't believe that we can't defeat them." As soon as he said this, everyone from the 7 major factions, regardless of whether they had any grudges with the people of the 7 Invincible sect, agreed with him. Now was not the time for internal strife. Destroying the Hao-Ranjan sect was the most important thing. After deciding on the battle strategy, Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu from the 7 major factions no longer held back. Instead, they launched an attack on the people of the Hao-Ranjan sect. At the same time, they transmitted a message to the people on the ground to attack again. The enemies who had suffered a great loss just now were gnashing their teeth in hatred of the Hao-Ranjan sect. Once they launched an attack, they did not have any intention of holding back. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be countless sword rays, saber rays, claw prints, palm prints, and fist prints of various colors surging towards the people of the Hao-Ranjan sect. On the sky battlefield, the people of the Hao-Ranjan sect were still in a 1 versus many situation. Fortunately, the strength of the enemies had decreased sharply. Although the people of the Hao-Ranjan sect were in a difficult and dangerous situation, they were still able to hold on. The enemies spread out and attacked from afar. This indeed made things difficult for Ling Xinyu, Li Qingya, and the other 3 people. As a result, the killing effect of the Jade Talisman was greatly reduced. Although Ling Xinyu was much stronger than Yi Tianzong and the others and was not at a disadvantage when facing more than 10 Wuzun experts, there was still a large gap in strength between her and Yi Tianzong. She was unable to eliminate many enemies at once. On the contrary, because of the strength she displayed, she was besieged by more and more Wuzun experts. In the end, she could only barely hold on. The situation was not good. Just as Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, and the other higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjan sect were in a difficult battle on the sky battlefield, the people of the 7 major factions on the ground launched another attack on Zhenluo City. This time, there were no explosions at first. The enemies were relieved. The people running at the front began to come into contact with the people of the Hao-Ranjan sect and began to fight fiercely. Just as the battle was getting more and more intense, Marquis Wu of the Hao-Ranjan sect looked at the endless sea of enemies. Once again, he threw exploding flame pearls at the enemy's back. Boom! 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 The world-shaking explosions rang out once more. Yet again, large swaths of enemies were blasted into nothingness. One after another, explosive flame beads exploded. Hundreds of explosive flame beads were thrown out, killing hundreds of thousands of enemies in the process. This time, the people of the 7 major factions were completely scared out of their wits. Seeing the explosions everywhere, they no longer cared about attacking Zhenluo City and retreated. This was the difference between a warrior and an army. A warrior's priority on the battlefield was to protect his own life. In the face of danger, Survival was the most important thing. An army, on the other hand, was to obey orders. Unless there were special circumstances, they would not retreat because of danger. Once again, a deafening explosion rang out from below. The people of the 7 major factions who were fighting in the sky noticed that the attacking troops on the ground had retreated because of the heavy casualties. Immediately, they were so angry that their attacks on the people of the Hao Ranjin sect also paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Ling Xinyu, Li Qingya, and the others took out another jade talisman and directly crushed it in front of the enemies surrounding them. The moment the jade talisman was crushed, another wave of violent energy gushed out. Some of the people of Wu Zun's side who were still attacking Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, and the others were immediately affected by the violent and invincible energy. Although they were relatively far away, they were still within the range of the energy storm. In the end, all of them suffered serious injuries. After crushing one jade talisman, Ling Xinyu and the others took out another jade talisman. While the enemies were still in shock, they quickly approached the nearest enemy and crushed the jade talisman in their hands again. Another 4 waves of energy storm swept across and injured another group of people. F***ck, there's still more. God is so F***king unfair. The enemies who tasted the bitter fruit once again cursed in their hearts. They stopped fighting and left the battlefield one after another. Once again, they confronted the people of the Hao Ranjin sect. Just as they were confronting each other, the people of the 7 major factions saw Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Li Qingsha at the front take out another jade talisman. They held it in their hands and looked at the people of the 7 major factions fearlessly. F***ck, there's no way to fight anymore. The people of the Hao Ranjin sect are simply cheating. Chapter 90. The experts from the 7 forces looked at the people from the Hao Ranjin sect with ghastly expressions on their faces. Their killing intent and anger surged in their hearts. They had suffered heavy losses on the battlefield below and had to retreat without achieving anything. In the sky battlefield, their strength had also been greatly reduced. On the other hand, the Hao Ranjin sect had not suffered heavy casualties and even had trump cards that they had not used up. This time, their attack, which they had been full of confidence in, had completely failed. After 2 fruitless attacks, the people from the 7 forces were at a stalemate for a while. In the end, they reluctantly retreated. Looking at the enemies who had retreated, Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, and the other experts from the Hao Ranjin sect heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the people from the Hao Ranjin sect did not suffer many casualties. In fact, each person was fighting one against many. The battle had consumed a lot of energy. If they continued to fight, problems would quickly arise. The battle during the day had ended. The enemies from the 7 forces had retreated. However, the enemies had mobilized so many people. They would not stop attacking just because they had suffered heavy losses. Once they found a way to deal with the situation, they would definitely launch another attack. While Ling Xinyu was regulating her breathing, Yi Tianzong came to the door and pushed it open. Ling Xinyu immediately stood up. Her expression was serious as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She shouted, "Who is it?" Yi Tianzong said softly, "Xinyu, it's me." With that, Yi Tianzong walked into the room and saw Ling Xinyu. When Ling Xinyu saw Yi Tianzong, her cold and beautiful face immediately lit up with joy. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she threw herself into Yi Tianzong's arms and hugged Yi Tianzong tightly. Yi Tianzong smiled as he hugged Ling Xinyu. He felt the lovely person in his arms. He stroked Ling Xinyue's hair and sniffed it gently. Yi Tianzong carried Ling Xinyu to the bedside and sat down. He asked, "How was the battle? Are you injured?" Ling Xinyu nestled in Yi Tianzong's arms and said softly, "It's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. Yesterday, the enemy launched an attack, but because of the jade talismans and exploding flame pearls you gave us, we didn't suffer many casualties. The enemy, on the other hand, suffered many casualties and retreated. Grandfather and grandmother also suffered some minor injuries and have already taken some pills." When Yi Tianzong heard Ling Xinyue's words, he thought, "The situation is better than I thought." Then he said, "Well, leave the rest to me. Shenyun City has been solved. I will not let the enemy go. I will not let them go. Ling Xinyu nodded and stopped talking. She continued to snuggle in Yi Tianzong's arms. Then she was brought into the immortal mansion by Yi Tianzong to rest. After another 2 hours, the sky was already bright. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu walked out of the house and went directly to the hall of the city lord's mansion. Then they gathered all the high-level officials of the Hao Ranzhen sect in Zhenluo City. Suddenly seeing Yi Tianzong, everyone was surprised and happy. Looking at everyone who had arrived, Yi Tianzong briefly explained the battle in Shenyun City. Then he said, "The battle in Shenyun City yesterday has been solved. The enemy Wu Zun, King Wu and Marquis Wu were also wiped out. More than 2 million enemies were killed. There are only some things left to deal with. I was worried about the situation here, so I rushed over overnight. It seems that the situation is not as bad as I thought." After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Yi Yuanshan laughed and said in a loud voice, "Well, I didn't expect that the battle in Shenyun City would be over. We still won. Good, it's really good. Haha, Tianzong, you are indeed the stabilizing force of our Hao Ranzhen sect. Nothing can stop you. Speaking of the battle yesterday, thanks to what you gave us. Otherwise, we would have been in real danger." Li Qingya looked at Yi Tianzong lovingly and said with a smile, "That's right. If we hadn't taken advantage of the enemy's carelessness and made them lose a lot of people by surprise, we might not have survived." And the exploding flame bead scared the enemy out of their wits. "Tianzong, you are so powerful. You even prepared a fatal blow." After Li Qingya finished speaking, Li Qingsha also praised Yi Tianzong. Waving his hand to stop other people's praises, Yi Tianzong immediately said, "Since we didn't lose much strength, I plan to launch a counterattack today. At that time, the enemy Wu Zun, King Wu and Marquis Wu will be handed over to the 5 of us and Wu Zun of the sect to deal with. The rest of the sect's King Wu and Marquis Wu will lead the disciples to attack Feiyan City. The war has been going on for 10 years. We must make the enemy pay with blood and completely eliminate them." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, no one objected. They decided to launch a counterattack and take revenge. Everyone went out to prepare and mobilize their forces. 2 hours later, all the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect were mobilized. After Yi Tianzong appeared and said something to mobilize them for revenge, nearly 1 million disciples of the Hao Ran sect, whose confidence was greatly boosted, stepped out of Zhenluo City majestically and went straight to Feiyan City, where the enemy was. The Hao Ranzhen sect, which had been in a defensive state, suddenly took the initiative to launch a large-scale attack. The people of the 7 major forces in Feiyan City quickly got into battle mode and looked at the Hao Ranzhen sect's troops who were gradually approaching. The main forces of the Hao Ranzhen sect stopped 1 mile away from Feiyan City. Then they divided into 4 forces and surrounded Feiyan City in 4 directions. After completing the encirclement, Ling Xinyu, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Li Qingsha, as well as 17 Wuzun experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect, flew directly to Feiyan City from the sky. When Yi Tianzong and the others flew toward the 7 major forces, Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu, who were in Feiyan City on the opposite side, also flew into the sky. They wanted to stop Ling Xinyu and the others. However, at the moment when the experts of the 7 major forces flew into the sky, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Yi Tianzong did not swagger toward Feiyan City like Ling Xinyu and the others. Instead, he hid in the main forces of the Hao Ranzhen sect on the ground. Yi Tianzong suddenly appeared when the enemies in Feiyan City had just flown into the sky and had not dispersed. A similar scene occurred again. Yi Tianzong exerted his heaven and earth force field with all his strength and once again enveloped most of the enemies. Taking advantage of the fact that no one could break free from the heaven and earth force field, the overwhelming and unstoppable sword Qi storm appeared again. Within a radius of 3 miles, not only did it drown the enemies within the range of the heaven and earth force field, but also the enemies on the ground in Feiyan City. This time, there were fewer enemies. Yi Tianzong only used 30% of his strength to eliminate the enemies covered by the heaven and earth force field. Wu Zun, King Wu, and Marquis Wu, who originally numbered close to 1,000 people, had already disappeared from the sky above Feiyan City after the sword Qi storm. The hundreds of people who were lucky enough to survive when Yi Tianzong's sword chi storm broke out were frightened. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately fled to the back of Feiyan City. Ling Xinyu and the others did not have time to stop them. At the same time, tens of thousands of enemies were eliminated in Feiyan City below. Well, they did not even intervene. Ling Xinyu and the others, who were flying in the air, looked at each other strangely. They could not help but feel shocked by Yi Tianzong's strength. After eliminating the enemies, Yi Tianzong looked down at the sea of people in Feiyan City below. He turned to the Hao Ranjun sect's King Wu, who were surrounding Feiyan City in 4 directions, and said, "Attack." Then, he threw blowing flame pearls down toward Feiyan City below. In Yi Tianzong's eyes, blowing flame pearls were low-end weapons of mass destruction. Besides the ones he used, Yi Tianzong still had more than 3,000 blowing flame pearls. In order to kill as many enemies as possible, Yi Tianzong took out more than 300 blowing flame pearls and distributed them to the Wu King realm and Wu Zun realm members of the Hao Ranjun sect. Including the ones he did not use up yesterday, everyone had 4 blowing flame pearls in their hands. Using blowing flame pearls in the city was much more effective than using them outside the city. The people in the city were very dense. 1 blowing flame pearl could kill at least twice as many people as outside the city. Feiyan City was only a little more than 20 square miles at most. 1 blowing flame pearl could directly kill people within a radius of 3 miles. More than 100 members of the Hao Ranjun sect, Wu King realm and Wu Zun realm, flew into the sky and threw blowing flame pearls into Feiyan City. Instantly, the 2 million plus people in the city were blasted to the point where they had nowhere to run to. Those who tried to open the city gates and escape were all intercepted and killed by the Hao Ranjun sect's forces. By the time they had basically used up all of their blowing flame pearls, Feiyan City was covered in raging flames and thick smoke. There were practically no buildings left intact. The 2 million plus people from the 7 major factions were basically all dead. The entire city and the air above it was filled with thick smoke and blood. Without much effort, the 2 million plus enemies in Feiyan City had been completely wiped out. The results were even greater and more thorough than what they had achieved in Shenyun City. The main reason was that this time, the enemies were passively defending. They were all gathered in the city. When blowing flame pearls fell, they were surrounded like dumplings and had no time to escape. When they won in Shenyun City, the enemies did not enter Guli City when they fled. Instead, they fled in the wilderness. Naturally, it was impossible to wipe them all out. In this counterattack, aside from some King Wu realm and Marquis Wu realm members who had fled at the beginning, the rest were all wiped out. Including the results of the battle in Shenyun City, they had wiped out nearly 6 million people from the 7 major factions. More than 200 Wu Zun realm members, more than 1,500 King Wu realm members, and more than 4,000 Marquis Wu realm members. It could be said that the forces of the 7 major factions had been wiped out in this decisive battle. They no longer had the strength to attack the Hao Ranjun sect. As for the various major factions who had tried to suppress and destroy the Hao Ranjun sect, they had gone for wool and come home shorn. Before they were completely confident, they would not be able to target the Hao Ranjun sect in the near future. Chapter 91. The battle between Hao Ranjun sect and Zhenluo City ended with the victory of Hao Ranjun sect. This meant that Hao Ranjun sect had overcome this crisis. After fighting for 10 years and overcoming the crisis, Hao Ranjun sect took back the territories occupied by Demon Sword sect, Shura Gate, and Zhenbu Gate. After giving the other 3 sects a warning, Hao Ranjun sect began to recuperate. After 10 years of continuous fighting, Hao Ranjun sect had lost more than 500,000 people. They had lost nearly 1/5 of their strength and urgently needed to restore their strength. As for Demon Sword sect, Shura Gate, and Zhenbu Gate, these 3 troublemakers, they would be completely eliminated after Hao Ranjun sect recovered. Originally, Yi Tianzong had wanted to keep them for the disciples of the sect to practice their skills. Now that he thought about it, he really didn't think it through. He didn't expect that so many superpowers would appear just after breaking the 2nd seal. If he hadn't come out in time, the Haoran Orthodox sect would have been destroyed under the attack of so many forces, and their good situation would have been ruined. Since there were so many external enemies and the world was so big, there was no point in keeping Demon Sword Sect, Zhenbu Gate, and Shura Gate alive. After resting for a while, Yi Tianzong planned to completely destroy these three sects. When the time came, he would directly occupy the territories of these three sects. After digesting them, he would take revenge on the 7 superpowers. In any case, the 7 superpowers were now crippled. The Zhou dynasty couldn't even take care of itself now. Who could stop Hao Ranzhen sect? However, now that Hao Ranzhen sect was recuperating, Yi Tianzong also had his own plan. He planned to teach those superpowers who participated in the attack on Hao Ranzhen sect a lesson. He would first collect some interest from them. No matter what, he couldn't just let them attack for nothing and leave them alone. So what if they were far away? Yi Tianzong still wanted to make those superpowers regret provoking Hao Ranzhen sect. If he didn't teach them a lesson, Yi Tianzong wouldn't be at ease. When Yi Tianzong said this idea, the higher-ups of Hao Ranzhen sect unanimously agreed. When asked what Yi Tianzong needed to prepare and help, Yi Tianzong said, "You don't need to prepare anything. Just me and Xin Yu are enough." After saying this, Yi Tianzong took out her exploding flame pearl and said, "Don't forget this thing. I still have a lot of exploding flame pearls. Xin Yu and I can go anywhere in the world. Since these superpowers don't know gratitude and repay kindness with enmity, we'll let them know how powerful Hao Ran sect is. Do they think they cans because they is far away? They don't think they are far sects. Humph." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, no one in Haoran Hall objected. Indeed, with Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyue's strength, there was basically no place that could trap them. When the time came, they could fly in the sky and throw the exploding flame pearls down. Those unprepared enemy forces would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Even if the enemy chased after Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, they might not be able to defeat the two of them. Perhaps their high-level combat power would be wiped out by Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu. Imagining Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu blowing up those enemies until they suffered heavy casualties and the enemies couldn't catch up with them, all the higher-ups of Hao Ranzhen sect couldn't help but feel elated. They wished they could do it themselves. After deciding on the plan, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu continued to stay on Tiangang Peak for 2 more days before setting off. Their first stop was the 7 superpowers closest to Hao Ranzhen sect. They were also the main culprits that caused the Hao Ranzhen sect to fall into a crisis. Xian Yuan sect was one of the 7 superpowers closest to Hao Ranzhen sect after the second layer of the seal of heaven and earth was broken. At this time, the atmosphere in Xian Yuan sect was gloomy. In the decisive battle with Hao Ranzhen sect a few days ago, Xian Yuan sect lost almost 90% of its strength. The higher-ups of the sect who went out to fight were also completely wiped out. Currently, only a few higher-ups of the sect who were stationed in the sect were left to preside over the overall situation. They were constantly worried about Hao Ranzhen sect's revenge. These days, the atmosphere was gloomy. The few Marquis Wu elders who were in charge of the overall situation in Xian Yuan sect suddenly felt uneasy, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Under this uneasy feeling, they thought of Hao Ranzhen sect and instinctively realized the source of their uneasiness. Therefore, they decisively issued an order to evacuate the disciples. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had already arrived above Xian Yuan sect. Looking down at Xian Yuan sect, Yi Tianzong stood in the air with Ling Xinyu in his arms. Without saying anything, he directly threw down 7 exploding inferno pearls. Just as the few Marquis Wu elders of Xian Yuan sect below them gave the order, the exploding inferno pearls thrown down by Yi Tianzong exploded. With a series of earth-shattering explosions, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Once again, 70 to 80% of the remaining people of Xian Yuan sect were killed or injured. There were not many people left. The few Marquis Wu elders were also smashed into pieces by the exploding inferno pearls. After throwing down the exploding inferno pearls, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu waited for a quarter of an hour. Seeing that there were no enemies chasing after them, they did not stay any longer and continued on to their next target. If Yi Tianzong was strong enough now, he would definitely not mind wiping out Xian Yuan sect. This would save the disciples of Hao Ranzhen sect the trouble of attacking Shen Yuan sect in the future. However, although Yi Tianzong could use his primordial spirit to find the secret territory of Shen Yuan sect, Yi Tianzong's current strength was not enough to destroy a secret territory, let alone seal it. It was even more unrealistic to blindly find someone who could open the secret territory among the survivors of Shen Yuan sect. He could only give Shen Yuan sect an unforgettable lesson first. When the new sect master of Shen Yuan sect took over, he could capture him and directly search his soul. Once Yi Tianzong entered the secret territory, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. After leaving Shen Yuan sect, Yi Tianzong brought Ling Xinyu to visit the other 6 superforces. The remaining 6 superforces suffered the same fate as Shen Yuan sect. Their sect's encampment was turned into ruins by the exploding inferno pearls. Most of the remaining weak forces were killed and the sect was on the verge of being destroyed. After taking revenge on the 7 superforces, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu continued on their journey. According to the information provided by Tian Gang Building, they headed towards their next target. Along the way, they went sightseeing and were not in a hurry. After being reborn in the profound spirit world for more than 40 years, this was Yi Tianzong's first time visiting the profound spirit world. Now that the Hao Ranzhen sect was recuperating, the enemies would not be able to do anything to the Hao Ranzhen sect in a short period of time. Without any worries, Yi Tianzong naturally wanted to relax and experience the scenery of the profound spirit world. Just like that, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu spent most of their time flying in the sky, overlooking the scenery of the profound spirit world. Occasionally, when they encountered injustice, they would stop and play the role of a chivalrous hero and help the weak. These experiences made Yi Tianzong recall the time when he first transmigrated to a low-level martial arts world. The feeling of holding a sword and wiping out the injustice of the world. Recalling the past events since he transmigrated, Yi Tianzong finally felt relieved and laughed a few times. Once again, he was determined to pursue his goal. His state of mind, which had not improved for a long time, had also improved a little. The vast and boundless sea of mind had once again calmed down after surging and churning. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu walked and stopped along the way. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, the forces that had participated in the attack on the Hao Ranzhen sect were all retaliated against by Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu. Every force had at least 7 exploding flame pearls thrown by Yi Tianzong. Their encampments were blown to smithereens. Caught off guard, all of them suffered heavy casualties. Even though some of the forces had received the news and made some preparations in advance and evacuated their disciples, after Yi Tianzong threw the exploding flame pearls, he saw that there were not many people left. Instead, he rushed down and massacred the upper echelons of those forces. Nearly 10 super forces had fought one after another. Those Wu Zun and King Wu were almost all killed by Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu. In the end, they had no choice but to beg for mercy. There were even more forces that were not convinced. They gathered a large number of Wu Zun and King Wu to ambush Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu. In the end, after many battles, they were beaten by the two and fled pathetically. Yi Tianzong directly threw more than 20 exploding flame pearls at each of the forces. Their encampments were almost blown to smithereens before they left. Chapter 92. It could be said that Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had achieved a lot in the past 2 years. They had killed a lot of people. All the superpowers that they had visited had suffered heavy casualties, and their strength had been greatly reduced. All the superpowers in the Central Plains were wary of them, and they had been listed as a force they could not afford to provoke. At the same time, the superpowers that had been targeting the Hao Ranzhen sect had stopped their underhanded actions and secret plans, afraid that the Hao Ranzhen sect would take revenge on them. Over the past 2 years, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had traveled across a vast region and experienced the countless sceneries of the Central Plains. Now, the two had arrived at the final destination of their tour, the Zhou dynasty's royal city. Although the Zhou dynasty had been forced by many superpowers to give up a large portion of its territory, it was still the most powerful force in the Central Plains. The Zhou dynasty's royal city was the center of the Zhou dynasty. It was also the largest city in the Central Plains. Yi Tianzong was quite interested in this place and wanted to experience the atmosphere of the royal city. The Zhou dynasty's royal city was majestic and massive. After 2 expansions, the royal city now spanned hundreds of kilometers from east to west. It was several times larger than Howran City. At a glance, one would feel as if they were standing in front of a giant ancient beast. Compared to the royal city, any individual would seem insignificant. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had originally planned to queue up and enter the city like ordinary people. However, when they saw the large welcoming party at the city gates, they understood that their plan had failed. However, this was also within his expectations. Over the past 2 years, when he and New Moon had taken revenge on the various superpowers, they had not hidden their identities. As time passed, others would naturally find out about them. Moreover, he and New Moon had not deliberately hidden their tracks along the way, heading straight for the Zhou dynasty's royal city. It was impossible for the people of the Zhou dynasty not to know of their arrival. Yi Tianzong immediately understood the intentions of the Zhou dynasty. They were afraid that Yi Tianzong would cause trouble in royal city. There were all kinds of birds in the forest. As the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Zhou dynasty's royal city naturally didn't lack arrogant and despotic people who used their power to bully others. Furthermore, he and New Moon's bloody battle results in the past 2 years were obtained by stepping on the various superpowers. Naturally, they weren't good-tempered people. If someone were to offend Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, with their tempers, they would definitely not swallow their anger. Once the matter got out of hand, the 2 of them would throw an explosive flame bead at each other. That would be a big joke. The explosive flame pearl's power had been tested by the various major powers over the past 2 years. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu followed the crowd and walked towards the city gate at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders of the welcoming party had already spotted Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu in the crowd. Their auras were simply too eye-catching in the crowd, so they immediately noticed them. The people who came to welcome Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu were the Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince of Great Zhou, whom they had met twice before. When they saw Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, they urged their horses to welcome them. Actually, there were 3 opinions in the Zhou dynasty regarding Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu's attitudes. The first was the Hao Ranzhen sect's representative in the Zhou dynasty. There were also people like the Crown Prince of Great Zhou who had witnessed Yi Tianzong's invincibility when he broke the seal, so they naturally welcomed him. The second was naturally the relationship between the various major powers. They strongly requested to use this opportunity to eliminate Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu and eliminate any unstable factors. The third was those who maintained a neutral opinion and did not want to get involved in this mess. The first and second camps were fiercely arguing in the imperial court. However, it was clear that the various major powers had already joined forces and firmly held the upper hand. However, the King of Great Zhou and the other core decision-makers were not stupid. They naturally understood that the representatives of the major powers who held the second position did not have good intentions. They wanted the Zhou dynasty and the Hao Ranzhen sect to become enemies. Regarding this, the King of Great Zhou made an arbitrary decision. He directly ordered the Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince of Great Zhou to welcome Yi Tianzong in order to prevent any unpredictable changes. The Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince of Great Zhou approached Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, then dismounted from their horses and walked up to them. They looked at Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu with complicated expressions. The Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince of Great Zhou were already well aware of the great achievements of Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu in the past 2 years. Naturally, their attitude towards the 2 of them could not be as condescending as before. The 2 of them were still at the Marquis Wu realm, while Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had already reached the King Wu realm and stirred up a storm in the world. They were originally the prodigies of the same generation, but they did not expect Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu to leave everyone far behind. The Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince of Great Zhou put away their complicated expressions and finally said with a slightly respectful smile, "Brother Yi and his wife, we apologize for not going out to welcome you. Thinking back to more than 20 years ago, I still remember Brother Yi's invincible demeanor. After knowing that the 2 of you were coming, I have already prepared a residence for you and your wife in advance. During your stay in the Great Zhou Imperial City, My third brother and I will be in charge of hosting you too. Why don't you come with me and my third brother to take a look at your residence now? Looking at the crown prince and the third prince of Great Ju, Yi Tianzong said indifferently, then it's better to accept respectfully than to decline courteously. It just so happens that Xin Yu and I also want to rest for a while. Hearing this, the crown prince of Great Ju smiled and said, that's great. Brother Yi Tianzong, follow me. After saying that, he led Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu into the imperial city. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu stayed in the Great Ju imperial city for half a month before leaving and embarking on the journey back to the Haoranzhen sect. After Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu left, most of the people in power in the Great Ju imperial city heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that they had finally left. Otherwise, their days would be too difficult. After Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu followed the crown prince and the third prince of Great Ju to their residence, the crown prince of Great Ju told Yi Tianzong about the attitude of the people in the imperial court towards the two of them. Although Yi Tianzong did not take those people from the opposing camp seriously, he did not reject the crown prince and the third prince of Great Ju's good intentions and expressed that he would not casually start a massacre. However, things often did not go as one wished. There would always be people who did not know what was good for them to jump out and cause trouble. In the first few days, it was fine. Not many people came to disturb Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu. Only the representative of the Haoranzhen sect in the Ju dynasty came to visit Yi Tianzong once. After chatting with Yi Tianzong for a while, he left. However, just as Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu walked out of the manor and strolled on the streets, trouble came knocking on their door. First, a playboy appeared and flirted with Ling Xinyu and was taught a lesson by Yi Tianzong. Then, he was immediately taken care of by the crown prince of Great Ju's accompanying guards. Then, there was an arrogant and despotic young man who wanted to snatch Ling Xinyu. This time, Yi Tianzong could not tolerate it anymore. He directly crippled the person and even searched his soul to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. However, after Yi Tianzong crippled the young man, trouble appeared again. The commander in charge of patrolling the city coincidentally appeared and wanted to arrest Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu on the grounds of injuring people in public. One after another, trouble came knocking on their door. Yi Tianzong naturally would not allow himself to be arrested. He did not talk nonsense and directly crippled the person who wanted to arrest him. Then, he brought Ling Xinyu back to the manor where they were temporarily staying. Along the way, all the people who wanted to stop them were all crippled. After returning to the manor, Yi Tianzong did not stay idle. Instead, he activated his huge primordial spirit and scanned the entire Great Ju dynasty's capital. After searching for half an hour, Yi Tianzong finally figured out the people who wanted to harm him. Just then, the crown prince of Great Ju and the third prince of Great Ju rushed back. When they found out that Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu were in trouble, the crown prince and the third prince of Great Ju were in a terrible mood. They knew that there was definitely a problem. The various superpowers knew how powerful Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu were. When Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu were taking revenge, more than 10 superpowers did not believe it. They gathered more than 400 Wu Zun and 2,000 King Wu to ambush Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu. In the end, they were discovered by Yi Tianzong. After many battles, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu killed all of them. Only less than 300 Wu Zun and King Wu escaped. Yi Tianzong also took revenge on the more than 10 superpowers who ambushed them. The entire Mountain Gate encampment was blown into dozens of super craters. It was a tragic sight. Although the Ju dynasty was powerful, it was difficult for them to gather more than 400 Wu Zun. If Yi Tianzong fell out with the Ju dynasty, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the best result was that the Great Ju dynasty paid a heavy price to kill Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, they would still be besieged and destroyed by the other superpowers. Chapter 93. Thinking of the terrifying consequences, the crown prince and the third prince rushed towards Yi Tianzong's manor. After seeing Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyue's calm expressions, the crown prince and the third prince relaxed slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to speak, Yi Tianzong waved his hand and interrupted them. He said calmly, "I know that there is something wrong with today's matter. I have already investigated the Great Jew Imperial City and found out all the masterminds behind this. I will not let them off. When Yi Tianzong said this, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince were stunned and their brains almost failed to react. How long has it been and you have already investigated the entire Great Jew Imperial City? Are you trying to fool us? You haven't even walked through a single street and you want to investigate the entire Great Jew Imperial City? The Third Prince, who had a straightforward temper, opened his mouth to refute. However, before he could say anything, he saw Yi Tianzong's hands gesturing in front of him. It seemed to be a rather complicated gesture. Yi Tianzong's hands quickly formed a gesture. Then, a wave of pressure from the soul exploded with Yi Tianzong as the center. It quickly radiated across the entire Great Jew Imperial City. This was Yi Tianzong mobilizing the immense power of his primordial spirit. Everyone in the Great Jew Imperial City, except for the warriors of the martial lord realm and above who could maintain basic movement, felt as if their minds and souls were being suppressed by a heavy mountain. It was so heavy that they could not lift their spirits. Their bodies were also sore and powerless. Boundless panic engulfed the entire Great Jew Imperial City. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince, who were facing Yi Tianzong, felt extremely uncomfortable. When the power of Yi Tianzong's primordial spirit exploded, the two of them sat on the ground. Their heads were dizzy and they felt as if they had been hit by a stick. Their eyes were dazed and they had difficulty breathing. They could not muster any strength at all. Yi Tianzong naturally knew about the state of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince and most of the people in the Great Jew Imperial City. However, he did not care much. After all, he was not deliberately targeting them. It was just a natural pressure that was emitted when he mobilized the power of his primordial spirit on a large scale. As long as he withdrew the power of his primordial spirit, they would return to normal in a few days. At most, they would be slightly frightened. Yi Tianzong's immense power of his primordial spirit could not only be used for investigation, it could also be used to attack and destroy enemies on a spiritual level. At this time, he mobilized the immense power of his primordial spirit to destroy all the enemies in the Great Jew Imperial City who had participated in the plot against him. At the same time, he also wanted to establish his power and let the people of the Jew dynasty know his strength and not have any thoughts that they should not have. Under the control of Yi Tianzong, the immense power of his primordial spirit condensed into thousands of primordial spirit swords and then attacked the enemies that he had found. In just a moment, the enemies that Yi Tianzong had found died because of the attack of the primordial spirit swords. Regardless of whether they were warriors or ordinary people, none of them were spared. The primordial spirit was the symbol of an expert in the Wu Zun realm. When King Wu broke through to the Wu Zun realm, he needed to cultivate a martial Dao primordial spirit. The Wu Zun realm mainly cultivated and strengthened the martial Dao primordial spirit and began to sublimate the martial Dao concept into the martial Dao domain. The Wu Zun realm was the last realm before becoming diviner Wu Sheng. It was also the last realm that one needed to prepare for transcendence. At the end of the Wu Zun realm, one needed to achieve a balance of the three essence, qi, and spirit of a warrior, and then manifest the three flowers at one's prominence. Essence referred to a warrior's physical body. A warrior started from the beginning of their cultivation by tempering their body. Every time they broke through a realm, their physical body would be strengthened correspondingly. Qi referred to the true essence in the body, and spirit referred to the warrior's spirit and primordial spirit. In the Wu Zun realm, if a warrior's essence, qi, and spirit were not balanced, there was no possibility of transcendence and becoming a diviner. Similarly, when a warrior entered the Wu Zun realm, his true essence would transform, and he would have a primordial spirit. Then, the strength he could exert would far surpass that of King Wu realm. There was a huge difference between having a primordial spirit and not having one. When Wu Zun fought with King Wu, not to mention the true essence that surpassed that of King Wu, as long as Wu Zun used the power of his primordial spirit against King Wu, who did not have a primordial spirit, then King Wu's spirit would be damaged, and he would lose the ability to fight back. The reason why Wu Zun, who had fought with Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, had been cut down like vegetables by the two, and had almost no ability to fight back, was not that they were weak. On the contrary, if they were not talented and weak, then they were not qualified to enter the secret realms or grotto heavens of their respective forces to sleep. The reason why they were weak was because Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu were too strong. Yi Tianzong had unlocked some of the potential of the various geniuses. Even if Yi Tianzong was at the peak of King Wu realm, it would not be a problem for him to fight against Wu Sheng, who was at the first heaven. Ling Xinyu, on the other hand, had spent 40 years in the immortal mansion. Not only had she leveled up, but she had also cultivated a martial way primordial spirit under Yi Tianzong's guidance. The current Ling Xinyu, whether it was her physical body, the quality and quantity of her true essence, her primordial spirit, or her martial arts domain, was at the level of a monster even among revered martial artists. She was essentially no different from a revered martial artist. In other words, when Ling Xinyu was at the King Wu realm, she already had all the characteristics of Wu Zun. She only needed to continue to break through and balance her essence, qi, and spirit. Among the enemies Yi Tianzong had found in the Zhou dynasty's imperial city, there were also some Wu Zun. These Wu Zun were the representatives of the various superpowers who were regularly sent to the Zhou dynasty to protect and intimidate. Even these Wu Zun could not resist Yi Tianzong's sword of primordial spirit. Yi Tianzong's primordial spirit, which was at the mythic realm, was far superior to Wu Zun's. It was like the difference between the world's hardest metal and mud. In the past, when Yi Tianzong had fought Wu Zun, he had only wanted to vent the feeling of battle and train Ling Xinyu. Otherwise, it would have been meaningless to suppress them all with a single primordial spirit attack. In just a short moment, Yi Tianzong had killed all the enemies and withdrawn his primordial spirit power. At the same time, the heavy pressure above the Zhou dynasty's imperial city disappeared without a trace. Only the powerless and panicked people were left gasping for breath as if they had just survived a disaster. After withdrawing his primordial spirit power, Yi Tianzong's face was a little pale. Mobilizing such a large amount of primordial spirit power in one attack was still a little difficult for the current Yi Tianzong. His body could not withstand it. This was the maximum amount of primordial spirit power that Yi Tianzong could mobilize at the moment. In just a moment, Yi Tianzong's body was damaged internally. On the surface, it looked fine, but in fact, his internal organs were bleeding due to the strong pressure. His injuries were more serious. Yi Tianzong took 2 deep breaths, endured the injuries in his body, and calmed down. Then, he said to the Crown Prince and Third Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, who still had lingering fear in their hearts, "All right, now that I've killed those enemies who participated in the plot against me, they were basically the representatives of the other superpowers in the imperial city. I've also cleaned up those Wu Zun. In the future, there shouldn't be anyone with ulterior motives who has the guts to cause trouble. Take advantage of this opportunity to do what you want to do, that's your business. I won't keep you here today. You can go do your own things." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he left with Ling Xinyu slowly and walked towards the backyard, leaving the Crown Prince and Third Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty standing there in a daze, watching the two gradually disappear from their sight. After Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu were out of sight, the Crown Prince and Third Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty looked at each other. The shock, fear, and disbelief in each other's eyes were still clearly visible. The Third Prince said in a trembling voice, "Brother, is what he said just now true?" The Crown Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. In the end, he said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the palace immediately. We'll go see father and tell him about this. If it's true, then..." The Crown Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty didn't finish his sentence. However, the Third Prince knew that if it was true, then Yi Tianzong's terror would be redefined. He could kill thousands of people in an instant. The Zhou dynasty couldn't afford to offend him. As for the other possibility of him fooling them, both of them didn't think about it. Whether it was the experience just now, or Yi Tianzong's identity and strength, it determined that Yi Tianzong wasn't an idiot and wouldn't do such a degrading thing. Chapter 94. After the Crown Prince and the Third Prince walked out of Yi Tianzong's manor, they headed straight for the palace. After passing through many palaces, the two of them finally met the best ruler of the Zhou dynasty, the King of Great Zhou. He could also be called the Emperor of Great Zhou, but the title King of Great Zhou was more common. After the two of them met their father, They recounted everything that happened in Yi Tianzong's manor to the king of Great Ju in detail. They did not even leave out Yi Tianzong's final state. After the king of Great Ju heard what the two of them said, he solemnly sent out his subordinate's intelligence agency to investigate the situation in the Great Ju imperial city. In less than 2 hours, the news came back. Just as Yi Tianzong had said, the representatives of the various super forces in the Great Ju dynasty's king city, whether ordinary people or warriors, involved hundreds of thousands of people, had all died, but on the surface, they did not seem to have been attacked. According to the investigation of the royal family, Wu Zun, they should have been wiped out by an irresistible force on a spiritual level. In an extremely short period of time, they searched the entire Great Ju imperial city and wiped out nearly 100,000 people on a spiritual level. From ordinary people to Wu Zun, no one was spared. Such terrifying power terrified everyone who knew the inside story. In the face of such power, what could guarantee one's safety? After the king of Great Ju heard the news, he fell silent. No one could tell what he was thinking from his expressionless face. After a while, he said to the crown prince and the third prince, "From now on, the two of you will accompany them until they leave. Do you understand?" The crown prince and the third prince replied respectfully, "We understand. We will send people to guard the manor. If they want to go out to play, we will follow behind them. We will not let anyone who is blind cause trouble." The king of Great Ju nodded and waved his hand to signal them to leave. After the two of them left, the king of Great Ju leaned back in his chair and sighed helplessly. On the other side, after the crown prince and the third prince of Great Ju left Yi Tianzong's manor, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu entered the room and immediately entered the immortal mansion to treat their injuries. Looking at Ling Xinyue's worried and heartbroken expression, Yi Tianzong smiled and said, "It's okay. It's not that serious. I'll be fine soon." After that, Yi Tianzong began to heal himself. Fortunately, although the injury was serious, it was not difficult for Yi Tianzong. He just needed to take some medicinal pills and spend some time to recuperate. In the superior environment of the immortal mansion, the injury recovered faster. Time passed quickly and it was the second day. Yi Tianzong had stayed in the immortal mansion for almost 3 days. His injuries had recovered and there was no problem. After exiting the vast expanse immortal abode and walking out of the room, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu continued to tour the Great Ju imperial city with normal expressions. For 10 days in a row, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu leisurely experienced the prosperity and local customs of the Great Ju dynasty's royal city. In these 10 days, because of the series of actions of the Great Ju royal city, the powerful clans and forces in the Great Ju royal city gradually found out the cause and effect of the incident 10 days ago. Apart from being afraid of Yi Tianzong, they strictly restrained the hedonistic sons of their clans and forces. Some of them were even grounded from going out, afraid that they would bump into Yi Tianzong. If something like before happened again, they would be finished and no one would stand up for them. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu stayed for a total of half a month before they left under the solicitous farewells of the crown prince and the third prince of Great Ju. After confirming that Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had really left, all the people in power in the Great Ju royal city heaved a long sigh of relief. This malefic star was finally gone. They had really had enough of living in fear. "Please don't come back in the future." After leaving the Great Ju royal city, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu embarked on the journey back to the Haoranzhen sect. It had been 2 years since they left the sect. He didn't know how the Haoranzhen sect was developing. Outside, he and Ling Xinyu had taken revenge on the various super forces, causing them to suffer heavy losses. They couldn't even take care of themselves. Now that the Haoranzhen sect was free of all kinds of obstacles, they should have improved a lot. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu didn't delay much along the way. It took them nearly a month to return to the Haoranzhen sect's territory. They didn't enter any of the cities along the way. Instead, they headed straight for Tiangang Peak. When they returned to Tiangang Peak, they happened to bump into everyone in the Haoran Great Hall summarizing the results of the past 2 years. After Yi Tianzong returned, he entered the Haoran Great Hall and was warmly welcomed by everyone. During the 2 years that Yi Tianzong was away, Tiangang Pavilion had sent back news of what he had done. They were very happy that Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu had taught their enemies a lesson. Because of Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyue's actions, the Hao Ranjin sect didn't have any external interference in the past 2 years. They focused on recovering and developing their strength. In the past 2 years, the Hao Ranjin sect had gained more than 2,000 new disciples, Marquis Wu, more than 100 new disciples, King Wu, Wu Zong, and Wu Ling. The number of new disciples, especially Marquis Wu and King Wu, had to suppress their breakthroughs because of the 10 years of fighting. However, they had also accumulated a lot of foundation. Now that the environment was stable, they all made breakthroughs one after another. It wasn't easy to make breakthroughs in the martial arts realms, especially after Wu Zongjing. Every breakthrough in the major realms was accompanied by a great risk of failure. If the breakthrough didn't go well, it would damage the foundation and make it impossible to progress further. If the breakthrough didn't go well, it would cause a drop in the realms and even cause the cultivator to lose their cultivation. If it was more serious, it would lead to Qigong deviation and death on the spot. The reason why the Hao Ranjin sect had so many new disciples, Marquis Wu and King Wu, was because they had participated in breaking the seal of heaven and earth. They were favored by the will of heaven and earth, which reduced the risk of breaking through. Under normal circumstances, half of the disciples at the peak of Wu Zong could successfully break through to Marquis Wu. It would be good if 2 out of 10 disciples at the peak of Marquis Wu could break through to King Wu. In addition to the people who had broken through to the next realm, the Hao Ranjin sect had also recruited disciples on a large scale in the past 2 years to make up for the number of people who had lost in the 10 years of war. In 2 years, they had recruited a total of 300,000 disciples. After hearing the results of the development in the past 2 years, Yi Haoran said, "After 2 years of consolidation, our strength is stronger than before. It's time to get rid of the 3 unstable factors, the Demon Sword sect, the Shura sect, and the Zhenbu Gate. Does anyone have any objections to this?" Objections? Of course, no one had any objections. Which one of these 3 didn't have a deep grudge against the Hao Ranjin sect? The Demon Sword sect was their archenemy in the past. When they were fighting against the alliance of the 7 major forces, these 3 sects actually took advantage of the situation. They had tolerated them for a long time and had wanted to get rid of them for a long time. Now that Yi Haoran, as the leader, had spoken, everyone was naturally more enthusiastic. Although it had been nearly 30 years since the last war between the righteous and the devil, the Demon Sword sect, the Shura sect, and the Zhenbu Gate had recovered their former strength and were even stronger than before. However, with the current strength of the Hao Ranjin sect, it wasn't difficult to destroy them. Even if the 3 sects had Wu Zun as their trump card, it wouldn't have any effect on the Hao Ranjin sect. Yi Tianzong's family and their own sects Wu Zun could definitely suppress them without any pressure. The only troublesome thing was how to deal with the secret realms of the 3 sects. How to find the location of the secret realms of the 3 sects and how to deal with it after finding it. For this problem, Yi Tianzong directly took over. First, he would sneak in and capture the sect leaders of the 3 sects. Then, he would search their souls and use the method obtained from the soul search to open the secret realms. After entering the secret realms, there would be plenty of ways to deal with those who were in hibernation. As for how to attack the 3 sects, it was even simpler. First, Yi Tianzong would sneak in and capture the sect leaders of the 3 sects and search their souls. After obtaining the method to open the secret realms, the Hao Ranjin sect's Marquis Wu, Wu King, and Wu Zun would directly fly in from the sky and attack the headquarters of the 3 sects. They would kill all the people above the Wu Ling realm in the 3 sects. Then, the main forces of the Hao Ranjin sect would completely occupy the entire territory of the 3 sects. After determining the method and time of the attack, the Hao Ranjin sect began to fully prepare for the battle. Yi Tianzong went ahead to complete his task. Before the 3 sects received any news, he would first obtain the location of the secret realms of the 3 sects and the method to open them. He would handle the difficult matters himself and leave everything else to the people of the Hao Ranjin sect. He couldn't do everything himself. Chapter 95. In the next half a month, the Hao Ranjin sect divided its forces into 3 parts, preparing to attack the Demon Sword sect, the Shura Gate, and the Zhenbu Gate. During this half a month, Yi Tianzong first led the Hao Ranzhen sect's Marquis Wu realm experts and above to break into the Demon Sword sect from the sky. Before attacking the Demon Sword sect, Yi Tianzong first sneaked into the Demon Sword sect under the cover of night and captured the current sect master of the Demon Sword sect. Then, he searched his soul and learned the location of the Demon Sword sect's secret territory and how to open it. After getting the information he needed, Yi Tianzong returned to the place where the experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect gathered. After learning that Yi Tianzong had achieved his goal, nearly 3,000 Marquis Wu realm experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect, more than 300 King Wu realm experts, and more than 30 Wu Zun realm experts began to move, heading towards the Demon Sword Peak without hiding their auras. Their movements were detected by the people of the Demon Sword sect, but the experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect didn't care about this. Because they were accompanied by experts like Wu Zun, they could use the power of their spirit to investigate the situation within a certain range. The experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect flew in the air under the leadership of Wu Zun. Looking at the dense palaces and houses on the Demon Sword Peak below, they didn't wait for the people of the Demon Sword sect to find them and directly threw 5 exploding flame pearls. These exploding flame pearls were really useful and had great lethality. The people of the Hao Ranzhen sect liked them very much, but Yi Tianzong controlled them strictly and only took them out when facing the enemy. The people on the Demon Sword Peak were caught off guard by the 5 exploding flame pearls. Because of the explosion and the rolling rocks and other reasons, more than 100,000 people died directly. After the explosion, the experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect directly landed on the Demon Sword Peak and started a massacre. Because of the explosion of the exploding flame pearls, many Marquis Wu and King Wu realm experts of the Demon Sword sect were killed. Wu Zun, who was originally in charge, was also killed by Yi Tianzong, who didn't want any accidents. The experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect experts killed all night and didn't stop until dawn. At this time, the Demon Sword Peak was full of corpses, and there were no people of the Demon Sword sect in sight. In just one night, nearly 200,000 people from the Demon Sword sect were killed, almost half of the total number of people in the Demon Sword sect. As for the rest of the people who escaped in the night, they would be dealt with by the disciples of the Hao Aran realm. While the others were resting, Yi Tianzong came to the secret territory of the Demon Sword sect. He took out a dark green ancient mirror, and then transferred the Zhen Yuan in his body into the ancient mirror according to a special method. After the ancient mirror absorbed the Zhen Yuan input by Yi Tianzong, it slowly floated in the air 5 feet above the ground. Then, a burst of spatial ripples spread out with the ancient mirror as the center, and then a spatial passage with a diameter of 10 feet appeared. Putting away the ancient mirror, Yi Tianzong stepped into the spatial passage. After passing through the spatial passage, Yi Tianzong came to a space with a diameter of about 10 miles. There were only a dozen flashing lights in the space. The light was dim, but it didn't affect Yi Tianzong's vision. It was about the same size as the secret territory of the Hao Ranzhen sect. Yi Tianzong observed the entire secret territory of the Demon Sword sect, but he didn't study it carefully. Instead, he looked at the hundreds of ice coffins in the secret territory. Some of them had been opened, but there was no one inside. There was also a small half of more than 100 sealed ice coffins. Yi Tianzong was not careless. He was on guard and killed the people sleeping in the ice coffins one by one. After killing everyone, he finally walked out of the secret territory. After resting for 4 hours, Yi Tianzong and the experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect once again set off for the Zhenbu Gate. The process was similar. Yi Tianzong sneaked into the Zhenbu Gate at night and captured the master of the Zhenbu Gate. He searched his soul and found out the location of the secret territory of the Zhenbu Gate and the method to open it. After Yi Tianzong succeeded, the other people of the Hao Ranzhen sect threw exploding flame pearls at the true martial peak. After that, they wantonly slaughtered the people of the Zhenbu Gate. After another night of slaughter, about 200,000 people of the Zhenbu Gate were killed or injured. The remaining 200,000 people either escaped or left the true martial peak. In short, the experts of the Hao Ranzhen sect had basically dealt with all the forces above the Wuling realm. The remaining ones were left to the disciples of the Haoran sect to deal with. Yi Tianzong once again entered the secret territory of the Zhenbu Gate through the method of searching his soul. After killing all the people sleeping in the secret territory of the Zhenbu Gate, he rested for a while. Then, he once again led the experts of the Hao Ranjin sect towards the Shura Gate. Under the same process, the Shura Gate also lost about half of its people under the attack of Yi Tianzong and the others. Its high-level combat power was almost completely wiped out. The secret territory was also completely destroyed by Yi Tianzong. After Yi Tianzong and the others completed their mission and returned to the Hao Ranjin sect, Yi Haoran ordered all the disciples of the Haoran sect to be divided into 3 groups. Each group had about 500,000 people, and they headed towards the Demon Sword sect, Zhenbu Gate, and Shura Gate respectively. The 3 groups advanced towards their targets in a grandiose manner. In the next few months, they launched an all-out attack on the Demon Sword sect, Shura Gate, and Zhenbu Gate. They also hunted down the remaining members of the 3 sects. As time passed, the Hao Ranjin sect's all-out attack on the 3 sects undoubtedly attracted the attention of the other superforces. This was especially true for the 7 superforces that had once attacked the Hao Ranjin sect. In the face of the Hao Ranjin sect's actions, they had no choice but to quickly withdraw their sphere of influence. They were afraid that they would come into conflict with the people of the Hao Ranjin sect, which would lead to retaliation. The Hao Ranjin sect didn't care about how the other superforces would react. After all, after the revenge of Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu, there shouldn't be any superforces that would dare to provoke the Hao Ranjin sect for at least the next 10 years. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. The 3 sects were at the bottom of the superforces. If they wanted to fight, so be it. Who would dare to fight for justice? More than 3 months later, the Hao Ranjin sect completely occupied the territories under the jurisdiction of the Demon Sword sect, Shura Gate, and Zhenbu Gate. The surviving disciples of the 3 sects were also hunted down by the disciples of Haoran. Almost all of them died. Only a few people were lucky enough to escape the influence of the 3 sects and the Hao Ranjin sect. Some of them entered the dense forests and mountains, and their whereabouts were unknown. At this point, the Hao Ranjin sect had completely solved the problem in its heart. There were no more worries. The 3 super sects that had been hostile to the Hao Ranjin sect for thousands of years also disappeared. The actual area under the jurisdiction of the Hao Ranjin sect had expanded to a radius of 30,000 miles, and its sphere of influence radiated to a radius of 50,000 miles. After completely destroying the Demon Sword sect, Zhenbu Gate, and Shura Gate, the Hao Ranjin sect once again returned to its usual state. It quietly integrated and governed the lives of the people within its territory, promoted the Haoran Sutra, and focused on developing the strength of the sect. It was accumulating strength for the next time it broke the seal of heaven and earth. Chapter 96. While Hao Ranjin sect was quietly developing, Yi Tianzong came up with a new plan. However, this plan was aimed at those outstanding disciples. It was to train the Hao Ranjin sect's future top fighting force. To be honest, Yi Tianzong had already thought of this plan a long time ago. It was just that he had only just implemented it. Yi Tianzong estimated the development of the Hao Ranjin sect. It would take at least 7 or 8 years before the next time the seal of heaven and earth was broken. During this period of time, Yi Tianzong planned to select some of the most outstanding disciples. He would invest a large amount of resources to train these disciples to have a special body constitution, and he would personally teach them. Moreover, Yi Tianzong had specially used the divine martial heavenly technique as a reference to create the Haoran Immortal Sutra. The Haoran Immortal Sutra was much more advanced than the Haoran True Heavenly Dipper chant. It was more suitable for outstanding disciples to cultivate. Yi Tianzong's goal was to train these outstanding disciples to become the leaders of the Hao Ranjin sect. Yi Tianzong first discussed this plan with his family. In the end, they agreed that in the next 9 years, a batch of outstanding disciples would be selected every 3 years. Each batch would have 100 people, so there would be a total of 300 people. A large amount of resources would be spent to train these disciples to have a special body constitution of the low spiritual level. He hoped that these disciples would become the backbone of the Hao Ranjin sect in the future. According to Yi Tianzong's estimation, At least 1/10 of the Hao Ranjin sect's resources would be used to train these 300 people to have a special body constitution of the low spiritual level. Some of the extremely precious spiritual herbs would also have to be picked by Yi Tianzong from the herb garden in the Immortal Mansion. The herb garden in the Immortal Mansion was a spirit garden that Yi Tianzong had opened when he first crossed over to this world. It was a spirit garden dedicated to growing various spirit herbs and heaven and earth treasures. After the discussion, Yi Tianzong and Yi Haoran gathered the higher-ups of Hao Ranjin sect and announced the plan. The first selection of 100 people would be held in 2 years. At the same time, he also informed the higher-ups of Hao Ranjin sect about the differences between ordinary warriors and warriors with special constitutions, as well as the beneficial effects of special constitutions on future martial arts. After hearing the secret news that they had never heard before and thinking about the plan that Yi Tianzong and Yi Haoran had told them, all the higher-ups of Hao Ranjin sect became excited. They were already so old and hopeless, but their descendants had a chance. They still had 2 years to prepare. If they missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. While the higher-ups of Hao Ranjin sect were excited, Yi Haoran mentioned some of the requirements for the selection. The 2 most important requirements were loyalty to the sect and a certain level of understanding of the Haoran scripture. As for the requirements of character and temperament, as long as one's understanding of the Haoran scripture met the requirements, then one's character and temperament would naturally not be bad. Otherwise, if one's heart and temperament were not good enough, one would not be able to understand Yi Tianzong's Haoran scripture in depth. After Yi Haoran finished talking about the requirements for the selection, Yi Tianzong continued to say, "At present, this news is only known to you. After half a year, it will be announced to the whole sect. As for what to do during this time, it's your business. I'll say the ugly words first. No one is allowed to make any trouble at the final result of the selection in 2 years. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. If there's nothing else, you can go and prepare yourselves." Yi Haoran said with a smile as he watched the senior members of Haoran's sect hurrying out. "Haha, Tianzong, your plan has really caught their attention. They will be very busy for those quotas. The sect will be very lively in the following days." Yi Haoran said with a smile. Yi Tianzong said casually, "No matter how they compete, as long as they don't violate the rules set by us, it's fine. Otherwise, we will not spare them. What we need is not a foul sect. People's hearts are fickle. As the sect becomes stronger, there are already some bad signs. We can take this opportunity to get rid of those who have lost their minds and make room for the young disciples." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Yi Haoran thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Half a year later, Yi Haoran announced the plan to select and nurture outstanding disciples in the sect, as well as the requirements for the selection. He also announced the information related to some special constitutions. The first batch of 100 people would be selected in the Dragon Phoenix List tournament 1.5 years later. Only inner sect disciples under the age of 30 and above had the right to compete for the spots. As soon as the news came out, the whole sect was in an uproar. 1.5 years later, the Dragon Phoenix List competition would be held. All the disciples of Haoran who wanted to participate in the competition would use all their skills, fighting with their wits and courage, trying their best to defeat their opponents. In the end, the fierce Dragon Phoenix List competition came to an end, and the selection of the 100 outstanding disciples was completed. During this period, as Yi Tianzong and Yi Haoran had expected, many higher-ups of Hao Ranjin sect wanted to obtain the quotas through under-the-table manipulation and other despicable means. Yi Haoran, who had been prepared for this, naturally would not condone it. All the people involved, no matter who they were arrested on the spot and punished in public with conclusive evidence. Once again, the dignity of the sect's rules could not be violated. Under such means, many disciples of Haoran were greatly encouraged and strengthened the cohesion of Hao Ranjin sect again. Time passed quickly. Since the first selection of 100 outstanding disciples, 8 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Hao Ranjin sect once again selected 200 outstanding disciples for training. During these 8 years, Yi Tianzong had used nearly 1/5 of Hao Ranjin sect's spiritual herb storage, as well as some extremely precious heavenly and earthly treasures picked from the immortal mansion. He had also spent a lot of time and energy to create a creation spirit pool that could be used to assist in the cultivation of special constitutions. At the same time, he had also refined a large number of elixirs and body-tempering liquid. With the help of a special secret method, the creation spirit pool, and various elixirs and spirit liquids, 300 of Hao Ranzhen sect's most outstanding disciples had all cultivated special constitutions. Apart from 7 particularly outstanding disciples who had cultivated a medium spirit level special physique, the others were all at the low spirit level special physique due to lack of time or aptitude. However, there were also many disciples who had reached the peak of the low spirit level special physique. They only needed time or an opportunity to be promoted to the medium spirit level special physique. In these 8 years, under Yi Tianzong's meticulous guidance, the youngest of these 300 outstanding disciples had already reached the peak of Wuzong realm. They had also cultivated the Haoran Immortal Sutra, and their strength had increased by almost 10 times compared to the same level as before. Excluding these 300 disciples, in these 8 years, Hao Ranzhen sect had fully developed. Excluding the Haoran courtyard, the total number of disciples had reached 1.8 million. Among them, the number of Marquis Wu realm disciples had reached 3,700, the number of Wu King realm disciples had reached 430, and the number of Wu Zongjing realm disciples had exceeded 80,000. Estimating that Hao Ranzhen sect's strength had almost accumulated enough, Yi Tianzong had an idea. He planned to break the seal of heaven and earth for the 3rd time. After breaking the seal of heaven and earth this time, the upper limit of martial arts that the profound spirit world could withstand would be raised to the Wuzun realm. At the same time, this would also be the last safe attempt to break the seal of heaven and earth. According to Yi Tianzong's calculations, he felt that the next time the seal of Wu Sheng realm was broken, there would be an unforeseen event that would greatly increase the risk. However, he did not know what exactly would happen. Regarding this, Yi Tianzong could only take one step at a time. Before the next seal of heaven and earth was broken, he would do his best to increase the strength of Hao Ranzhen sect. Chapter 97. Before breaking the seal of heaven and earth, Yi Haoran and the others awakened the remaining 22 Wu Zun from the Yi family in the secret territory. The other Wu Zun from the opposing factions were all killed. They gave the Wu Zun a month's time to familiarize themselves with the current situation in the Hao Ranzhen sect. They were also informed of the reason for awakening them. After these Wu Zun were completely familiar with the Hao Ranzhen sect, they began to break the seal of heaven and earth for the 3rd time. With the previous 2 experiences, the process of breaking the seal of heaven and earth for the 3rd time was much smoother. The Hao Ranzhen sect gathered all the members of the sect, totaling more than 1.8 million people. With Yi Tianzong as the leader, they activated the Haoran's righteous energy between heaven and earth and broke the seal of heaven and earth for the 3rd time. After breaking the seal of heaven and earth for the 3rd time, the profound spirit world expanded by 10 times. The sky was higher and the ground was wider. The space was more compact and firm. The density of the qi of heaven and earth doubled again. The quality of the qi of heaven and earth also increased. As time passed, the profound spirit world continued to absorb the energy from outside the heaven and earth. The density and quality of the qi of heaven and earth continued to increase. The expansion of the heaven and earth continued for about 2 hours before it gradually calmed down. Everyone in the Hao Ranzhen sect looked up at the sky in anticipation. It was time to reap the rewards again. They did not have to wait for too long. After a quarter of an hour, a dark green river poured down from the sky. The dark green river split into 2 tributaries, one large and one small. The small tributary split into countless water balls of different sizes and fell within a 30,000-mile radius of the Hao Ranzhen sect. The other large dark green tributary split into more than 1.8 million streams of water of different thicknesses and directly poured into the bodies of everyone in the Hao Ranzhen sect. Compared to the last time they broke the seal of heaven and earth, the rewards this time were much greater. It was equivalent to more than 10 times the previous time. The energy of the heaven and earth's feedback originated from the source of the heaven and earth. Just the purity of the energy far surpassed the true essence that the martial artists cultivated. After absorbing this energy, not only could one break through the martial arts realm without any side effects, it could also subtly strengthen the martial artist's foundation and potential. Moreover, receiving the pure energy of the heaven and earth also meant that one was favored by the heaven and earth. For a certain period of time, whether it was cultivation or doing other things, it would be much easier. After absorbing the energy of the heaven and earth's feedback, almost everyone in the Hao Ranjin sect had broken through the martial arts realm. Everyone had broken through at least 3 small realms. Many of the Haoran disciples had broken through the barrier of a big realm and entered the next one. The rest had basically broken through to the peak of their current big realm. They only needed to stabilize and buffer for a period of time before they could continue to break through to the next big realm. After the heaven and earth's feedback, the Hao Ranjin sect had newly promoted 50 experts of Wu Zun, more than 1,000 experts of Wu King, more than 10,000 experts of Marquis Wu, and more than 150,000 experts of Wu Zong. At this time, the Hao Ranjin sect no longer had any disciples below the martial warrior realm. The 50 or so experts of Wu Zun who had been awakened from the secret realm had all used the pure energy of the heaven and earth's feedback to replenish their lost foundation and foundation. They could continue to pursue higher martial arts realms. As for Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and other members of Yi Tianzong's family, as well as the 300 outstanding disciples that Yi Tianzong had specially selected and cultivated, after absorbing the energy of the heaven and earth's feedback, their martial arts cultivation did not break through. Instead, they used all of it to improve their own physical attributes. Although Ling Xinyue's clear ice Shen body did not break through to the next level, under the nourishment of the heaven and earth's feedback, her foundation had greatly increased. Her physical attributes at the peak of the profound level had reached the end. She was only one step away from being promoted to the divine level. The divine level physique had great potential to break through to the myth realm. It was the best physique besides the king-level physique at the peak of the profound spirit world. Ling Xinyue's peak profound level physique was enough for her to be unimpeded before she reached the myth realm. Yi Yuanshan, Yi Haoran, and Yi Haoyun's true Wu Ling body, which had gradually increased to the peak of the spirit level, had been promoted to the true martial Shen body of the profound level. Li Qingya, Li Qingsha, Su Mengshan, and Zi Yunxuan's clear immortal spirit body had also been promoted to the profound immortal Shen body of the profound level. The 300 disciples with special physiques had all been promoted by one level. 7 of them were high spirit level, and 293 of them were mid-spirit level. As for Yi Tianzong himself, he had directly broken through to the peak of the late Wu Zun realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the peak of the Wu Zun realm. While the people of Hao Ranjin sect were happily improving their martial arts realms, the other superpowers in the Central Plains were all looking at the expanded world with complicated feelings. Needless to say, the various superpowers knew the reason for the sudden expansion of the heaven and earth. It was definitely because the Hao Ranjin sect had broken the heaven and earth seal again. At this point, the various superpowers no longer hoped that they could break the heaven and earth seal and increase their strength greatly. This was because although they knew the method to break the heaven and earth seal, they really didn't know how to use the energy between the heaven and earth. As for the possibility of the Hao Ranjin sect deceiving them, it wasn't that it wasn't possible, but it was too small. Every time the heaven and earth seal was broken, the Hao Ranjin sect didn't prohibit them from inquiring about it. As long as they didn't cause any trouble, it was fine. Therefore, deceiving them wasn't very likely. Even though he did not have any hopes of breaking through the seal of the heaven and earth, looking at the righteous sect breaking through time after time and increasing their strength time after time, Lin Fan could not help but feel envious and jealous. Lin Fan did not know how much the strength of the righteous sect would grow after this. Because the heaven and earth seal had expanded by 10 times, the territories ruled by the various superpowers had also expanded by 10 times. For a long time to come, all the superpowers' main focus was on making the best use of their time to increase their strength, as well as how to build and govern the expanded territories. For the time being, they didn't have the time to scheme against each other. Among all these superpowers, the Zhou dynasty was undoubtedly under the most pressure. Originally, as the only dynasty in the Central Plains, it was also the strongest superpower. The territory it ruled was the largest. Before the Hao-Ranzhen sect broke the heaven and earth seal, the territory it ruled had a radius of 200,000 miles. Now that the heaven and earth seal had suddenly expanded by 10 times, it was a situation that was both happy and worried for the Zhou dynasty. They were happy because the territory they ruled had expanded by 10 times. They were worried because with such a large territory, it was too difficult to manage it in a short period of time. When the time came, they would inevitably have to fight with those superpowers again. Just as the Central Plains, the Western regions, the northern borderline, and the southern wastelands all quieted down to increase their strength and digest the effects of the expansion of the heaven and earth seal, because the heaven and earth seal was broken again, some creatures other than humans that Yi Tianzong had previously imagined also experienced unknown changes. In the desolate wilderness, dangerous lands, or the depths of endless forests, there were endless roars that rose and fell continuously, as if announcing the awakening of some existences. In the vast and boundless ocean, countless marine creatures suddenly grew in size and gained intelligence. All kinds of changes occurred, and an unprecedented change was brewing in the ocean. Chapter 98. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The Hao-Ranzhen sect's strength had increased by at least twofold compared to when it had first broken through the seal of heaven and earth 5 years ago. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyue's martial cultivation had both risen to the peak of Wu Zun. As for Yi Haoran and the others, with the help of Yi Tianzong, their physiques had once again risen by 1 level, reaching the medium mystic grade physique. Their martial cultivation had also broken through to the intermediate Wu Zun realm. In addition, there were more than 20 new Wu Zun experts and hundreds of King Wu experts. Now, some things had to be put on the agenda. The first was the 7 superpowers surrounding the Hao-Ranzhen sect. It was time to get rid of them. After breaking through the seal of heaven and earth 5 years ago, the world had expanded tenfold. The Hao-Ranzhen sect's territory had also expanded to a radius of 100,000 miles. The problem that the Hao-Ranzhen sect was facing now was that its territory was vast but its population was sparse. It was not conducive to its control of a vast territory. As a sect, it was already very, very vast for its territory to reach a radius of 100,000 miles. It would not be able to control any more than that. Therefore, getting rid of the 7 superpowers surrounding it was not to continue expanding its territory, but to take revenge. At the same time, how could it allow others to sleep soundly on its side bed? If the 2 superpowers were equal in strength, the Hao-Ranzhen sect could only tolerate them. However, the 7 superpowers surrounding it were far inferior to the Hao-Ranzhen sect's strength. Since that was the case, in order to avoid any unstable factors, the Hao-Ranzhen sect would not allow these 7 superpowers to continue existing. After eliminating these 7 superpowers, although the Hao-Ranzhen sect would not directly occupy them, they would also not work for others. After some discussion, the higher-ups of Hao-Ranzhen sect decided on a plan. The Hao-Ranzhen sect had decided to set up a Haoran branch courtyard within a radius of 50,000 kilometers of its territory, including the area that would be vacated after the annihilation of the 7 superpowers, and even further. Each Haoran branch courtyard would be converted into a Haoran branch courtyard. These Haoran branch academies would be spread all over the areas outside the Hao-Ranzhen sect's direct rule. On one hand, it would expand the Hao-Ranzhen sect's influence and spread the Hao-Ranzhen sect's Haoran orthodoxy. On the other hand, it would allow them to continuously recruit outstanding disciples for the Hao-Ranzhen sect from a wider area. Secondly, aside from dealing with the 7 superpowers, the Hao-Ranzhen sect's development of the Haoran mountain range was also one of the most important things to do right now. The Hao-Ranzhen sect's headquarters, Tiangang Peak, was located on the outskirts of the Haoran mountain range. After the expansion of the heavens and earth, the Haoran mountain range had also expanded to a radius of 20,000 kilometers. The Haoran mountain range was rich in natural resources. Most of the Hao-Ranzhen sect's spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, and various spiritual materials were obtained from the Haoran mountain range every year. However, in the past, the Hao-Ranzhen sect did not pay much attention to the use of the Haoran mountain range. They only issued missions and sent disciples to the mountain range to collect resources needed for martial arts cultivation. Even 1/3 of the potential of the Haoran mountain range had not been unearthed. Now that the Howran mountain range had expanded to a radius of 20,000 kilometers, the Howranjan sect naturally could not let this precious land go to waste. Not to mention other things, just the countless peaks alone could be used to accommodate the disciples of the Howranjan sect. Tiangang Peak was the highest peak in the Howran mountain range. After the expansion of the heavens and earth 3 times, it was now more than 60,000 feet tall. It was so majestic and vast that one could not look up at it. Naturally, it could easily accommodate more than 1.8 million people. However, as the Howranjan sect continued to recruit disciples in the future, it would undoubtedly be inconvenient for everyone to gather on one peak. Moreover, if everyone gathered on Tiangang Peak, the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi consumed every day for cultivation was immeasurable. In this way, if there were too many people, the average cultivation speed would decrease. If the disciples were split up and found a few more suitable peaks to live in and set up a spirit-gathering formation, then the cultivation environment of the Howran mountain range disciples would undoubtedly be better than on Tiangang Peak. Secondly, the most important thing was that Yi Tianzong had vaguely mentioned that it had been millions of years since the mythological era. In such a long period of time, no one knew how many forces had been passed down and hidden in various places between the heavens and earth. Now that the Howran mountain range has expanded to a radius of 20,000 kilometers, could there be forces hidden in the mountain range that we have not discovered? Also, since humans can cultivate, then in the history of the profound spirit world, there must be other non-human creatures that can cultivate. Then, with the recovery of the heavens and earth, will those non-human creatures also appear? Where are they hiding? The most likely place is the mountains or the depths of the forest where people rarely go. The name of the Howran mountain range was given after the Howran sword sect appeared. Then, before the Howran sword sect was established, what secrets were hidden? If they did not thoroughly investigate the Howran mountain range now and firmly control it in their hands, who knows what unforeseen events might occur in the future? Yi Tianzong's words could be said to have directly made all the higher-ups of the Howranjan sect aware of the seriousness of the matter. They were only thinking of sweeping away the enemies outside, but forgot the principle of darkness under the lamp. Since there could be various forces hidden in any place, then the various mountains and forests of the Central Plains were the most likely places to hide. The higher-ups of the Howranjan sect were very sure that there were definitely many forces hidden in those mountains and forests. It was very likely that there was more than one hidden force in the Howran mountain range. It was just that they had not appeared before, and the Howranjan sect did not think of it and did not discover it. Also, there was the matter of whether other hidden forces would suddenly appear within 100,000 li of the Howranjan sect's territory. After all, the 7 super forces outside the Howranjan sect had suddenly appeared. In the past, at most, there were only a few second-rate and third-rate forces. No one stipulated that every hidden force had to have a significant inheritance in the world. Perhaps the hidden forces did not care about this, and only a few people existed in the world and were not known to outsiders. Thinking of the possible situation, the higher-ups of the Howranjan sect felt a heavy heart. Fortunately, this problem had been discovered now. Otherwise, if they continued to ignore it, who knew when an uncontrollable force would suddenly appear in their territory? At that time, the Howranjan sect would be in a difficult situation. It seemed like they had to strengthen the control of the patrol of the territory under their rule. They could not afford to have any trouble. After discussing these 2 important matters, they also formulated a development plan for the Howranjan sect for the next 10 years. The higher-ups of the Howranjan sect cooperated with each other and began to mobilize the strength of the sect. Their first goal was to eliminate the 7 super forces in the surrounding area and establish the Howran Branch Academy. The higher-ups of the Howranjan sect also began to move. Even the Wu Sheng first heaven ancestor of the Yi family, who was sleeping in the secret realm, was awakened. After familiarizing himself with the current situation of the Howranjan sect, he also participated in the operation against the 7 superforces. Chapter 99. The 7 superpowers surrounding the Howranjan sect had once joined forces to attack the Howranjan sect. In the final battle, they had lost more than 90% of their strength. Later, they were retaliated against by Yi Tianzong. Even though more than 10 years had passed, they had only recovered 30% of their strength. To deal with these 7 superpowers, the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect and the disciples of the Haoran branch school, totaling more than 2.8 million people, were divided into 7 forces and launched an attack on the 7 superpowers at the same time. Of course, such a large-scale movement of the entire sect was not done overnight. The distance between the two sides was quite far. In order to prevent the 7 superpowers from discovering and escaping, the Hao Ranjin sect publicly announced a large-scale city construction plan. Using the reason that a large number of people were needed to build a new city, they mobilized millions of people and spent 3 months gradually mobilizing their forces around the 7 superpowers. After the mobilization was completed, Yi Tianzong and the experts of the Hao Ranjun sect at the Wu King realm and above took the lead in launching a surprise attack. Just like how they dealt with the Demon Sword sect, Shura Gate, and Junbu Gate, they first moved quickly and captured the leaders of the 7 superpowers. Then, Yi Tianzong searched their souls and obtained the locations of the 7 superpowers' secret realms or heavenly abodes, as well as the method to open them. After Yi Tianzong succeeded, the Wu King and Wu Zun realm experts of the Hao Ranjun sect began to massacre the 7 superpowers, especially the high-level experts of the 7 superpowers. At the same time, the 7 forces that the Hao Ranjun sect had gathered earlier began to attack the 7 superpowers' territories according to the agreed time, purging all the cultivators belonging to the 7 superpowers. Each of these 7 superpowers ruled over a vast area of more than 50,000 li. Therefore, the Hao Ranjun sect's purge of these 7 superpowers lasted for more than a year before it gradually subsided. Under the purge of Haoran's disciples, only a small number of people with low strength were lucky enough to survive and escape. At this point, the 7 superpowers had been annihilated by the Hao Ranjun sect. There was no longer any chance for them to make a comeback. Fortunately, the other forces did not know that when the Hao Ranjun sect eliminated these hostile forces, they had also eliminated the foundation of these forces. In their opinion, the Hao Ranjun sect's actions were strenuous and unrewarding. This was because they did not expect Yi Tianzong to use his powerful primordial spirit power and soul assimilation secret technique to search the souls of the leaders of the major forces. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the Hao Ranjun sect was, they would still destroy the Hao Ranjun sect at all costs. After destroying the 7 superpowers, the Hao Ranjun sect plundered countless spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, and other resources. Then, they retreated to Tiangang Peak. The occupied areas were divided into units of 5,000 li and handed over to the Haoran branch school to manage. As for the management of the Haoran branch school, it was up to the Marquis Wu realm members of the Hao Ranjun sect to take turns. Yi Tianzong did not care about these specific plans. Now, he only needed to ensure the general direction of the Hao Ranjun sect's development. As for the specific matters, the Hao Ranjun sect had already trained a large number of people to deal with them. After dealing with the external unstable factors, the Hao Ranjun sect's energy turned to control the internal situation. Now that the world was expanding, the land was vast and the population was sparse. In the future, as the seals of the world were constantly broken, the world would continue to expand. Therefore, the Hao Ranjun sect formulated a series of measures to encourage fertility as a long-term plan. Then, in the following time, the more than 1.8 million disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect all accepted missions. They carried out a detailed search of the Haoran mountain range, including the Hao Ranjun sect's territory. They eliminated any possible abnormal phenomena. The rewards for the missions were generous. Under these measures, all the disciples of the Haoran mountain range gladly accepted the missions and left Tiangang Peak in groups. More than 1.8 million people scattered in a vast area of 100,000 li. They could not even cause a ripple. The higher-ups of the Hao Ranjun sect were well aware of this. They did not expect to see results in a short period of time. They were all prepared to wait for a long time. In any case, the Hao Ranjun sect had just plundered countless cultivation resources. Taking advantage of this long-term mission, they used all of them on the disciples. Why not? In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, everyone in the Hao Ranjun sect was carefully searching the territory under their rule for any abnormal situations. So far, they did not find any signs of hidden forces. However, the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect did not give up. Even if they spent 10 years without any results, it was still worth it. However, even if they did not find any hidden forces, it was not that they did not gain anything. Under the careful search of the Hao Ranjin sect, some of the dirty and dark things that were previously covered up in various cities and villages within the Howran mountain range were unearthed by the Howran mountain range disciples. Many of these things were simply shocking and made people's hair stand on end. Because of the influence of the Howran scripture, the upright and resolute disciples of the Howran mountain range naturally would not sit back and do nothing. They revealed all the dark things that they found and ruthlessly killed all the people involved. They did not show any mercy. During this process, some things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry happened. Many of the tyrannical families in the cities were used to being free and unfettered. They considered everything beneath their notice. When facing the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect, they were still arrogant and domineering. They did not care about the crimes that they had committed. They even threatened the disciples of the Howran mountain range to not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, they would teach them a lesson. When faced with such a situation, the disciples of the Howran mountain range would naturally not be polite. The Hao Ranjin sect would always be the ruler of the area within a radius of 100,000 miles. Since when did it become the turn of this group of people who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth to be arrogant? Therefore, they did not hesitate to take action and directly sent them to meet the king of hell. If one person's strength was not enough, they would call for others. In any case, they had to take down all these people who had committed heinous crimes. After confirming that there was no mistake, they would directly execute them. After discovering such situations one after another, the disciples of the Howran mountain range reported it. The higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect also paid attention to it. Once again, they issued a task at the Achievement Palace Hall to inspect and rectify the injustices in the entire Howran mountain range. All the injustices that were discovered must be dealt with strictly. They had to let everyone in the Howran mountain range know that the Hao Ranjin sect was the only ruler. Another year passed. During this year, the search for hidden forces outside the Howran mountain range still did not yield any results. However, various injustices were discovered and severely punished. The results of the search in the Howran mountain range alerted the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect. In 2 years, the Hao Ranjin sect's search in the Howran mountain range had already advanced 3,000 miles. 2 months ago, when the disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect continued their search in the depths of the Howran mountain range, a group of wild beasts suddenly appeared and fought with the disciples of the Howran mountain range. These wild beasts were very large in size and looked ferocious. Their claws and teeth were very sharp. Moreover, the strength of the strongest wild beast was equivalent to that of a Wu Ling realm martial artist. According to the description of the Howran mountain range disciples, these wild beasts had a certain level of intelligence. They first sneakily attacked the disciples of the Howran mountain range. Then, when they fought with the disciples of the Howran mountain range, some of them escaped when the situation was unfavorable. When this situation was reported, it alerted the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect. Chapter 100. In the past, when the disciples of Hao Ranjin sect went to the Howran mountain range to pick spiritual herbs, it was not as if they had not encountered all kinds of wild animals. After all, the Howran mountain range covered a vast area and was rich in natural resources. There were also many kinds of strange animals and birds. However, the strength of those animals was within the normal range of cognition, and they only had very simple spiritual intelligence. At the same time, there were also some animals that, after interacting with humans for a long time, would naturally develop some simple behavioral awareness and imitate the actions of humans. These were all normal phenomena. However, this time, the situation that the disciples of Howran mountain range discovered was very unusual. According to the description, the attacking beasts were not only much stronger than normal beasts, but their spiritual intelligence was also much higher than normal beasts. Different beasts even knew how to cooperate with each other. Furthermore, when the sneak attack failed, after the battle with the disciples of Howran mountain range, they could still escape when the situation was unfavorable. There were only two possibilities for such a situation to occur. One was that, with the recovery of the world, not only humans, but also other non-human creatures gradually increased their spiritual intelligence and embarked on the path of evolution. In the future, such situations would only increase. The other possibility was that there were really strange or human forces hidden in the Howran mountain range that the Howranjan sect had not discovered before. In the process of the recovery of the world, some conditions were triggered and these hidden forces began to appear one after another. Furthermore, they controlled some low-level beasts to test the Howranjan sect. No matter which of the two possibilities were, or if both of them existed, there was no doubt that Yi Tianzong's words were verified. The history of the profound spirit world was very long. No one knew how many forces had hidden because of the decline of the world. In any place in the world, there could be hidden forces that were not known to outsiders. The situation that the disciples of Howran mountain range discovered was intolerable to the Howranjan sect, who treated the Howran mountain range as their own backyard. They had to solve all the uncontrollable factors. Realizing that a more serious situation might occur, the higher-ups of Howranjan sect decided to send 200 King Wu and 1,000 Marquis Wu to support the disciples in the Howran mountain range after an emergency discussion. Furthermore, they decided to have Marquis Wu and King Wu lead more than 500,000 disciples in the Howran mountain range and divide them into 10 groups to continue investigating the Howran mountain range. They must find any abnormalities that could threaten the Howranjan sect, and at the same time, hunt down those beasts that had launched sneak attacks. On the third day after the higher-ups of the Howranjan sect sent King Wu and Marquis Wu to support the Howran disciples, the more than 500,000 disciples scattered in the Howran mountain range were once again attacked by various beasts. This time, the attacks were not small skirmishes like a few days ago, but a large-scale battle. More than 100,000 disciples of Howran mountain range were attacked by hundreds of thousands of beasts on the ground and in the air. In the face of the sudden attack, the disciples of Howran mountain range formed a sword formation one after another. After a difficult battle, they finally defeated the beasts at the cost of more than 5,000 casualties. Fortunately, 2 days ago, the higher-ups of Howranjan sect had issued an order for the Howran mountain range disciples to assemble. Otherwise, when faced with such a large number of beasts, the number of casualties would have at least doubled. The higher-ups of the Howranjan sect did not expect a more serious situation to occur so quickly. Through these two situations, it was obvious that these beasts were testing the Howranjan sect. In this regard, the higher-ups of the Howranjan sect no longer thought about taking things step by step, and directly took out targeted measures. Since Yi Tianzong had participated in the management of the Howranjan sect for decades, the Howranjan sect had accumulated a lot of resources. Not to mention other things, just the 100 Herb Hall and the Weapons Formation Hall alone had achieved a lot with the support of Yi Tianzong. For example, the 100 Herb Hall now not only had thousands of people, but they had also developed more than 30 different kinds of elixirs, which were involved in all aspects of martial arts cultivation. Furthermore, the Weapons Formation Hall had not only forged a large number of weapons, but also developed more than 10 kinds of formations for various purposes. In the past, due to various reasons, the decades of accumulation could not be fully applied. Now, it was just right to respond to the crisis in the Howran mountain range. Yi Howran and a group of higher-ups first ordered the mobilization of 500,000 disciples to support the Howran mountain range. Then, they directly sent more than 80% of the higher-ups of the Howranjan sect to the Howran mountain range. At the same time, in order to strengthen their control over the Howran mountain range and support the battle of the Howran disciples, the higher-ups of the Howranjan sect decided to set up a total of 20 strongholds in the mountain range, with at least 50,000 people in each stronghold. They ordered the Weapons Formation Hall to set up defensive formations and spirit-gathering formations on the mountain peaks that would become strongholds. At the same time, they strengthened the support of weapons and various kinds of elixirs. Now that the situation was unclear, the Howranjan sect chose to prioritize defense in order to stabilize the situation. After 2 probing attacks, the enemies in the Howran mountain range would definitely not end things so hastily. Since they had chosen to attack the people of the Howranjan sect, it was obvious that they would not allow the Howranjan sect to interfere in the Howran mountain range. The relationship between the Hao Ranjan sect and the Hao Ranjan sect was completely hostile. It could be foreseen that there would definitely be another large-scale battle in the future. The two sides would have to compete many times before the ownership of the Haoran mountain range could be decided. Therefore, the Hao Ranjan sect must firmly control the territory that they had already occupied. At this time, mobilizing forces into the Haoran mountain range would undoubtedly slow down the progress of investigating the other areas in the Haoran mountain range. Therefore, while mobilizing the disciples of the Haoran mountain range, the Hao Ranjan sect simultaneously launched another plan. Strictly speaking, the 1.8 million disciples of the Haoran mountain range referred to the disciples on Tiangang Peak. However, the total number of disciples in the Hao Ranjan sect was far more than 1.8 million. Over the years, at least 400,000 disciples of the Haoran mountain range had been deployed from Tiangang Peak to various cities in the territory that they ruled. At the same time, due to various reasons such as injuries, marriage, and elimination, the number of people who had withdrawn from the official disciple status of the sect, but still lived freely as outer disciples numbered in the hundreds of thousands. These were all forces that could be mobilized. However, these people were not mobilized for battle, but to replace the disciples of the Haoran mountain range who had been deployed and continue to investigate suspicious situations in the Haoran mountain range. At the same time, in order to deal with the future situation, the Hao Ranjan sect once again began to recruit disciples on a large scale. They recruited millions of disciples in one go. These people could also be used to assist the Hao Ranjan sect in the early stages of teaching the new disciples. While the people of the Hao Ranjan sect were making preparations in full swing, a huge herd of beasts was also gathering in the depths of the Haoran mountain range. At the foot of a towering mountain, millions of birds and beasts gathered here. At the same time, countless beasts were rushing to this place in an endless stream. At this time, millions of birds and beasts gathered here. Each of them was huge in size and had a violent aura. However, they forced themselves to endure and looked up ahead. At the place where the huge number of beasts gathered, there were hundreds of powerful beasts standing in the air. These powerful beasts were of different species, and most of them looked ferocious. Beasts were a name for ordinary beasts after they evolved. Like human warriors, beasts were also divided into levels. However, in order to make it easier to call each other, humans once compared the levels of beasts with the levels of human warriors. Below the myth realm, humans divided beasts into 9 levels. Level 1 beasts corresponded to the warrior realm of humans, and so on. Level 9 beasts corresponded to the Wu Sheng realm of humans. Only when beasts reached level 4, which was equivalent to the Wu Ling realm of humans, could they have a relatively complete spiritual intelligence and become a member of the middle class of beasts. They could command beasts below level 4 to fight. When beasts reached level 7, they became the upper class of beasts. Basically, they had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. The hundreds of powerful beasts standing in the air were all level 8 beasts. They were equivalent to the Wu Zun realm of humans. Moreover, each of them was at least in the late stage of level 8. Even the 3 leading beasts had faintly surpassed level 8 and were half a step into the threshold of level 9. The 3 demonic beasts were of normal size. One of them was the mystic winged tiger demon with 2 tails, a pair of wings, and purple golden eyes. The other was the colorful 9-headed demon bird with 9 heads. The other was the snow-white celestial demon marten with blood-red eyes. Although celestial ferret did not have a ferocious appearance, it could be seen from the fearful eyes of the black-winged tiger demon and the 9-headed demon bird that celestial ferret was the strongest among the 3. Looking at the endless number of low-level beasts that were still gathering, the black-winged tiger demon said to celestial ferret impatiently, "We've already probed the humans twice. It's been 7 days. I'm sure the humans have already sensed that something is wrong and have taken precautions. The longer we delay, the more trouble there will be. When are we going to attack the human forces and drive them out of the Saint Meteorite Mountains?" Celestial Ferret casually said slowly, "What's the hurry? Ever since we left the sacred land 3 years ago, didn't we already find out that there's only one human sect outside the Saint Meteorite Mountains? However, this human sect is rather dangerous. I've wanted to investigate it before, but there's always a fatal sense of danger. In order to succeed in one go, we have to gather more forces to achieve our goal. The nine-headed demon bird interjected, "Hee, blood ferret. You were the one who proposed the plan to drive the humans away. Black tiger demon, and I listened to you because of the sacred land's arrangements. However, we came out of the sacred land with a mission. If your plan fails this time and causes the strength of our devil clan to be damaged, you'll have to bear all the consequences." Celestial Ferret's blood-red eyes flashed with a bloody light, and said in a deep voice, "I have my own plans for the mission assigned by the sacred land. There's no need for you to worry. Isn't the plan to drive the humans away this time for the sacred land's mission? The Saint Meteorite Mountains have always been the territory of our devil clan. It was only after we entered the sacred land and went into hibernation thousands of years ago that the humans gradually occupied it. Is there a problem with my plan to take back our territory? Do you think that if we don't carry out this plan, with the humans watching from the side, we can peacefully develop our strength?" Hearing this, the nine-headed demon bird and the black-winged tiger demon did not speak anymore. They continued to wait for the endless number of low-level beasts to gather below. Chapter 102. Hundreds of Class 8 monsters were waiting for the endless stream of low-level monsters to gather below. Little did they know that Yi Tianzong was hiding in the clouds above these monsters, looking down below. Listening to the conversation of the three strongest monsters below, Yi Tianzong guessed that the Howran mountain range was the Saint Fallen mountain range that they were talking about. It used to be the territory of the monster race. However, due to the decline of the world, some monsters entered the holy land of the monster race to sleep in order to avoid death. They sealed off their connection with the outside world, which led to the Saint Fallen mountain range being occupied by humans. In the end, it became the Howran mountain range under the jurisdiction of the Howranjan sect. Now that the world was recovering, the concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi had increased, which triggered some conditions. The sealed holy land of the monster race was opened again. However, due to the suppression of the world, the holy land of the monster race could only send out some juniors to carry out missions and develop the monster race. However, these juniors carrying out missions were unwilling to be left out. They wanted to drive away the human forces once and for all and take back the Saint Fallen mountain range that had been occupied by humans. Carefully observing the demonic beasts below, Yi Tianzong could feel the aura of those rank 8 demonic beasts. Their chaotic origin was flourishing. They were not like those seniors who were in deep slumber in the vast orthodox secret realm. It seemed that the holy land of the monster race in the Saint Fallen mountain range was not ordinary. After sleeping for such a long time, there were no signs of its potential being damaged. Wu Sheng definitely did not have such means. Only those who had reached the myth realm and refined their god Yuan Qi could do so. Maybe there was more than one myth realm monster in the holy land of the monster race in the Saint Fallen mountain range. Based on this, the monster race in the Saint Fallen mountain range was at least a powerful force that had been passed down since the beginning of the ancient era. I didn't expect that a non-human race force would really appear in the Howran mountain range just because I said so. Without him, the Howranjan sect's current strength would not be enough to deal with them. However, this was also good. With him around, the Howranjan sect would be invincible. The appearance of these demons would also give the Howranjan sect a powerful opponent. As a result, everyone in Howranjan sect would feel the pressure and would work even harder in their cultivation. Over the years, the righteous orthodox's upper echelons and disciples had become complacent after continuously suppressing and wiping out one superpower after another. As a result, they had slacked off in their cultivation. These demon forces had appeared at the right time. The Howranjan sect would be very busy in the future. Yi Tianzong made up his mind. He did not continue to observe the demon clan below. Instead, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. In just half an hour, he crossed thousands of miles and returned to Qiangang Peak. This time, he came to investigate the situation in the depths of the Howran mountain range because Yi Tianzong had just come out of seclusion to relax. After hearing about the situation from Yi Howran, he immediately set off. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong had come out of seclusion at the right time. Moreover, He was powerful enough to investigate the important situation. Otherwise, based on the current preparations of the Hao-Ranjin sect, they would not be able to resist the upcoming monster tide. After Yi Tianzong returned to Tiangang Peak, he told Yi Haoran and the higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect about the information he had found and his own speculations. After hearing the news and guesses brought back by Yi Tianzong, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that there would be such a behemoth of the monster clan at their doorstep. Fortunately, because of the suppression of heaven and earth, those high-level monster beasts couldn't come out, giving the Haoran Orthodox sect time and opportunity to develop. Otherwise, they would be finished now. After knowing about the upcoming monster tide, the higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect discussed and once again mobilized 500,000 official Haoran disciples and 1 million newly recruited disciples into the Haoran mountain range. The newly recruited 1 million disciples came from the public schools in every city. The weakest of them had reached the martial warrior realm. They were barely able to participate in the battle. This was a helpless move. After all, according to Yi Tianzong, millions of monsters had gathered in the depths of the Haoran mountain range and were still gathering. The Haoran mountain range now covered an area of more than 20,000 miles. The number of hidden monsters was definitely an astronomical figure. Even if only 1/10 of the monsters were gathered, it was still an enormous force. It could be predicted that the monster tide this time would be at least in the tens of millions. In order to resist the monster tide, the Hao-Ranjin sect could only send the newly recruited disciples into the Haoran mountain range. Then, a large number of people were mobilized from Haoran city to the Haoran mountain range to build cities. They corresponded to the 20 strongholds of the Hao-Ranjin sect in the Haoran mountain range and built 20 cities against the mountain peaks. Haoran city was the city with the highest average strength and the largest population in the Haoran mountain range. It was very fast to build a city with the help of cement by the martial warriors. In addition, except for a few people who maintained the operation of the sect, all the higher-ups of the sect were sent into the Haoran mountain range to guard against the higher-ups of the demon clan. At the same time, the Hao-Ranjin sect's previous cultivation method, tendon-changing primordial skill, was made public to the public schools in every city in the Haoran mountain range to strengthen the backup forces of the Hao-Ranjin sect. In addition, the Warriors for Hire Guild was set up in every city under the influence of the Hao-Ranjin sect. The Warriors for Hire Guild was an organization that the Hao-Ranjin sect had planned to set up in the Central Plains. It was an organization that would integrate and utilize the strength of the martial warriors. Originally, it was set up to deal with the possibility of a racial war in the future, or to gather information that they needed to know. However, they didn't expect to cross paths with the demon clan so quickly, so they took advantage of the opportunity to set up the Warriors for Hire Guild. Through the Warriors for Hire Guild, any martial warrior could receive weapons, pills, cultivation methods, and other rewards by accepting and completing missions within the guild. At the same time that the Warriors for Hire Guild was set up, the Hao-Ranjin sect issued a mission within the Warriors for Hire Guild to gather martial warriors to fight against the demon clan. Some of the information involved in the mission was also made public. The mission to fight against the demon clan was a long-term mission. Everyone in the Hao-Ranjin sect knew that as the world recovered and expanded in the future, the Haoran mountain range would become wider and wider, and the demon clan would become stronger and stronger. For the sake of the sect's interests, it was basically impossible for them to coexist peacefully with the demon clan. This was destined to be a long and drawn-out war. The strength of the Hao-Ranjin sect alone was clearly insufficient. If that was the case, the rise of the Hao-Ranjin sect would be hindered and even decline. Only by gathering countless martial warriors in the Central Plains could they ensure the continued development of the sect and resist the attack of the demon clan. It just so happened that the various martial arts techniques, spiritual herbs, spiritual weapons, spiritual materials, and other spoils of war that they had obtained from suppressing and destroying the demon clan could be put to good use. The establishment of the Warriors for Hire Guild and the mission to fight against the demon clan issued by the Hao-Ranjin sect had undoubtedly caused a huge uproar in the Central Plains. Countless people and forces were extremely shocked. With the expansion of the world, the methods that humans use to transmit information had also become faster and faster. In addition to the ordinary messenger eagles, There was also the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. However, this method of communication was only used by the various martial warriors and could not be popularized. In less than 20 days, the mission to fight against the demon clan by the warriors for Higher Guild and the Hao-Ran-Jun sect had spread throughout the entire Central Plains. Most of the forces rejoiced in the Hao-Ran-Jun sect's misfortune. However, the other martial warriors who were closer to the various mountain ranges and jungles became vigilant. Since the Hao-Ran-Jun sect could encounter the demon clan in the mountain ranges, then it was not impossible for them to encounter the demon clan who were closer to the mountain ranges and jungles. They had to investigate carefully. Chapter 103. While the Central Plains was in turmoil because of the news of the warriors for Higher Guild and the appearance of the demon clan, the Hao-Ran-Jun sect was making use of the time to prepare for war. It had been a month since the second demon clan probe. Under the frantic operation of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect, they had finished setting up 20 mountain peaks in the Howran mountain range. They had allocated large amounts of various materials and built many houses. At least 3 types of defensive formations, spirit-gathering formations, and psychedelic formations had been deployed on these 20 mountain peaks. At least 120,000 people were stationed on each mountain peak. At the same time, the general outline of the city at the foot of each mountain peak had been completed. Some houses had also been built. Each city was built to accommodate 500,000 people. The city walls of each city were 200 feet high and 100 feet thick. On the city walls, the people of the Formation Tools Hall had also carved 2 layers of defensive formations to reinforce the city walls. It could be said that the city walls were impregnable. At this time, in addition to the 2.5 million disciples of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect who had entered the Howran mountain range and were stationed on the 20 mountain peaks, hundreds of thousands of warriors who had accepted the mission from the warriors for Higher Guild began to arrive at the Howran mountain range one after another. Under the guidance of the disciples of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect, they entered the newly built city. Moreover, a large number of warriors were still on their way. All the disciples of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect in the Howran mountain range were busy. The top forces of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect, such as King Wu and Wu Zun, were all scattered in the sky above the 20 strongholds. They were constantly observing the movements of the demon clan in the depths of the Howran mountain range in order to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Currently, the Hao-Ran-Jun sect had more than 210 masters of the Wu Zun realm. However, more than half of them were in the early and middle stages of the Wu Zun realm. King Wu had more than 2,500 masters. Although the number of masters of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect, such as King Wu and Wu Zun, was much smaller than the number of level 7 and level 8 monsters that Yi Tianzong had seen gathered, the masters of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect were definitely stronger than the monsters because of Yi Tianzong. Once a real large-scale battle broke out, although the people of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect would be at a disadvantage, they would not be defeated in a short time. After another 7 days, more and more cultivators arrived from various places. The number of people had already exceeded 500,000. These people were a mixture of good and bad people. They had all kinds of identities and different purposes. Some of them were ordinary rogue cultivators. They were all here for martial arts techniques, elixirs, and so on. There were also people from other third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and even superpowers. There were also people who were lone wolves, spies, and other identities. On this day, the masters of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect, such as King Wu and Wu Zun, were in the sky above the Howran mountain range. They were observing the movements of the Howran mountain range from afar. Suddenly, they heard the sound of thousands of monsters galloping and roaring. Not long after, they saw an endless number of monsters galloping towards them from afar. Wherever they passed, dust would fly and the earth would tremble. All the trees in the forest would be flattened by the endless number of monsters. Nothing could stop them. Above the sky, there seemed to be an endless number of birds flying towards them. They looked at the seemingly endless, rolling torrents on the ground and in the sky in shock. Was this the monster tide? Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The endless momentum of flattening everything made everyone deeply feel their own insignificance and powerlessness. After coming back to their senses, all the masters of the Hao-Ran-Jun sect, including King Wu and Wu Zun, rushed back to their station in the Howran mountain range. They were about 6,000 miles deep into the Howran mountain range. They were about 3,000 miles away from the front line of the Howran sect in the mountain range. According to the speed of the monster tide outbreak, it would take at least 2 days for them to reach the stronghold of the Howran sect and attack. After all, it was impossible for a monster tide outbreak to travel thousands of miles continuously. They would definitely need to rest in the middle. 2 days was enough for the Howran sect to make emergency preparations. They quickly rushed back to the station in the Howran mountain range and informed everyone of the monster tide outbreak. They were less than 3,000 miles away. Everyone who was still outside the city returned to the city and made the final preparations. Within the 20 cities built by the Howran sect, there was a treasure exchange pavilion set up by the Howran sect in each city. The treasure exchange pavilion had all kinds of elixirs, weapons, martial arts techniques, and so on that the Howran sect had developed. All warriors could buy what they needed in the treasure exchange pavilion as long as they could afford it. The waiting time was torturous and heavy. In the afternoon of the second day, all the people in the Howran mountain range heard the rumbling sound of thousands of monsters running and roaring. They felt the earth tremble and everyone knew that the monster tide was coming. However, in the evening, at a place far from the city, the monster tide stopped. There was no movement, as if it had already retreated. However, no one was naive enough to think that the monster tide had already retreated. They all knew that the monsters were resting and waiting for the real outbreak to happen tomorrow. After a sleepless night, when the sun had just risen the next day, everyone was ready. They held their weapons and walked to the top of the city wall, looking outside the city anxiously. During these days of waiting, the people of the righteous nation had already cleared all the trees within 3 miles of each city, leaving only tree stumps that were less than half a meter tall, which could slightly obstruct the advance of the beast horde. Not long after the people in the city were ready, waves of roars broke through the sky and reached everyone's ears. Everyone's face turned cold as they realized that the monster tide was about to erupt. Sure enough, after the endless beast roars, the earth began to tremble, and an endless number of demonic beasts rushed towards all the cities. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they could still feel the rolling momentum that could crush everything. Everyone looked at the forest in the distance with their bodies tense. Everyone grasped the weapons in their hands tightly. The rumbling sound of running and the roars of the monsters became louder and clearer. The people could already see the billowing smoke and dust in the sky above the forest and the countless flying beasts. On the other side, behind the endless monsters, more than 600 grade 8 monsters flew in the sky. Their eyes were bloodthirsty and cruel. They drove the low-grade monsters below them toward the human cities. They were getting closer and closer. The people in the cities finally saw the endless monsters running toward them. Wherever the demonic beasts passed, everything was flattened. Everyone could only see a seemingly endless number of demonic beasts pouncing towards them. A tyrannical and bloodthirsty aura surged out, causing everyone's breathing to become hurried and heavy. Before the endless monsters on the ground arrived, the countless flying beasts in the sky had already descended and attacked the people in the cities. In a moment, the entire sky darkened and was filled with countless flying beasts. The people in the cities immediately fought with the attacking flying beasts. While the people were dealing with the flying beasts that covered the sky, the countless monsters on the ground rushed to the bottom of the city walls in the blink of an eye and started to attack. The endless waves of demonic beasts collided directly with the city walls of each city. A large number of low-grade monsters stopped the moment they collided with the city walls. They were directly killed by the counterforce. Then, they were trampled into meat paste by the monsters behind them. Endless monsters rushed forward wave after wave, continuously attacking the city walls, vowing to smash and flatten the city walls. After being reinforced with 2 layers of defensive runes, the 30-jong-thick city wall remained undamaged under the impact of the countless demonic beasts. It firmly blocked the impact of the demonic beasts, making everyone in the city feel relieved. The city walls were 20 feet tall. The monsters on the ground could not attack for a while. Even if some monsters jumped on the city walls with their innate talents, they were not much of a threat. While the situation was not too serious, They first dealt with a part of the monsters in the sky to reduce the pressure. Chapter 104. The flying demonic beasts in the air were more threatening than the demonic beasts on the ground. These flying demonic beasts were huge and their numbers covered the sky. They were fast and had the advantage in the air, which made the warriors in every city very passive. In just a short moment of contact, many warriors were injured or killed by the flying demonic beasts. Fortunately, the Haurangian sect was prepared to deal with these flying demonic beasts. The most direct and effective way to deal with the flying demonic beasts was to use a large number of air forces to restrain them. The second method was to use sound wave attacks to kill the demonic beasts. The Haurangian sect didn't have air forces, but they had prepared sound wave attacks. In every city, there were 10 King Wu who had mastered sound attack martial techniques. They were evenly distributed in the specially built buildings in every city. These buildings were all equipped with sound amplification, transmission, and defense arrays set up by the people of the Array Tool Palace. These King Wu were protected by Marquis Wu and Wuzong. While the disciples of the Hauran sect and the hired warriors in the city were passively dealing with the flying demonic beasts, these King Wu launched sound attack martial techniques. Through the sound amplification and transmission arrays, they spread to the sky above every city. The effect of this attack was immediately apparent. Many flying demonic beasts immediately lost their balance after being hit by the sound wave attack and lost their sense of direction. Some of the flying demonic beasts wobbled and directly crashed into the demonic beasts beside them. Some even fell directly from the sky and fell to their deaths. This situation immediately attracted the attention of the demonic beasts. After identifying the source of the sound wave attack, a large number of flying demonic beasts immediately rushed dauntlessly towards the King Wu who had launched sound attack martial techniques. At this time, Wu Hu and Wuzong, who were guarding around the city, started a fierce battle with these flying demonic beasts. They were determined not to let these flying demonic beasts get any closer. For low-level warriors, these flying demonic beasts were a big trouble. But for Marquis Wu and Wuzong, it was much easier. Wuzong and Marquis Wu were very powerful. They could launch attacks using the vital essence in their bodies. Furthermore, they had set up a defensive array formation where they were at to prevent these flying demonic beasts from destroying the buildings. Therefore, Wuzong and Marquis Wu, who were guarding the flying demonic beasts, slaughtered them without any hesitation. Every second, a large number of flying demonic beasts were killed by Wuzong and Marquis Wu. Seeing that they had not achieved much, the Yarrow beasts could no longer hold back. They directly sent out even more high-grade flying Yarrow beasts to launch an attack. At the same time, higher-grade Yarrow beasts were also sent out from the ground to attack the city walls. They flew over the city walls, wanting to enter the city. This attack was so powerful that the warriors of the Marquis Wu realm, the Wu King realm and the Wu Zun realm of the Haurangian sect stationed in the city also set out to kill the demonic beasts. The battle between humans and demonic beasts reached its climax. Every second, humans and demonic beasts died. Blood dyed the city walls red. All the warriors guarding the city walls fought hard to kill all the demonic beasts that attempted to cross the city walls and enter the city. On the ground, the warriors and demonic beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. In the sky, the battle between humans and flying demonic beasts and high-grade demonic beasts was also in full swing. Those low-grade flying demonic beasts attacked the warriors in the city and King Wu, who used the sound attack martial technique. The remaining high-grade demonic beasts and high-grade flying demonic beasts with the ability to fight in the air were fighting Marquis Wu, Wu King realm and Wu Zun of the Haurangian sect. Although the demonic beasts had a large number of demonic beasts, they had an obvious disadvantage. That was, there were many level 7 demonic beasts that corresponded to King Wu. There were already more than 7,000 of them. There were very few level 6 demonic beasts. This was because the demonic beasts that could enter the Holy Land of the Demon Clan to hibernate were at least level 7 demonic beasts. Level 6 demonic beasts were not qualified to enter the Holy Land of the Demon Clan to hibernate to protect themselves unless they had great potential or bloodline. As time went by, the world declined. Those demonic beasts that did not enter the Holy Land of the Demon Clan to hibernate had all died. In recent decades, The world had recovered. It was extremely difficult to become a high-grade demonic beast under the nose of the Hao-Ranjan sect. After all, although the expansion of the world had reduced the Hao-Ranjan sect's control over the Hauran mountain range, in the past, the Hao-Ranjan sect could enter and leave the mountain range freely. No demonic beast could escape the control of the Hao-Ranjan sect. It was almost impossible for a low-grade demonic beast to become a level 6 demonic beast within a few decades. This shortcoming of the demonic beasts also gave the Hao-Ranjan sect a chance to breathe. According to the situation of the battle, the experts of the Hao-Ranjan sect were obviously much stronger than the demonic beasts of the same level. Therefore, the nearly 20,000 Marquis Wu of the Hao-Ranjan sect began to fight freely without the level 6 demonic beasts to hold them back. Although the experts of the Marquis Wu could not fly in the air for a long time like King Wu, they could still fly in the air for a short period of time. As long as they still had more than 30% of their vital essence and had a place to rest and breathe, the experts of the Marquis Wu could also fly in the air and fight for a long time. Therefore, more than 10,000 Marquis Wu experts of the lower level were fighting against the level 4 and level 5 flying demonic beasts. The remaining experts of the late stage and peak stage of the Marquis Wu were all fighting against the level 7 demonic beasts. If one person could not defeat a demonic beast, at least 5 people would besiege a level 7 demonic beast. In this way, the pressure on King Wu and Wu Zun was greatly reduced. The high-level combat forces of the humans and demonic beasts were fiercely fighting in the sky above each city. The impact of the battle spread over thousands of miles in the sky. From time to time, demonic beasts and experts of the Hao-Ranjan sect would fall. The impact of the countless attacks would often affect the humans and demonic beasts fighting on the ground below. However, most of the time, the demonic beasts would be affected more. In this way, the battle between the humans and the demonic beasts was in a stalemate. Although the attacking demonic beasts seemed to be endless in number, they had the upper hand in the entire battle. However, the humans relied on the cities and various means to defend themselves. They also had the support of the martial arts experts. Although they were at a disadvantage, they still firmly resisted the attacks of the demonic beasts and caused a lot of damage to the demonic beasts. In the sky above the rear of the demonic beasts, more than 600 level 8 demonic beasts with strong auras were looking at the distant battlefield with unpleasant expressions. The Blackwing Tiger Demon said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect this human sect to have such strength and be able to resist the attack of the demonic beast tide. So many of our level 7 demonic beasts were also stopped by them. Even though we were outnumbered, we still suffered more casualties." The 9-headed demon bird said with a piercingly cold murderous intent, "The stronger they are, the more they should be destroyed. This human sect must not be left alive. So what if they are strong? Now it seems that they have already used all their strength. Even if they still have trump cards, with such a strong lineup, we will definitely not let them turn the tables. Let's directly kill them and destroy them." After the 9-headed demon bird finished speaking, it looked directly at Celestial Ferret. A bloody light flashed in Celestial Ferret's blood-red eyes. He thought about the fatal danger he had felt when he was investigating. After pondering for a moment, he laughed and said, "9-headed demon bird is right. Even if this human sect has something to rely on, with our strength and lineup, we will not let them turn the tables. There is no need to delay any longer. Listen to my orders, we will all kill and destroy this human sect. We will take back the Saint Fallen Mountains." Just as Celestial Ferret finished speaking, a voice came from the sky, "You can't go anywhere. Just stay here." As soon as the voice fell, Yi Tianzong's family of 9 led 100 Wu Zun realm experts to descend from the sky. They landed in front of Celestial Ferret and more than 600 level 8 demonic beasts, blocking their way. Chapter 105. Looking at Yi Tianzong and the others descending from the sky, Celestial Ferret's expression did not change, but her heart was heavy. She was wondering when these humans had approached them, and why she did not notice them at all. The fatal danger she felt earlier was not an illusion. Looks like you guys are the last support of that human sect. However, do you think you can stop us with just the few of you? Since you've shown yourselves, we'll kill you first." The 9-headed demon bird looked at Yi Tianzong and the others with disdain, and said with a cold murderous intent. However, it did not notice that the black-winged tiger demon and celestial ferret beside it were silent. Hearing the words of the demon beast, Yi Tianzong smiled indifferently, and did not say anything. Then, his expression became calm, and he directly released his full strength, releasing his strongest aura towards the 600 Class 8 demon beasts. Feeling Yi Tianzong's actions, Ling Xinyu and the others also released their strongest aura towards the demon beasts. The nine-headed demon bird saw that Yi Tianzong and the others were indifferent to its words, and was immediately enraged. Just as it was about to attack, an invincible aura suddenly erupted from Yi Tianzong's body. In an instant, all of the Class 8 demon beasts, including the nine-headed demon bird, were intimidated by Yi Tianzong's invincible aura. Their minds were shaken, and the strength in their bodies stagnated for a moment, almost causing them to fall down. However, they immediately reacted, and under the anger in their hearts, they all released their strongest aura to resist Yi Tianzong's aura, and tried to suppress him. However, what shocked them was that the aura of over 600 Class 8 demon beasts could not gain any advantage against Yi Tianzong's aura. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. They immediately became vigilant, and stopped underestimating him. Just as they were shocked by Yi Tianzong's invincible aura, Ling Xinyu and the others' auras, which were second only to Yi Tianzong's, and the Hao Ranjin sect's aura combined to suppress the demon beasts, causing them to be at an absolute disadvantage. How was this possible? How could a mere human sect have so many peerless geniuses? The black-winged tiger demon, celestial ferret, and the nine-headed demon bird, who were the leaders of the demon beasts, were shocked beyond words. The demon beasts of the Saint Fallen mountain range had been passed down since the mythological era, and they had accumulated a lot of secret information. They had also entered the demon beasts' holy land to hibernate thousands of years ago at the beginning of the late ancient era. Before that, they had interacted with humans many times, so they were naturally familiar with human geniuses. Moreover, the three of them were outstanding geniuses of their respective tribes. Otherwise, why would they be selected by the higher-ups of the Holy Land to carry out missions outside the Holy Land? However, among all the human geniuses that they knew or had heard of, it was difficult to find anyone who could be compared to the 9 people in front of them who gave them the greatest pressure. Not to mention the strongest person, even the other 8 people were much stronger than them. Based on the information they had, they might be able to find some geniuses who were on par with the other 8 geniuses, or even slightly stronger than them. However, there was absolutely no geniuses from any of the clans who could compare with the young man in front of them. He was fighting against more than 600 of them alone, and he even had the upper hand in terms of momentum. This was simply beyond their understanding of geniuses. The 3 of them were also geniuses of the demon beasts at the beginning of the late ancient era. Although they weren't the strongest, they were definitely in the second tier. They were all geniuses of their respective tribes and were at the same cultivation level, but the difference between them was too great. Could it be that the demon beasts had missed out on some great opportunity? Were all humans so powerful that any random sect could have so many powerful geniuses? Or were we just unlucky to encounter the strongest sect of humans the moment we were born? Just as the black-winged tiger demon, celestial ferret, and the 9-headed demon bird's minds were in turmoil, Yi Tianzong disappeared from their sight, and the other humans on the opposite side quickly retreated. Not good. All the demon beasts felt the danger in their hearts rise to the peak. Before they could do anything, Yi Tianzong appeared in the middle of the demon beast's side. At this time, more than 600 Class 8 demon beasts were all gathered together because they were unprepared. This made it easier for Yi Tianzong to deal a fatal blow to them. Yi Tianzong still preferred to use the universe force field when it came to attacking a group of people. This was because the opponents Yi Tianzong had encountered so far were much weaker than him. Therefore, using the universe force field was the best way to fight a group of people. Once the universe force field was used, all the demon beasts felt as if they were in a quagmire, and it was difficult for them to move. At the same time, the sense of danger in their hearts rose steadily, causing the demon beasts to use all their strength to break free from the bindings. Yi Tianzong had never used the universe force field to trap more than 600 late-stage Class 8 demon beasts and above at one time. However, he also knew that he couldn't trap so many demon beasts for a long time. He could only trap them for a short period of time. It was during this short period of time that Yi Tianzong launched his attack. Endless sword qi that could cut through anything was released from Yi Tianzong's body, forming a sword qi storm that covered a radius of 3 miles and was hundreds of feet high. Compared to the last time Yi Tianzong used the sword qi storm when he was in the King Wu realm, this time Yi Tianzong had crossed a big realm and reached the peak of the Wuzun realm. Naturally, the power of the sword qi storm was not the same as before. Standing 5 miles away and watching Yi Tianzong's sword qi storm in the distance, Ling Xinyu and the others, as well as the Wuzun experts of the Hao Ranjun sect, were all amazed. They could never reach this level of strength. They could feel the power of each sword qi and the fatal danger. Everyone in the Hao Ranjun sect couldn't help but mourn for the demon clan. More than 600 Class 8 demon beasts of the demon clan were enveloped and attacked by Yi Tianzong's sword qi storm. In order to save their lives, they used all their strength and launched their strongest attacks, desperately trying to create a gap to escape from the attack range of the sword qi storm. Under the desperate attacks of these demon beasts, there were successes and failures. In the end, when Yi Tianzong only had 20% of his vital essence left in his body, he stopped attacking and the sword qi storm gradually dissipated. Activating the Aurora Instantaneous Shadow, Yi Tianzong disappeared from the center of the demon beast's side in a flash and reappeared in front of them. His face was pale as he swallowed 2 elixirs. In a moment, the large amount of vital essence in his body was restored by 20%, and it was still recovering quickly. At the same time, Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the others of the Hao Ranjun sect, who had left earlier, flew over again. Ling Xinyu and a few Wuzun experts were left behind to protect Yi Tianzong. The rest of the people flew towards the demon beasts that had just escaped from the sword qi storm and launched their attacks directly. The paleness on Yi Tianzong's face disappeared. He had recovered 60% of his vital essence. He let out a long sigh of relief and moved slightly to stand side by side with Ling Xinyu. He looked at the results of his attack. At this time, the demon clan's side, which originally had more than 600 level 8 demon beasts, was only left with slightly more than 300. The remaining demon beasts were all in a miserable state. They were all injured and dripping with blood. Their injuries varied in severity. The surviving demon beasts were being chased by Yi Haoran and the others. With Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, and other members of Yi Tianzong's family leading the way, the remaining 300 demon beasts on the demon clan side were forced to retreat. From time to time, some demon beasts were killed. On the demon beast side, the Blackwing Tiger Demon, 9-headed demon bird, and Celestial Ferret led the surviving demon beasts to resist the humans' attack with difficulty. The resentment and horror in their hearts were indescribable. In the past, they would never have thought that such a scene would happen one day. They were more than 600 powerful demon beasts in the late stage and peak stage of level 8. They were not low-level demon beasts. Unexpectedly, so many of their companions were killed by a human who was at the same level as them. Even those level 9 demon beasts might not have such strength. These hateful humans have been pestering us and making it impossible for us to retreat. Once that person recovers, we'll be finished. As they resisted the humans' attack with difficulty and anxiety, some of the demon beasts saw that Yi Tianzong in the distance had returned to normal. They could not help but feel despair in their hearts. Chapter 106. After going through that hellish experience just now, they could not even think of resisting Yi Tianzong. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. In this kind of desperate mood, Yi Haoran and the others seized the opportunity to mercilessly kill dozens of more seriously injured demonic beasts. The strength of the demonic beast clan was once again reduced. Yi Tianzong stood in the air in the distance. He did not participate in the battle between Yi Haoran and the others and the demonic beasts. Of the more than 600 demonic beasts that came this time, he only needed to kill the 3 leaders. Yi Tianzong did not intend to let the rest of the level 8 demonic beasts go. At the same time, Yi Tianzong also let Ling Xinyu and the few Wuzun who had been protecting him just now join the battle. Since breaking the seal of heaven and earth for the 3rd time, they had not engaged in a battle for a long time. No enemy had come to provoke them either. All of the Wuzun could not suppress the desire to fight in their hearts. This time, They might as well let them fight to their heart's content. However, Yi Tianzong was not completely uninvolved. With his presence, these demonic beasts could not escape. They could only be gradually eliminated by the people on his side. In such a desperate situation, it was very likely that they would self-destruct with the idea of perishing together, dragging the people of Hao Ranjin sect down with them. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, Yi Tianzong's primordial spirit power always enveloped the entire battlefield. As long as a demonic beast self-destructed and wanted to perish together with the others, Yi Tianzong would use the primordial spirit power to attack the demonic beast that wanted to self-destruct. He would erase the demonic beast's intelligence and eliminate the danger of self-destruction. Just as Yi Tianzong expected, the remaining demonic beasts began to self-destruct when they saw that they could not escape. They wanted to drag the people of Hao Ranjin sect down with them. Yi Tianzong, who had been paying attention to this, directly used the primordial spirit attack to erase the demonic beast's intelligence in an instant. The demonic beasts that had lost their intelligence also fell from the sky. After about 2 hours of battle, apart from the black-winged tiger demon, celestial ferret, and the 9-headed demon bird, Yi Tianzong was the last to capture a peak level 8 demon beast. The rest of the demon beasts were all killed by the people of Hao Ranjin sect. For this reason, most of Wu Zun was injured in the battle with the demonic beasts, but it wasn't very serious. After the battle ended, he immediately took a healing pill. The black-winged tiger demon, celestial ferret, and the 9-headed demon bird saw that the humans surrounding them had no intention of continuing to attack. Celestial ferret endured the severe injuries on her body and asked in a deep voice, "Human, why are you keeping the 3 of us here?" Yi Tianzong carried a severely injured peak level 8 demon beast and came in front of celestial ferret. He smiled faintly and said, "Nothing much. I just feel that you guys are still useful." "Why? Don't you plan to tell me where you came from?" "Don't worry. Since I'm keeping you alive, I have no intention of killing you. In exchange for your lives, you should also tell me some information that I should know. This way, everyone will be happy. Isn't that right?" The black-winged tiger demon and the 9-headed demon bird didn't say anything. Celestial ferret had no choice but to say again, "Why should we believe you? You are humans, and we are demonic beasts. Since ancient times, demonic beasts and humans have been enemies. We have seen too many cases of you humans going back on your words. You should just attack. Don't even think of getting any information from us." Seeing how stubborn celestial ferret was, Yi Tianzong didn't say anything else. Instead, he directly lifted the dying level 8 demon beast in his hand and activated the soul secret technique. In just an instant, the dying level 8 demon beast was controlled by Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong said to the demon beast under his control, "Tell me everything you know." Seeing how their comrade, who was originally on their side, was being controlled by a human and had a dull look in his eyes as he spoke everything he knew, the black-winged tiger demon, the 9-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret trembled. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Was this a soul search? It didn't seem like it. The 3 of them were born in the early stages of the ancient era. They had heard that humans had a vicious soul search technique. The conditions for this soul search technique were very complicated and very dangerous. Furthermore, the soul of the target who was soul searched would eventually be destroyed. However, regardless of whether it was a soul search technique or not, they didn't have any other choice in the current situation. After the demon beast whose soul was soul searched finished speaking, Yi Tianzong crushed the dying demon beast in his hand. With a calm expression, he said unquestionably, "The Hao Ranjin sect was the one who broke the seal of heaven and earth and allowed heaven and earth to recover. Right now, within a radius of 200,000 li, our Hao Ranjin sect is the only sect. This isn't a good thing at the moment. The Hao Ranjin sect needs an opponent. The demon race has appeared at the right time. The 3 of you can lead the demon race to occupy the Howran mountain range, which is also the Saint Fallen mountain range that you call the Howran mountain range. You will become the training targets and whetstones for the disciples of the Howran sect. Now, tell me everything you know." After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, the black-winged tiger demon, the 9-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret looked at each other in shock. They didn't expect that the recovery of heaven and earth was actually the work of a human sect. Sensing Yi Tianzong's unquestionable tone, the black-winged tiger demon, the nine-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret knew that if they continued to refuse, their souls would be soul-searched. At that time, they would inevitably die. Who would want to die if they could live? They had just come out of the sacred land and hadn't lived enough. They still wanted to advance to a higher level in the future. Furthermore, even if they refused, their souls would still be soul-searched in the end. There was no value in dying. However, they couldn't be the only ones who leaked the secret. Everyone had to be involved. At this moment, they had long regretted starting the beast tide. They didn't expect that they would provoke such a terrifying enemy right after they left the sacred land and hadn't even displayed their strength. After looking at each other, they all understood each other's thoughts. Thus, the black-winged tiger demon, the nine-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret told him everything they knew. Fortunately, the location of the sacred land had already been found out by the human through soul-searching. The biggest secret left was how to open the sacred land. When talking about this secret, the black-winged tiger demon, the nine-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret were very hesitant. However, under the pressure of Yi Tianzong's vast aura, the three of them still spoke slowly. After revealing their biggest secret, the black-winged tiger demon, the nine-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret went all out. They spilled everything they knew. After speaking, the three of them looked at Yi Tianzong. They felt uneasy and waited for Yi Tianzong's arrangement. Right now, the three of them were prey waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't have any other choice. Yi Tianzong thought for a moment. Then, he said to Yi Haoran and the others, the sacred land of the shifter race is 12,000 miles away. Starting from Tiangang Peak, 8,000 miles into the Haoran mountain range will be our territory. The area from 8,000 miles to 9,000 miles will be our buffer zone with the shifter race. Beyond 9,000 miles will be the shifter race's territory. What do you all think? Yi Haoran thought for a moment and said, all right. In the future, when we break the seal of heaven and earth, the Haoran mountain range will continue to expand. This distance will ensure our interests and won't be too close to the sacred land of the shifter race. We'll do as you say. After Yi Haoran finished speaking, the others naturally didn't have any objections. Chapter 107. Thus, Yi Tianzong turned around and said to the black-winged tiger demon, nine-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret, did you hear what I said just now? From now on, the situation in the Haoran mountain range will be like this. The three of you will lead the remaining demonic beasts of this beast tide and retreat 8,000 li away from here. We will build a city at the 8,000 li distance. When the time comes, not only will there be members of the Haoranjan sect in the city, there will also be other humans of different identities. The Haoran mountain range is rich in spiritual herbs. You are not allowed to invade within 8,000 li. Outside of 8,000 li, humans and demonic beasts will use their own methods, regardless of life or death. However, for the disciples of the Haoranjan sect, unless they provoke us, you demonic beasts of class 6 and above are not allowed to take the initiative to attack. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Of course there is no problem. Right now, we have no choice but to follow whatever you say. The black-winged tiger demon, nine-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret looked at each other. In the end, celestial ferret braced herself and said, as long as the three of us are still in charge of the Haoran mountain range, there will be no problem. However, you must know that we came out of the sacred land with a mission. Although the experts of the demonic beast clan cannot leave the sacred land due to the restrictions of the heavens and earth, we have to return to the secret realm regularly to report the progress of our mission. There are still 7 years before we have to return to the secret realm to report the progress of our mission. This time, we have to report the situation of the beast tide. Let's not talk about whether or not we can come out alive. Even if we don't die, the higher-ups of the sacred land will send other demonic beasts who are more outstanding than us to take charge of the situation in the Haoran mountain range. When the time comes, don't blame us if anything happens. Yi Tianzong said non-committally, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the demonic beast clan sends out to take charge of the Haoran mountain range. As long as they dare to provoke the Haoranjan sect, we can just destroy them. If we can't do it once, we can do it twice. There will always be someone who knows what to do. The black-winged tiger demon, nine-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. All right, you are strong, you can say whatever you want. You want to do whatever you want. You are strong, you have a bigger fist. You are. A month. By then, all the demonic beasts of class 3 and above that haven't left will be the Howran. By then, all demonic beasts of class 3 and demon beasts that haven't left will be killed. Beasts of demonic beasts, and beasts who are still not will be killed. Leave. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he didn't look at the 3 demonic beasts in front of him anymore. He left with the other members of the Hao-Ranjin sect and headed towards the city below. Seeing Yi Tianzong and the others leave, the black-winged tiger demon, nine-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret knew what they were going to do. They really wanted to give the order to stop the attack and retreat immediately. However, when they thought of Yi Tianzong saying that they would wait for 15 minutes, they didn't dare to disobey. They could only obediently control their injuries while waiting for the time to come. They prayed that the number of Class 7 demonic beasts under their command would be reduced as much as possible. 15 minutes was enough for Yi Tianzong and the others to do some things. After all, the beast tide was still ongoing. Every second that passed, many Howran mountain range disciples would be injured or die. Taking advantage of this 15 minutes, Yi Tianzong and the others could join the sky battlefield on the other side and kill more high-level demonic beasts and flying demonic beasts. Other than the experts from Wuzhen who were more seriously injured in the battle just now, they returned to the nearest mountain stronghold of the Hao-Ranjin sect to heal their injuries. The others split up with Yi Tianzong and joined the sky battlefield respectively. They began to eliminate the demonic beasts that were fighting against the people of the Hao-Ranjin sect. Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu chose a battlefield that was 300 li away. Yi Tianzong brought Ling Xinyu and arrived at the sky battlefield in a short time. The remaining people from Yi Howran and the others, as well as dozens of Wuzhen, all joined the sky battlefield that was closest to them. With these people joining the sky battlefield, the situation of the battle immediately reversed. The Class 7 demonic beasts and flying demonic beasts on the demonic beast side suffered a large number of casualties. Their strength was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the people of the Hao-Ranjin sect were overjoyed and launched a counterattack. Their morale was greatly boosted. 15 minutes passed very quickly. In the distance, the black-winged tiger demon, nine-headed demon bird, and celestial ferret hurriedly gave the order to retreat. After the order was given, the countless flying demonic beasts in the sky all turned around and returned to the forest. The endless flood of demonic beasts on the ground also gradually stopped and no longer attacked. They then turned around and roared as they retreated back the way they came. Just like that, the demonic beast tide finally came to an end under the surprised gazes of the human warriors in every city. After the victory was celebrated, the city gates of every city opened wide. All the warriors went out of the city to clean up the battlefield. They also dealt with the corpses of the dead demonic beasts and calculated their own battle merits. After they finished dealing with the corpses, it was time for the warriors to receive their mission rewards. All the mercenary warriors headed to the Warrior Mercenary Guild's branch in each city to settle the accounts of the mission rewards. Yi Tianzong and the higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect returned to Tiangang Peak after the battle ended. They did not pay attention to the rest of the matters. The Hao-Ranjin sect had already formed a complete management system over the years. Naturally, there would be people in charge of the related matters. They did not immediately discuss the matter of the demonic beast clan. Instead, they let the injured people recuperate for a day. Then, they each went back to their own duties. They would discuss the matter again 3 days later. 3 days passed very quickly. On this day, all the higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjin sect once again gathered in the Howran main hall. Yi Howran was the first to speak. Regarding the demonic beast tide this time, I'm sure everyone is clear about the ins and outs of the matter. From now on, in the Howran mountain range, we have one more neighbor and enemy. According to the information we obtained from interrogations, the Howran mountain range was originally called the Saint Fall mountain range. Before the demonic beast clan retreated, it had always been occupied by the demonic beast clan. The demonic beast clan that appeared was passed down from the mythological era. It was a sacred ground-level force with a very strong foundation, far surpassing our Hao-Ranjan sect. However, we don't have to be afraid. The current environment is limited. No matter how many saint-level and mythical-level experts the demonic beast clan has, they can't come out. As we continue to break the restrictions of the world in the future, one day, we will catch up with and surpass any other force. Today, we are mainly discussing the jurisdiction and control of the 8,000-mile mountain range. As soon as Yi Haoran finished speaking, Yi Haoyun was the first to speak. In my opinion, we should first open up at least 3 roads that lead directly into the depths of the mountain range. Then, we should build at least 10 cities along each road. The last 8,000-mile city will be the front line of our contact with the demonic beast clan. In the future, we may be attacked by the demonic beast clan at any time. We must build it on the largest scale and with the strongest standards. After this is done, we will build other cities in the mountain range under our jurisdiction according to the situation to strengthen our control over the Haoran mountain range. The Merit Palace Master, Wang Li, agreed and said, "Palace Master Yi is right. In addition, we must also manage the demonic beasts in the mountain range under our jurisdiction. We must set a rule for them that they cannot attack humans on the road without permission. It would be best if we can subdue some demonic beasts and use our resources to cultivate them. Then, we will let them divide their territories and restrict the demonic beasts in their respective territories." It had to be said that the current higher-ups of the Hao-Ranjan sect were very talented. As long as the people present had any ideas to add, they would speak up. In less than an hour, the method and rules of how to govern and control the 8,000-mile Haoran mountain range were basically formed. Next, they had to do things according to the rules. After the battle between the Hao-Ranjan sect and the demonic beast clan in the Haoran mountain range, in other places in the Central Plains, the superpowers that were nearby or had already occupied a part of the mountain range discovered traces of the demonic beast clan one after another and clashed with them. Chapter 108. The forces of the demon clan began to emerge on a large scale. The superpowers that had once occupied a mountain range in the past basically fought with the newly emerged demon clan. Other than the Sky Demon Temple, the Lingyun Hall, and the Kunlun sect, which were 3 powerful forces that had existed since ancient times, the other superpowers that had emerged in the recent ancient times and had been passed down until now were all attacked by the forces of the demon clan that had appeared in the areas under their jurisdiction. After suffering heavy casualties, they were driven out of the mountain ranges that they had occupied. Even the sect's encampments were attacked by the demon clan, and they had to pay a heavy price to survive. At the same time that these forces of the demon clan appeared, with the recovery of the world, another group of human superpowers emerged. The superpowers that had emerged now were basically all from ancient times. They had a deep foundation and were very powerful. There were even a few powerful forces at the level of the Holy Land that had emerged. After the emergence of these forces, they also began to expand without restraint. They cleaned up and conquered the weak sects and forces. In just a few months, they had already occupied a large area. These superpowers that had emerged now were expanding without restraint. Naturally, they would clash with the previous batch of forces that had emerged. It could be foreseen that as time passed, a battle between the two sides was inevitable. At that time, there would be another bloody storm in the Central Plains. At the same time, the Zhou dynasty had changed its name to the Zhou dynasty. A large number of Wu Zun experts had appeared. In the battle with the surrounding sects and forces, they had fiercely suppressed the arrogant sects and forces. At the Hao-Ranjan sect on Tiangang Peak, it had been 3 months since they had defeated the demon clan in the Haoran mountain range. The Hao-Ranjan sect had mobilized all of its forces. At the same time, it had mobilized tens of millions of people under its jurisdiction and began to build roads and cities in the Haoran mountain range. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. At this moment, in Haoran's main hall, Yi Haoran and the upper echelons of the sect were looking at some of the information sent back by the Tiangang Pavilion. It was all about some of the recent events in the Central Plains. There was news about the emergence of the demon race and the battle with the human sects in other places. There was also news about the emergence of a superforce once again. There was also news about the sudden change in the name of the Zhou dynasty and the sudden eruption of strength. Yi Haoran passed the information he had received to the upper echelons of the various sects. In the end, he sighed and said, "During this period of time, a storm has been brewing. Another group of superforces with a long history has appeared and is expanding without restraint. Humans and demons are coexisting. There are also a few powerful forces that call themselves the Holy Lands. They are very domineering in their actions. The Central Plains is about to experience a reign of terror once again. It won't be long before our Hao Ranjan sect faces another serious challenge." After sighing with emotion, Yi Haoran looked at the fearless expressions of the people below and continued, "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. After going through so many things, we've never once retreated. If there are any challenges in the future, our Hao Ranjan sect will definitely get through them. Now, let's talk about our investigation of the Xian Nayu mountain range, the Demon Sword mountain range, the Azura mountain range, and the Zhenwu mountain range. Have you found any traces of the demon race or any hidden superforces? Since the battle with the demon race in the Haoran mountain range broke out, all the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjan sect were worried about the situation of the Xian Nayu mountain range, the Demon Sword mountain range, the Azura mountain range, and the Zhenwu mountain range. They immediately sent experts like King Wu and Wu Zun into these 4 mountain ranges to investigate. If there were human forces in these 4 mountain ranges, they could at most fight with them. After receiving enough compensation, it was not impossible to give the mountain ranges to them. However, if the demon race appeared, the Hao Ranjan sect would be in danger. After Yi Haoran finished speaking, the administrative hall master, Zhao Xian, replied, "Sect master, for unknown reasons, the Xian Nayu mountain range, the Demon Sword mountain range, the Azura mountain range, and the Zhenwu mountain range are not as vast as the Haoran mountain range. After our preliminary investigation, we haven't found any abnormalities in the Xian Nayu mountain range and the Demon Sword mountain range. However, we found some abnormalities in the Azura mountain range and the Zhenwu mountain range. Among them, we found traces of human forces in the Azura mountain range. According to our investigation, the human force that appeared in the Azura mountain range is called the Blood God Palace. Judging from their style of action, they should belong to the Devil Path. We don't know their specific strength, but this Blood God Palace should have existed for a long time. Because of their vicious control secret method, they are secretly expanding their sphere of influence. They have already occupied nearly 100 cities. We need to deal with this force as soon as possible. In the Zhenwu mountain range, we found traces of the devil race and have already fought with a level 8 devil race. However, we didn't find any more information." After Yi Haoran heard Zhao Xian's words, he pondered for a moment. Finally, he said, "Let's deal with things one by one. We don't care about the devil race in the Zhenwu mountain range. I don't think they are as powerful as the devil race in the Haoran mountain range. As for the Blood God Palace in the Azura mountain range, since it is under our rule and is also a devil path force, my opinion is to completely eradicate this force. If it is a righteous force, then there is still room for discussion. However, if it is a devil path force, then our Hao Ranjan sect will not tolerate it. Does anyone have any suggestions?" Yi Haoran was the sect master of the Hao Ranjan sect. His strength was very strong. In addition, with the support of his family and Yi Tianzong, in the Hao Ranjan sect, he basically meant what he said. What's more, the people of the Hao Ranjan sect had a kind of heartfelt disgust towards the devil path forces. Therefore, regarding Yi Haoran's decision to eradicate the Blood God Palace, the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect had no objections. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the sect, even if the Blood God Palace was a superforce with an ancient inheritance, it would definitely not be stronger than the current Hao Ranjan sect. The truth was just as the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect thought. The Blood God Palace had an inheritance from the middle of the ancient times. It was a devil path force, and at its peak, it had a supermaster of the 8th heaven of Wu Sheng. However, since the late ancient era, only the masters of the Marquis Wu realm and above could enter a small grotto heaven to hibernate. After the world recovered, it began to appear last year. However, the people of the Blood God Palace did not rashly announce its appearance in a high-profile manner. Instead, they first inquired about the situation within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. After learning that the mountain range they were in was under the rule of the Haurangian sect, and after inquiring about some information about the Haurangian sect, the Blood God Palace clearly knew that they were no match for the current Haurangian sect. This was because ever since the Blood God Palace went into seclusion, there were still some disciples left behind. However, after such a long time, their whereabouts were unknown. Right now, only the masters of Marquis Wu, King Wu, and Wu Zun had appeared. They were basically generals without an army and had no foundation. Compared to the millions of disciples of the Haurangian sect, the difference was too great. Therefore, the Blood God Palace first took over the Azura mountain range in a low-key manner, and abducted those low-level warriors who did not belong to any forces to strengthen the foundation of the sect. Then, after digesting them for a few months, they began to secretly expand again. Every time they took over a city, they would exercise strict control over it. Moreover, they would use vicious secret methods to control the various families in power in the city, preventing news from spreading to the outside world. If the Haurangian sect had not directly sent masters like King Wu and Wu Zun to investigate the situation in the Azura mountain range for the sake of safety and speed, and thus discovered this phenomenon, an ordinary Marquis Wu might not have been able to obtain any useful information.